With the old man's spatial abilities, they moved on to the next race stationed on the second floor. The Stonekin. Unlike the Amazari, the Stonekin did not live above ground. Their domain lay beneath the desert itself, hidden far below the shifting sands of the second floor. What appeared barren and lifeless on the surface concealed an enormous subterranean civilization carved directly into bedrock. The Stonekin were short, barely half the height of an average human, but their bodies were dense and compact, formed of stone-fused flesh that gave them a weight and solidity far beyond their size. Their society was structured and rigid, built around craftsmanship. Unlike the Amazari, leadership among the Stonekin was not determined by gender, but by merit, age, and power. The meeting was brief but decisive. Though they did not have any internal conflict, they needed no convincing. After deliberation, they committed 2 rank 3 elders to the effort. With their agreement secured, the group departed the second floor. The old man's spatial authority folded space once more, carrying them upward toward the boundary between floors. The third floor marked a shift in atmosphere. Where the second floor alternated between desert and forest, the third was dominated by a vast sea, floating landmasses, and endless wind currents. It was a world made entirely of islands. It was here that the Veyari made their home. The Veyari were a winged race, tall and slender, with pale skin and feathered wings. Michael mentally classified them as a variant of angels, if one ignored their eagle-like faces. The Veyari were harder to negotiate with. After a polite but firm refusal, they declined to provide assistance. From there, the group ascended once more. The fourth floor was encased in perpetual twilight, its terrain covered in slightly muddy sands. This was the territory of the Nightshell race. Unlike the other races, the Nightshell had experienced direct losses from internal sabotage. With new information and external support now available, they did not hesitate to join. Their rank 3s were not overtly powerful, but they added to the group's collective strength. The next destination lay on the 5th floor. The Iron Humans. At first glance, the 5th floor looked almost normal. Like the other floors, there was no sun. Instead, a dim, diffuse light filled the sky evenly, neither bright nor dark, yet nothing was truly obscured. It created a false sense of normalcy. Michael found it unsettling. This was a floor that looked peaceful enough to make one forget where it existed. Soon, they reached Iron Human territory. The Iron Humans were human in shape, but not in appearance. Their skin carried a muted gray tone, ranging from pale ash to dark steel, as if iron dust had permanently fused into their flesh. Their bodies were heavier than those of normal humans. On the 5th floor, their cities were carved directly into the mountains. Massive gate structures guarded every major approach. Watchtowers lined the ridges, each manned at all times by sentries clad in heavy armor. Beneath the extraordinary exterior, their civilization was strangely familiar. Michael recognized it almost immediately. Their governance, logistics, and social hierarchy mirrored Aurora's in many ways. The difference lay in their era. One was modern, the other medieval. Power among the Iron Humans was tightly concentrated, but this was not Michael's concern at the moment. It was knowledge for later. The Iron race had also suffered. Internal unrest had shaken their foundations more violently than they admitted publicly, which made their agreement swift. The next transition carried them to the 6th floor. This floor was divided cleanly down the middle. Not gradually. Not symbolically. Literally. Half of the world was bathed in perpetual day, while the other half was locked in eternal night. A sharp, visible boundary ran across the land like a scar, separating light from darkness with unnatural precision. The sky on the day side glowed with a pale, steady brilliance. The night side was the opposite. A deep, ember-tinted darkness hung overhead, and the ground there was dark, scorched, and warm, radiating heat even through heavy boots. Michael instinctively slowed his steps. Beside him, the Starborn adjusted his pace as well, unconsciously falling into stride. Out of everyone present, the Starborn was the only one Michael felt even vaguely comfortable around. They were not the same, but they were close enough to share an unspoken understanding. As they advanced, the Starborn quietly explained the nature of the sixth floor. The day side, despite its brightness, was cold. Mana there was abundant, pure, and unusually stable. The night side, ironically, was hot. Two races ruled this floor. The Starborn occupied the night side. The Drake blood ruled the day. As two of the strongest races in the universe, they could afford this dominance. In Hell, this type of setting was not rare. The sixth floor was classified as a special floor. Floors in Hell were sometimes termed special if they possessed additional traits that demanded attention. Not all special floors were obvious at first glance. The sixth floor was special for reasons that went far beyond its dramatic division. Special floors in Hell were not defined by appearance alone. They were defined by function. The sixth floor was one such place. The cold, illuminated half of the world was saturated with mana to a degree rarely seen in the early floors. This was not chaotic mana, nor was it aggressive. It was dense, calm, and remarkably stable. This abundance of mana also gave rise to unique resources. The other half of the floor was its inverse. The night side was hot, but not in a destructive way. The heat was constant, deep, and penetrating. It did not burn the skin outright. Instead, it seeped into muscle, bone, and blood, stimulating the body at a fundamental level. This side of the floor was rich in a different kind of energy. Prolonged exposure strengthened muscle fibers, increased bone density, and enhanced bodily resilience. Cultivators who trained physical techniques here found their progress accelerated, especially those focused on raw strength, endurance, or bloodlines. Unfortunately, out of the 100 floors of Hell, the sixth floor was still only the sixth. That single fact placed an unspoken limit on its value. The effects of the sixth floor were undeniable, but they were not absolute. They worked exceptionally well on the weak, the growing, and the unrefined. For those still shaping their foundations, the environment was a treasure. Progress that might have taken years elsewhere could be compressed into months here. But for the truly powerful, the difference was subtle. To them, the special energy of the sixth floor was little more than unusually flavored air. The mana on the day side, while abundant and pure, lacked the depth needed to meaningfully affect high-rank existences too. This limitation was precisely why the sixth floor was not contested by greater powers. Hell contained other regions with higher mana density. There were zones where mana was not only pure, but layered with fragments of higher laws. There were places where physical refinement energy was violent, dangerous, and vastly more effective, though survival there required power to match. Compared to those locations, the sixth floor was valuable, but not irreplaceable. This reality explained why only two races ruled it. The Starborn and the Drake blood had paid a price to secure the floor, but not one high enough to attract interference from deeper powers. Strong enough to dominate the sixth floor, yet not so tempting that others would want to seize it. The Old Man and the gathered rank 3 allies chose to visit the Drakeblood region first. They did not travel on foot. From the moment they stepped into the sixth floor, everyone chose the air. Aside from the night and day abnormalities, the sixth floor looked normal as well, with plant life and so on. However, the lack of surprise for new things Michael had expected after seeing so many strange floors ended up coming. It was when the first wall appeared. A wall that stretched for kilometers. Watch structures sat at regular distances along the ridge, each one shaped like a jagged tooth. Michael's eyes narrowed. This was not a post. It was not even a fortress. It looked like the outer boundary of a city. He had not expected that. In his mind, Hell was a place people passed through, not a place to live. Even races that held floors usually maintained stations and strongholds, not full settlements. Their people came, trained, gathered resources, rotated out, and returned to their home realms. That was what made sense. That was what Michael had assumed. Yet below him lay a civilization. A real one. Michael felt something else too. Population. A few 100,000. There were moving dots along the streets and platforms. There were clusters of buildings that looked like they were built for daily life rather than war. Michael hurriedly turned to look at Caliph, the Starborn, for explanation. Caliph did not look surprised at all. He glanced down at the city in passing, as if it were a familiar landmark rather than something abnormal, then looked back ahead while keeping pace in the air. "Why are you surprised?" he asked. "A top race can sustain a large population anywhere it decides to, as long as it is willing to pay the cost." Michael held his expression steady, but his eyes stayed on the structures below. When Caliph put it like that, it sounded obvious. Michael's mind shifted. He considered Aurora's scale. If a civilization like Aurora chose to anchor itself in hell, the hardest part would not be building a city. Caliph spoke again, seemingly having anticipated Michael's next thought. "And yes," he continued, "you are probably wondering why other races do not do the same, even when they could." Michael did not answer, but the silence was enough. Caliph explained without slowing. For most races, building a permanent civilian settlement in hell was impractical. Hell was not a stable territory in the way normal realms were stable. A single change in a neighboring floor's balance could ripple outward and turn a safe region into a killing zone. Stations were flexible. Cities were not. A station could be abandoned in hours. A city could not. Evacuating tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands required time, and much more. If a crisis rose suddenly, the slowest people would die first, and they would die in numbers that would stain a race's reputation for centuries. There was also the question of purpose. Most races used hell like a resource field and a training ground. They rotated warriors through it, gathered rare materials, and left. The danger was acceptable because the people involved were combatants. If the worst happened, losses were painful but contained. There were also the deeper reasons that only powerful races truly understood. Hell did not like permanence. The longer a settlement existed, the more attention it drew from the things that crawled in hidden places. Demons were not mindless beasts, and even in the 6th floor, though not in intimidating numbers, there existed other rank 3 demons. Putting aside the rank 3, rank 2 in large numbers was enough to cause damage. Michael asked why the Drake blood were different. Caliph did not answer immediately. He simply told Michael to look again. Michael frowned, then forced himself to focus on the movement below rather than the walls and towers. Then the details settled. Most of the figures below were not Drakeblood. He had never met a Drakeblood before, but he knew enough. Drakeblood looked very human except for the fact that they had horns and a few other minor features. The people below didn't and seemed to belong to entirely different races. But wasn't this the Drakeblood territory? Why was there a large number of other figures? Caliph did not bother to soften it. "That is why a city can exist here," he said. "Because most of the people down there are not Drakeblood." Michael kept his gaze on the streets, still trying to reconcile what he was seeing with what he believed hell should be. Caliph continued in the same calm tone. "The Drakeblood can do it because this is not their population." Michael's brow twitched. "Then whose is it?" Caliph's voice lowered a fraction. "Vassals. The Drakeblood property." Michael's stomach tightened. Caliph did not look down at the city this time. "In the wider universe, a vassal race is not always conquered by slaughter," he explained. "Sometimes it is conquered by contract, sometimes by debt, sometimes by protection." His gaze flicked to Michael. "And sometimes it is conquered because a stronger race decides you are useful." Michael's eyes returned to the streets. The figures below were too diverse to be one people. Too many horn shapes, too many skin tones, too many physiques. A cluster of short, wide-shouldered beings moved past a group of lean, long-limbed ones. A line of carts was pulled by creatures that looked like domesticated beasts, guided by humanoids that could have passed for humans if not for the ridges along their brows and the faint scales at their necks. Michael's jaw tightened. Slaves. Caliph did not correct him. He only said, the word changes depending on who is speaking. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose. Caliph gestured faintly with his chin toward the horizon. In hell, technology is less reliable, he said. Not impossible, but limited. The environment disrupts many systems. Transportation channels are unstable. The deeper you go, the worse it becomes. He paused. So physical labor matters. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Caliph continued. The sixth floor has resources. Most races take the steady route of having combatants do the work themselves, either for training or whatever. The Drake blood, on the other hand, chose efficiency and low cost. Michael already knew where this was going. He looked down now, and his expression barely changed. According to our sources and the blueprint other races use, they call it opportunity for their vassals. Michael's eyes hardened. Caliph's voice did not. The vassals are told they are climbing, he said. That serving their rulers is a ladder. Work hard and your children will gain better status. And for some of them, it is even true. Caliph spoke again. Most of the people you are seeing are not the original conquered ones, he said. They are their children. Michael's chest rose, then fell. He sighed, deep and tired, even though none of this had been done to him. The universe really was brutal. Caliph did not respond to the emotion. He only finished the thought he had begun earlier. This is why other races do not do this, he said. Not because they cannot build a city. His eyes sharpened slightly. Because if you cannot hold it forever, then you are building a grave. He looked forward. And if you can hold it forever, then you must decide what you are willing to become to keep it running. Most races don't care. If it's not their race, some don't care, and some even go so far as to say if it's not from our race, it is of another mind. This is the universe. It is also why every race strives for hegemony and the ability to remain on top. With multiple rank 3 supernaturals flying close by, even if the overseers of the territory wanted to ignore it, they could not. What surprised the visitors, however, was the welcome they received. Who dares to fly above the territory of the Drakebloods? The sky above the day side darkened instantly. The pale brilliance that had filled the heavens was swallowed as if a veil had been torn away. Then came a roar, followed by a vast, rolling force that crushed downward, rippling through the air. Michael felt it pass through his chest and spine, vibrating bone and blood in the same instant. Something enormous tore through the cloud layer. A drake. Its body was vast. Black and blue scales overlapped like armor. Its wings stretched wide, blotting out entire sections of the dark sky as they beat once, hard enough to send shockwaves spiraling outward. Michael was shocked. What sort of welcome was this? No demand for identification before going all out. Then the attack came immediately. The drake's jaws opened, and a torrent of lightning erupted forward as a dense, spiraling beam that warped the air around it. The sky screamed as the attack carved through space itself, aimed directly at the cluster of floating figures. The attack crossed the distance in an instant. Lightning compressed to the point of distortion screamed through the air, its core so dense that space bent around it. For the first time since entering the 6th floor, the old man finally showed his hand. He raised one hand. At first, nothing visible happened. Then the space in front of the group rippled, as if the sky itself had inhaled sharply. That was when Michael felt it. The atmosphere in front of the old man condensed violently, layers upon layers of compressed air folding inward like invisible walls stacked atop one another. Wind screamed as it was dragged into place, density skyrocketing in a heartbeat. The lightning beam struck and stopped. It slammed into the invisible barrier and flattened, the lightning forced to spread sideways as if it had collided with an immovable surface. Michael's eyes widened. Was it the power of the strike that would have sent him to the ground in tatters, or the casual display of power the old man used? The gap between their levels felt enormous, making Michael clench his fists subconsciously. This level of power looked distant to him, yet it was actually achievable if he chose to settle. He shook his head almost immediately. Thanks to his recent experiences in hell, a trace of insecurity had crept into his heart, throwing off his usual composure. Rather than ascend with just any law, it would be better to do so with one comparable to his undead. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing, especially if his advantage only amounted to making fire hotter. Perhaps it was because of the old man's display of power, but the drake in the sky did not attack again. Behind the old man, the allies who had activated their laws to defend themselves stiffened. They knew he was strong, but seeing it was still impressive. Once they recovered, they all turned toward the drake with visible anger. The old man lowered his hands slowly, the compressed air dispersing as if it had never existed. His gaze lifted to the drake hovering in the darkened sky. "Is that how the drake blood welcomed guests now?" he asked calmly. The drake snorted. The sound was deep and resonant, unmistakably feminine, carrying the weight of something ancient and proud. Lightning crawled lazily along the edges of her scales as her massive head tilted downward. "Do guests normally fly over their host's head?" she replied. Her voice rolled like distant thunder. "Or do they think themselves so important that courtesy no longer applies?" Her slit pupils narrowed. "Old man," she continued, lips curling back just enough to reveal rows of sharp teeth, "do not mistake one blocked strike for fear. I am not scared of you." She had clearly realized that the old man was a suppressed rank 4. Though she remained arrogant on the surface, she was tense inside and had already begun sending out mental messages. As a peak rank 3 and a drake blood, there were very few things in the early floors of hell that could threaten her. That fact had fueled her pride. Now, regret was beginning to creep in. With the power of her race behind her, she was not afraid of a rank 4. But if that rank 4 did not care about the consequences to her race, she could die. The old man smiled faintly. It was not warm. "It has been years," he said evenly, "since I have met an arrogant junior who speaks so freely in front of me." The drake laughed. "Junior," she scoffed. "Just because you aged in the void does not make you older than me." When one entered the realm of understanding the world, their spatial abilities grew, especially anything related to space. Because of that, while not perfectly accurate, perceptive supernaturals could roughly sense how deeply another had remained in the void, where time had no fixed meaning. Behind the old man, several of the rank 3 allies bristled. A few allowed their auras to leak, pressure pressing outward like coiled steel finally released. The old man did not react. His gaze slid away from the drake as if she were no longer worth his attention. He looked at the empty air beside her, at a spot where there was nothing. "If you're here," he said, "stop lurking." For half a breath, nothing changed. Then the void wrinkled. A tall woman appeared in midair. Black robe. Long horns that curved back like polished obsidian. A thin tail that swayed behind her, slow and deliberate. Her skin was pale with a faint ash tint, and her eyes were the kind of dark that did not reflect light. The rank 3s reacted instantly. Why is it that when it's my turn to do something, something always goes wrong? Michael lamented as he stared at the sky, where two figures stood on empty air. One was the old man from the Federation. The other was from the Drake blood race. The shocking part was that both of them were rank 4. That alone left Michael confused. Ever since entering Hell, or rather, ever since entering the Academy as a whole, rank 4s no longer seemed as rare as he had once believed. Hell only intensified that feeling. Even within the Academy, he had encountered only a handful of rank 4s, and even then, those encounters were either extremely brief or from a great distance. He had never been involved in matters at their level before. Yet now, not only had he killed one, he had remained close to another for nearly an hour. At the moment, the entire group waited outside Drakeblood territory, patiently allowing the discussion above to conclude. The Drake from earlier had already left the moment the rank 4 from her side appeared. The Starborn drifted a little closer to Michael. "Do you think they'll reach an agreement?" he asked. Michael watched the two figures in the sky, the pressure between them folding the air into subtle waves. He did not answer immediately. "I don't know," he said eventually. "But if they do, then with just those two alone, the Demon Lord problem should already be resolved." The Starborn glanced at him, then nodded slowly. "I was thinking the same," he said as he assessed the gathered rank 3s and the two rank 4s above them. "Even without any more support, this is already excessive." Michael agreed, though he did not voice it. In truth, he had believed from the start that just himself and the old man would be enough. Still, at this stage, he did not want unnecessary losses. He had no intention of losing any undead, and caution against the unexpected had pushed him to accept more people joining. What he wanted more than anything now was for the Demon Lord to be dealt with quickly so he could return to exploring Hell properly. Aside from this place, he could not think of anywhere else that could provide such a large and diverse supply of cores. The only alternative would be the corrupted dimensional cracks the Academy controlled, but that involved far more time, paperwork, and regulations. Hell was simply more appealing. The pressure in the sky shifted. A moment later, the old man descended. Every gaze fixed on him. He did not keep them waiting long. "The discussion is over," he said. His tone was even, almost casual. "There will be no joint operation. The Drake Blood rank 4 is here by invitation from her people," he continued. "They requested her presence specifically to deal with the Demon Lord. That alone was enough to stir unease. She does not intend to cooperate," he said. "She plans to handle it herself." Several of the rank 3s stiffened. More than one of them clearly wanted to comment on the arrogance of that decision, but none did. The reason was obvious. Several of the rank 3s stiffened. More than one of them clearly wanted to comment on the arrogance of that decision, but none did. The reason was obvious. No matter how irritating it was, no one present could ignore reality. She was not beneath them. The old man's gaze swept over the group once. "I suspected something like this might happen," he said. "I just wasn't certain." He paused briefly. "Rank 4s are not cabbages," he added. "But now it seems very likely she isn't the only one. More rank 4s may already be on their way. That is good news for us," he continued. "Whether she cooperates or not, the Demon Lord is still being addressed." His gaze lifted briefly in the direction the Drake Blood rank 4 had vanished toward. "I still plan to head there," he said. "Even if no one else comes. With just her and me, the odds are already more than sufficient. Anything beyond that is excess." Several of the rank 3s exchanged glances. No one spoke. The old man turned his attention back to them. "So now I'll ask plainly," he said. "Do you wish to continue following me, or will you return to your territories?" Silence stretched for a heartbeat. The Starborn was the first to move. "I'll return," he said with a hint of embarrassment. The others might not have known, but Michael was already fully aware of his cautious nature, even if it was supported by reasonable and legitimate excuses. The Starborn inclined his head slightly toward the old man. "With rank 4s involved, my presence won't change the outcome," he said. "Staying would only add unnecessary risk." The old man nodded once. "That's a sensible choice," he said. The Starborn glanced at Michael briefly, then stepped back, already preparing to depart. One by one, the others began to consider their own positions. Michael watched them quietly. By the time the decision finished rippling through the group, the change was stark. More than a dozen figures had arrived with the old man. Now, only a handful remained. One after another, the rank 3s chose caution. Some bowed briefly before departing. Others offered quiet words of respect and withdrew without ceremony. None of them lingered. With rank 4s stepping onto the board, they understood their limits. The sky slowly emptied. In the end, the crowd thinned until only a small core was left. The old man remained. Michael stayed. So did the silver-haired Amazari elder. The two Stonekin elders remained as well. That was all. From more than a dozen supernaturals, only this group remained. The old man glanced around once, taking stock of those still present. There was no surprise on his face. "This is enough," he said. His voice carried no bravado, only certainty. Michael felt it too. With the old man, himself, the Amazari elder, and the two Stonekin, the group was small, but it was solid. Though he did not have the chance to check the territories of the Starborn and the Drakeblood, and felt it was a pity, Michael looked forward far more to seeing the Demon Lord. What kind of creature could inspire such caution from a rank 4 powerhouse, even while suppressed? Using mortal terms, an adult would not normally fear facing a child, even if that child was sick with malaria. Yet in this case, it felt as though the illness was severe enough that even a grown man might lose. Aside from wanting to witness the creature and its power, Michael was also quite interested in its corpse. He was not certain whether he could turn a rank 4 into an undead, but he felt he had a good chance with something that was still at rank 3. Yes, it was strong, but it had not yet crossed the line where even ambitious necromancers would give up entirely. That said, the chances of this happening were slim. Surely the corpse of a demon lord could not be useless, but with so many eyes on it, this was not the time for Michael to reveal his desire to claim it. Still, though it felt somewhat unfortunate, he was not overly bothered. He believed that given time, his talent, and a sufficient pool of resources, any of his undead could reach that level at the same stage and eventually surpass it. With their course decided, the old man did not waste time. Space folded. The world lurched. As they passed through several floors on the way to the 15th floor, they learned more about the Demon Lord's situation. Although the Federation did not have stations on the lower floors like they did on the first and second floors, they still maintained controlled locations on other floors. The old man simply did not know all of them. Fortunately, with others present, they were not lacking in current information. In the next instant, the scenery changed completely. According to what they learned, the Demon Lord had not remained on the 15th floor for long. It had appeared suddenly, unleashed a brief but violent wave of chaos across several floors, then vanished just as quickly. Yet that short appearance had been enough to announce its presence to numerous races across the early floors of Hell. After that, nothing followed. Only silence. Which raised a single lingering question for the group. Where was the Demon Lord now? The old man gathered the limited information they had and reached a simple conclusion. If the Demon Lord had last been seen on the 15th floor, then the fastest way to narrow its location was to speak with those who ruled it. There were 3 major races that held territory on this floor. One of them was the elves. As they flew over the vast wilderness of the 15th floor, Michael finally understood why this place was compared to an Amazon plain. He found the name strange, yet oddly fitting when considered more deeply. Endless forest stretched as far as the eye could see. Towering trees pierced the clouds, their canopies forming layered seas of green. Massive vines coiled around ancient trunks, and rivers cut through the land like silver veins. Life was everywhere. Too much of it. Michael glanced down at the forest below, then looked at the old man. "We should go to the elves," he said. The response was immediate. No. It did not come from one voice. It came from all of them. The silver-haired Amazari elder shook her head slowly. "Elves are not pleasant to deal with," she said. One of the Stonekin elders spoke next. "I would rather not explain why we should avoid them." The second Stonekin rumbled in agreement. Michael frowned slightly. He knew elves had a mixed reputation across the universe, but this reaction hardly looked balanced. Michael clicked his tongue quietly. "So who do we visit first?" he asked. "One of the other two," the old man said. The group adjusted their direction in the air. Michael cast one last look at the endless forest stretching beneath them. It was a pity. But he pushed the thought aside. Right now, the demon lord mattered more. They were just about to leave when a distant eruption of mana entered their senses. Michael's eyes narrowed. He felt it from an absurd distance. That alone said enough. Whatever had erupted was so far away that sensing it at all meant it was anything but normal. The two Stonekin elders stiffened. The silver-haired Amazari elder's expression shifted slightly. The old man did not ask questions. He vanished instantly, without any gesture to gather them. One moment he was there. The next, the air where he stood was empty, as if he had never existed. The three rank threes froze for half a breath. They stared at the empty space he had left behind. Then they looked at each other. The Amazari elder disappeared next. One of the Stonekin elders vanished right after her. The other followed a heartbeat later. And then only Michael remained, floating above the endless canopy. For a moment, there was nothing but wind and the distant echo of the eruption. Michael clicked his tongue. He did not have a law, so he could not fold space or step through the void like they had. But he could still fly. Michael inhaled once. Mana surged through his body. The air around him compressed, then detonated. Boom. A sonic boom tore outward behind him as he shot forward like a spear. The trees below blurred into a continuous green smear. Cloud layers ripped past him. Wind screamed in his ears until it became a constant roar. Michael's eyes narrowed further. He pushed again. Boom. Another thunderclap rolled across the sky. His speed climbed. The 15th floor's heavy, life-rich atmosphere resisted him like thick water, but his body did not slow. His muscles tightened. His bones hummed with pressure. And his mana moved with frightening efficiency. Michael's gaze locked onto the direction the others had vanished toward. He could not see them, but he could feel the faint traces left behind. Most people would have fallen behind immediately. Michael did not. He reached the first point where one of the Stonekin elders had disappeared. He passed it. His eyes widened a fraction. He had expected to feel the gap widen with every second. Instead, the distance did not seem to explode the way it should have. Michael clicked his tongue again. This was his first time fully testing his flying speed, and indeed, his body was definitely not an ordinary vessel. Ridiculous, he muttered. Then he pushed harder. Boom. The sound rolled across the sky like a cannon. Michael accelerated until the air ahead of him began to distort, and the pressure around his body turned into a tight shell, a moving barrier that split wind and cloud. His coat snapped violently behind him. His hair whipped back. Below, entire rivers became thin silver lines. It was a brute method. It was inefficient compared to stepping through space. But it worked. And the most absurd part was that, for a brief stretch, it felt like he was keeping up. Not perfectly. But enough that the gap did not become hopeless. The moment Michael broke the sound barrier ahead, the silver-haired Amazari elder felt it first. Her brows knit together. She turned her head slightly, senses extending backward, and what she felt made her breath catch. Something was coming. Fast. Behind her, one of the Stonekin elders slowed for half a second. He frowned. The second Stonekin noticed it an instant later. His heavy brow lowered as his perception sharpened, following the disturbance backward along its path. Both of them reached the same conclusion at nearly the same time. That rank 2 was still behind them. And he was not falling behind. At first, none of them had truly understood why the old man had allowed Michael to follow. A rank 2. In a situation that involved demon lords and rank 4s. They had assumed it was indulgence. Or perhaps the old man was using him as bait. Or maybe there was some hidden protection they had not sensed. The old man had said the rank 2 could contribute. They had not believed him. Now, doubt crept in. The Amazari elder slowed her teleportation again, just enough to confirm what her senses were telling her. Her expression tightened. He was not chasing them blindly. He was even following the residual traces of spatial movement. Crude. Inefficient. But accurate. And terrifying. She had seen Rank 3 struggle to maintain flight at this speed. Michael was doing none of that. Another sonic boom cracked behind them. The Stonekin elders exchanged a glance. Stonekin valued mass and endurance above speed. Their race did not excel at rapid movement, yet even they knew what they were witnessing defied common sense. A Rank 2 body should have torn itself apart under that strain. What sort of monster was this? The second Stonekin felt confused. If he had not seen the Rank 2's aura with his own senses, he would have assumed this was a hidden Rank 3 suppressing himself. No. Even that explanation felt weak. The Amazari elder felt a chill trace down her spine. This was her first time witnessing Michael act without restraint. The realization unsettled her. A Rank 2 with a body capable of chasing spatial travelers through brute force. She thought back to the old man's calm certainty earlier. This is enough. For the first time, she understood what he might have meant. Behind them, the pressure surged again. Michael pushed harder. The shock waves grew tighter, more focused. Instead of scattering outward, they wrapped around him, compressed into a moving sheath that reduced resistance through sheer dominance. He felt it too. The strain no longer felt foreign. His body adapted frighteningly fast. His mana circulation stabilized under extreme output, not flaring wildly like most would. His bones stopped screaming. His muscles stopped protesting. They obeyed. Michael's eyes sharpened. He was closer now. Not close enough to catch up to the ones ahead of him. But close enough that the gap no longer mocked him. The realization made his heart beat faster from excitement. In any case, though what happened now seemed to have taken minutes, it was only a few seconds, and soon they caught up with the old man. But none of them had the attention to spare for him anymore. Not when the sky ahead looked like it had been split open. The moment Michael's senses brushed past the space ahead, his mind went still. Hundreds of demons filled the air. It was madness. And fighting them were three different forces, three different races, scattered across the airspace like islands trying not to be swallowed by a tide. One group fought with elegant formations. Elves. Even from a distance, their style was unmistakable. But they were losing. Not because they were weak, but because the demons were too many. Demons dove like arrows, screaming as they tore through defenses, dragging fighters out of formation. Explosions rippled across the sky, but for every demon that fell, two more took its place. The air itself felt poisoned with intent. Michael's breath caught. So this was the eruption. Ahead, the old man stood in the air. And then Michael slammed into the edge of the battlefield's pressure zone, slowing just enough not to crash into them. The sonic boom behind him rolled across the sky like a war drum. For a fraction of a second, the others stared at him again, as if remembering he existed. Their eyes flicked over his posture. Then their attention snapped back to the demons, because the sight in front of them did not allow distraction. For a fraction of a second, the others stared at him again, as if remembering he existed. Then their attention snapped back to the demons, because the sight in front of them did not allow distraction. The old man glanced at Michael. There was surprise in his eyes. "I do not know what is happening," the old man said. His gaze shifted again, tracking the movement of the demons. "But I know what must be done." The old man's expression hardened. "If this continues," he said, "it will become far worse." He lifted his hand. Space trembled. "We stop it here." Then he vanished again. The other rank 3 followed, leaving only Michael behind, but this time not without dropping a nod at Michael first. This is insane, Michael thought mentally as he maintained his distance. Did the disappearance of the demon lord have to do with this? Michael said aloud as he brought his spear out of his soul space together with the damaged coffin of the Forgotten that houses his undead. He didn't know what was happening, but he felt like he should do his part before this got worse. When the old man entered the fray, it was like they knew or could rather obviously see he was the most dangerous one and ganged up on him. Regardless of how powerful he is, except he is willing to go all out, just as Michael's undead has been able to hold back the rank 4 from the demonic faction, the demons were also able to do the same for the old man, but thankfully with his presence, the pressure on the 3 other races reduced, though it was still a lot for them to handle. Even with the peak rank 3 Amazari silver-haired elder, and the 2 though individually weak rank 3 stonekin but strong together, the situation didn't get much better. Michael could feel the old man's gaze land on him several times. Michael knew the old man was aware of him having a good amount of rank 3 undead. But what Michael didn't know was that though the man did know he had a good amount of rank 3 undead to be able to subdue a suppressed rank 4, good in the old man's mind was having at most 5 peak rank 3 undead. This misconception made Michael even more comfortable in releasing his undead. Though he acted like he didn't care, Michael had honestly been a bit concerned about the Federation's reaction to his power, but seeing as the old man did not react, he did not know, Michael felt more at ease. There were about 40 rank 3 combatants on each side of the 3 races, and on the demon side, there were about 300 rank 3. However, the 3 races had survived before this was impressive, but given the bodies on the floor, it was enough to say enough about their tragic fate. Each race took about double the size of their group. About 80 for each group, meaning the rest were either focused on the silver-haired elder, the stonekin, and the old man who took the biggest number individually but was skilled enough to manage more than the other 3. 80 undead should be enough, Michael thought. In any case, if they were not enough, he still had about 180 more undead he could bring out. Willing his intention to the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, Michael started summoning his undead. The old man continued fighting, but his gaze never truly left Michael. When Michael looked as though he was about to act, the old man's curiosity stirred. 5 rank 3 undead would certainly be powerful. Against a single target, especially a suppressed rank 4, they could change the flow of battle. But this was different. This was a battlefield drowned in numbers. Against hundreds of rank 3s, 5, even peak 1s, would not be decisive. Or so he thought. Then the first undead emerged. It was still in its humanoid form. A rank 3. The second followed immediately. Then the third. The fourth. The fifth. The old man's brows knit together. 5. That matched his expectation. Then the 6th emerged. Then the 7th. Then the 8th. One after another, undead poured out in an unbroken sequence, each one radiating a stable, unmistakable rank 3 aura. The old man was not the only one who froze. The Amazari elder's breath caught in her throat. The stonekin elders who were also paying attention stiffened mid-motion, their bodies momentarily forgetting to move. Even the demons reacted. A sharp, distorted roar tore through the battlefield. Stop him now. The shout came from a high-ranking demon near the rear, its voice carrying both fury and urgency. The moment the command was given, the demonic formation fractured. Several groups peeled away from the main engagement at once, dozens of rank 3 demons breaking off and turning in unison. Their eyes locked onto Michael. They rushed him. At the same instant, Michael's undead moved. No orders were spoken. They surged forward as one, black auras flaring as they intercepted the charge. The air between the two forces detonated in a violent collision of mana and flesh. Boom! Shockwaves rippled outward as demon and undead slammed together. Some continued fighting in the material world while some immediately entered the void to continue. But still, the summoning did not stop. Another undead emerged. Then another. Then 5 more. 10. 20. The chill began to spread. At first, it was subtle, a tightening in the chest, a sense that something was wrong. Then it became unmistakable. The number of undead reached 50. Then past it. No one was counting anymore. Because the battlefield itself had changed. The demons were being forced back. Not because they were suddenly weaker, but because they were being matched and getting closer to being outmatched. The silver-haired Amazari elder felt her scalp prickle. This. She murmured under her breath, eyes wide. What sort of sorcery is this? One of the Stonekin elders spoke too. This is an army. It was an exaggeration to call 80 figures an army, but in the supernatural world, if the power was high enough, even 20 figures could count as an army or at least a special kind of army. The demons felt it too. The initial rush faltered as undead numbers continued to swell behind the front lines, filling gaps instantly. Michael hovered calmly behind them, spear resting in his hand. As for the old man. For the first time since entering the battlefield, his expression truly changed. His gaze sharpened as he counted. 5 peak rank 3 undead. That was what he had expected. That was what would have been reasonable. Where did this 8th come from? His eyes narrowed. He finally understood. He had underestimated the scale of the youth's strength. He couldn't deny he himself felt scared in his heart, though he wouldn't admit it. Just what the boy had shown now, if at any time Michael wanted to deal with him, as long as they could control his abilities related to the void, his life would be in danger, except maybe he could do something to Michael. This thought made the old man feel suddenly insecure. This. The old man muttered under his breath, dodging a demon strike as his attention flicked back to Michael again. How many does he truly have? Is this all? The demons too had come to a realization. They were in a very messed up situation. Just when everything seemed to be settling, just when the demonic pressure began to bend under the weight of Michael's reinforcements. Michael felt it. A terrifying aura from behind. For a split second, it felt like the entire battlefield noise muted, as if the world itself had held its breath. Michael's pupils narrowed. He turned his head only slightly and a fist was already there. An inch away from his face. A human fist, wrapped in compressed mana so dense it looked like the air around it had been carved into a weapon. Phase shift. Then Michael vanished and reappeared 10 meters away in a different location. Boom. The shockwave ripped through the air in his former location. Michael's gaze snapped there and lifted his spear instinctively. But his attacker did not chase blindly and pulled back into the void. For an instant, Michael managed to see a silhouette with a human frame. Human. That confirmation landed like a weight in Michael. A human was here. Demonic supernaturals. Someone who could approach him through 80 rank 3 undead and a battlefield full of death without being noticed until the last inch made Michael's heart beat fast. The man's body appeared again a few seconds later, but Michael was able to dodge this time again with phase shift, except he was slower this time even if he didn't get hit. It was then others in the battlefield reacted as well. As the main figure here at this moment, Michael was the center of attraction. Michael wanted to let out a curse. Did that rank 3 have no shame, sneaking up on a harmless rank 2 junior? However, even after a few seconds passed, the attacker did not reappear. That did not make Michael feel relieved. If anything, it made things worse. After all, he was in the open and they were in the dark. Compared to them, he was the one exposed. Michael's grip on his spear tightened. Without hesitation, he issued a silent command. Spartan, come. The undead who looked eerily human was still ahead, locked in combat with 2 rank 3 demons. The order reached him instantly. He disengaged without hesitation. The 2 rank 3 demons he had been fighting reacted a heartbeat too late. Spartan stepped backward in midair, and in that same motion, the air in front of him ignited in black flames as he used his law. Mana traced itself in the air, forming a flawless magic circle that burned briefly before collapsing inward. A fire spell detonated. One demon crossed its arms to block. They vaporized at the elbows. The other demon roared and unleashed its law, hardening its body into jagged crimson armor. Its claws tore forward, carrying corrosive force that warped the air. Spartan did not move. Another magic circle formed. Black flames poured out and clung to the demon's armored flesh like living ink. The demon screamed as its energy and flesh were eaten away, peeled from existence layer by layer. Its strength collapsed inward, feeding the fire instead of resisting it. The remaining demon howled. Its eyes flared blue and the air around it liquefied. Water burst into existence from nothingness. It was not simple water either. It shimmered with layered pressure, dense enough to bend light, heavy enough to crush steel. The space around Spartan flooded instantly. Waves spiraled upward, forming a rotating prison of compressed water that closed in from every direction. Within it, pressure multiplied again and again, seeking to grind everything inside into formless pulp. A weaker supernatural would have been torn apart in an instant. Spartan did not even slow. The water touched the edge of his black flames. And vanished, looking as though it had been consumed. The demon's pupil shrank. No. It forced more power into the law, veins bulging as the water thickened, turning dark and viscous, carrying crushing force meant to drown even spiritual bodies. The black flames flared. They spread through the water instead of being smothered by it, devouring the law energy itself like fuel. Wherever the flames passed, the water ceased to exist, leaving behind empty pockets of distorted air. The demon staggered. Spartan stepped forward. Another magic circle traced itself in the air. A column of black fire descended like judgment. It struck the demon from above, piercing through the remaining water defenses as if they were illusions. The demon screamed as the flames sank into its chest, spreading inward. The water prison imploded. What remained of the demon fell apart midair, its body breaking into fragments of dissolving ash before being swallowed entirely by the flames. The power ranking of Michael's undead legion was a bit crooked, as one could not absolutely say one undead was stronger than another. Surface ranking was possible, but Michael, who knew more about his undead than anyone else, understood that if it came down to a fight to total destruction, his undead were capable of many surprises. As for why he did not call any of his other undead immediately, just because they were strong did not mean they were the best at protecting. At least to Michael's understanding, an undead like Ghost was strong, but it was not exactly versatile while being strong at the same time. In any case, Spartan was not the only undead he had called out immediately. The other one was simply somewhere in the dark. Spartan turned and got ready to appear beside Michael when killing intent stabbed through the chaos from behind him. Michael's instinct screamed, but fortunately he had already been prepared from the start. Space folded for an instant. The assassin struck where Michael had been, a blade of condensed force slicing through empty air with terrifying accuracy. It missed by less than a breath, but was immediately met by another strike made by a figure in a black coat. It was Fade, the other undead Michael had called out to protect him, except he had not been as loud about it as he had been with Spartan. Phase shift. Michael reappeared several meters away when a second figure emerged from concealment the moment Michael reformed, timing the strike perfectly for the instant his spatial displacement ended. Michael barely had time to react. His spear snapped up. Clang. The impact rang out like a struck bell. For a fraction of a second, Michael blocked it, but that fraction was all he got. The force behind the blow was monstrous. Michael's arms screamed, and the power embedded in the strike detonated outward instead of dispersing. Boom. Michael was hurled downward. The air collapsed behind him as he fell like a meteor, before slamming into the ground below. The earth exploded. A crater dozens of meters wide bloomed outward, stone and soil vaporizing instantly as shockwaves rippled through the battlefield. The moment Michael was sent crashing into the ground, every undead within range reacted at once. The undead that had been locked in combat with demons twisted mid-fight, heads snapping toward the crater, and started moving instinctively, abandoning their current opponents as if drawn by an invisible thread. But before they could fully converge, a voice echoed inside their minds. It was a familiar voice. "Continue fighting," the voice told them. The undead froze for a fraction of a second, just long enough to realign, then turned back to the battlefield, fury redirected, violence renewed. Demons who thought they had found an opening were torn apart moments later, punished for the brief lapse. Only 2 undead did not go after the other demons. Spartan and Fade. Only 2 undead didn't go after the other demons. Spartan and Fade. Spartan did not even glance at the chaos around him. The instant Michael was struck, he moved. Space warped as he crossed dozens of meters in a straight line, black flames roaring around his body like a living mantle. The rank 3 assassin who had delivered the blow barely had time to widen his eyes before Spartan was on him. There was no spell or skill cast. Just a fist wrapped in devouring fire. The punch landed squarely in the assassin's guard. The law protecting him screamed. Black flames surged inward, bypassing defense, consuming the reinforcement itself. The assassin was blasted backward, body spinning uncontrollably as chunks of energy peeled away from him like ash. Spartan followed relentlessly. A magic circle formed mid-stride, snapping into place with brutal precision. Black fire erupted again. The assassin barely managed to twist aside, losing an arm in the process as the flames tore through empty space where his torso had been a heartbeat earlier. He screamed in disbelief. This thing. Spartan did not let him finish. On the other side of the battlefield, Fade finally revealed his true form. Fade's humanoid form split apart like shedding skin, dissolving into shadow and bone as something enormous emerged from within. A massive black praying mantis, taller than a building, unfolded into the air. Its body was jagged and sleek, layered with natural armor that absorbed light instead of reflecting it. Multiple eyes glowed faintly along its triangular head, each one locking onto the assassin with terrifying focus. Scythes longer than spears unfolded from its forelimbs. The assassin's breath caught. "Aren't you supposed to go and protect your master? What kind of creature are you?" Fade did not answer. It vanished, its presence disappearing along with it. The mantis reappeared behind the assassin instantly, scythe slashing down in a cross that tore space itself. The assassin barely dodged, rolling away as the attack carved a rift through the air where he had been standing. Fade pressed forward. The assassin activated his law fully now, shadows thickening around his body, blades of condensed darkness forming and launching outward in rapid succession. Fade cut through them and continued pressing forward. Back at the crater, dust and debris were still settling. A hand pushed against shattered stone. Michael rose slowly. His body ached. His arms trembled faintly. Blood ran freely now down his forearm. Unlike his undead that had not only been blessed by extraordinary materials to strengthen their foundation but also fused with his blood, which made them stronger than their level would suggest, no matter how strong he was, Michael was still just a rank 2 awakener. But his eyes were clear. Michael looked up and saw Spartan tearing into the second assassin without restraint. Saw Fade's massive form dominating the shadows. Saw his undead legion continuing to grind the demonic forces down exactly as ordered. Michael exhaled. Good. Having time to himself before others focused on him again, Michael left the battlefield with Earth escape. Spartan advanced without hesitation. The assassin staggered through the air, one arm already gone, blood spilling freely. He tried to retreat into the void, forcing his law outward in a desperate surge, but Spartan followed straight through the distortion. Black flames clung to Spartan's body as he stepped into the warped space, his form flickering but never slowing. The assassin lashed out blindly. A blade of compressed force tore across Spartan's side. It landed. The strike ripped through flesh and bone alike, carving a deep line across Spartan's torso and exposing the darkened structure beneath. Black flames guttered violently for a brief instant. But Spartan did not stop. He did not even react. He seized the assassin by the throat with one hand and drove him downward. They smashed into the ground hard enough to crater it again, shockwaves tearing outward. The assassin coughed blood, his law flickering wildly as Spartan's flames burned through his defenses from the inside. The assassin screamed. Spartan raised his other hand. Spartan's raised hand came down. It was a punch. The fist crashed into the assassin's face with a sound like stone shattering. The ground beneath them ruptured, cracks racing outward as the assassin's head snapped back unnaturally. Before the body could even fall, Spartan punched again. And again. Each blow landed with absolute precision, black flames detonating inward instead of outward, forcing their way past the assassin's outer body. The assassin tried to scream. The fourth punch caved in his chest. The fifth erased what remained of his head. By the sixth, there was nothing left. Only then did he stop. He released his hand, and ash drifted downward. Spartan stood upright, his damaged torso still smoldering, black flames stabilizing around the wound as his body began its slow regeneration. His expression never changed. "Master's blood is truly something," he said with something that sounded akin to awe but flat. He turned his head. Across the battlefield, Fade's massive mantis form was locked in combat with the remaining assassin. Shadow and steel collided repeatedly, scythes flashing as blades of darkness were torn apart mid-flight. Spartan stepped forward. The ground cracked beneath his foot. Fade sensed him immediately. The mantis shifted its stance, hurting the assassin backward without words. The assassin realized it at the same time. His breathing hitched. Two monsters. He tried to retreat into the void again. Spartan vanished. The assassin reappeared a heartbeat later and Spartan was already there. A single punch landed in the assassin's abdomen, black flames erupting inward and detonating his body from the inside out. Fade's scythes came down a fraction of a second later, cleaving through what remained. The body split. Then dissolved. Silence followed. Spartan straightened and turned away without a glance at the remains. Fade's massive form folded inward, shadows collapsing as it returned to concealment, its task complete. Both undead turned back toward the battlefield. Meanwhile in another location, a head emerged from the ground. It was Michael. After using the Earth Escape skill to enter the ground, he went as far as possible from the battlefield. The feeling of skipping death too many times in such a short while was terrible to Michael. Who were those people attacking me? Though he asked the question in confusion, Michael was almost sure of who they were. The demonic supernaturals. Even if they weren't the ones, Michael would rather believe they were the ones. Unfortunately, though he burned with rage, it wasn't enough to cloud his mind. Fortunately my body was strong enough to resist and no one chased me after. However, Michael had only finished muttering this when he heard a voice. I've seen a lot of skills but this is the first time I've seen a master rank do such a skill. What's the name of your skill? Michael did not bother to turn around. The moment the voice reached his ears, he knew one thing. In times when one was in a place that felt weird, the quickest solution was to leave that place. Michael decided he was going to run instead. Michael sank deeper into the earth as he activated Earth Escape again. The soil parted beneath him, layers of rock and compacted stone peeling aside as his body slipped through. Then he felt it. The earth hardened. It locked up around him as if a will had been forced into the ground itself, compressing it, stiffening every grain of soil into something closer to metal than stone. Michael's breath hitched. If he stopped now, he would be trapped. If he hesitated, his body would be crushed where he was. His jaw clenched. Pain flared through his chest and arms as he forced more mana into the technique, muscles screaming as the resistance multiplied. His wounds throbbed violently, blood seeping freely now as the pressure scraped against his already damaged body. Damn it! He pushed anyway. The resistance spiked, but fortunately in a competition of elements, there weren't a lot of people that could compete with Michael. Seeing Michael gain advantage, Michael noticed the control around the earth he was trapped in loosen a bit and he took advantage of it. It seems whoever was controlling it had not expected him to be able to do something. Michael forced himself forward, tearing through the hardened earth by sheer stubborn will. His senses blurred for a second, and his body felt like it was being dragged across blades, but he broke through the obstruction. A heartbeat later, the ground above him shook violently. A punch landed. The earth behind him exploded inward, shockwaves rippling through the underground layers as whatever had tried to stop him struck too late. Stone shattered, pressure collapsed, and the space Michael had occupied was obliterated. But he was already gone. Michael did not slow. He reversed direction mid-escape, twisting through the soil and rock, forcing his battered body to move back toward the battlefield he had just abandoned. It is said the most dangerous place could also be the safest. Pain followed Michael every step of the way, and the more he moved the greater the feeling of weakness consumed him. His lungs burned. Blood stained the earth in his wake. But he did not stop. If he stayed underground, they would corner him eventually. If he surfaced elsewhere, he would be hunted alone. The battlefield, chaotic as it was still safer. At least there were much stronger people there, and even if they didn't help him, Michael's strongest undead just happened to be there too. If it was the other way around, Michael would have stood his ground a bit more while thinking of other solutions, but even though he had his other undead with him, even he could not beat them, and before he could even summon them, Michael didn't have the confidence he'd be able to hold on for a few seconds before the number sufficient to protect him would appear. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but Michael did not stop moving. If anything, as the feeling of weakness increased, so did his effort. High above the battlefield, far from where Michael tore through the earth, a figure in grey robe streaked across the sky like a falling star. His movement was violent and erratic. Each time he descended, he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! The impact cracked the earth in precise geometric patterns, lines of force spreading outward before sinking back into the stone. He rose again immediately, only to descend once more at a different angle. Boom! Again. Boom! Each strike was deliberate, as if he were tracing something unseen into the terrain itself. Damn it, the man cursed, his voice sharp with irritation. His hood fell back slightly, revealing a pale, sharp-featured face twisted in frustration. This was the same man who had stood beside Brian not long ago. Now, there was nothing amusing about this. "You really deserve to die," he muttered, fingers digging into the air as if he could seize something intangible. "You and the rest of these pests that can't do their job right." His original plan had been simple. Bring the demon lord up to the first floor. Use its presence to drown the races here in despair. Let chaos weaken them. Then harvest the survivors. But when he had tested the waters, exchanging only a brief clash with the races of this floor, he had felt it immediately. Danger. If he focused entirely on the demon lord, his so-called grand plan could very well die on this very floor. That realization had forced him to adjust. Using the authority and presence of the demon lord, he had reached downward, calling rank 3 demons from the lower floors. It should have been enough. It should have been overwhelming. Yet now. His gaze darkened. "That kid," he growled. "What kind of monster grows like that?" And as if that were not enough, there was also that unexpected rank 4 on the opposing side. Too many variables. The man clenched his fist, veins bulging as mana surged around him. "My plans keep changing," he said coldly. "And I hate that." Unfortunately, reality was beyond his means to control. A while later, Michael burst upward. The ground split as he emerged near the edge of the battlefield, debris spraying outward as he rolled across broken stone and forced himself upright. His vision swam for a moment. Then stabilized. Explosions filled the air. Undead clashed with demons. Flames and several other spells tore through the sky. Michael steadied himself, Planting his spear he now had in his left hand into the ground as he took a breath that felt like fire. Only then did he glance back. Nothing followed him out. Michael wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Coward," he muttered. But even as he said it, he knew better. The moment Michael was struck out of the sky, for an instant, it was as if the war itself stuttered. Even the old man fighting at the center of the battlefield felt it. His expression darkened. That strike had been meant to kill. Several demons howled in triumph when they did not sense any life from the ground. Their formation surged forward, confidence flaring for the first time in minutes. But unfortunately they were immediately met with confusion when they saw the undead were even fighting with more strength. Time passed, and the battle had already reached its end when Michael appeared at the corner of the battlefield. Michael did not bother hiding his presence as the last demon was killed. Hostile intent surged toward him from multiple directions, and several attacks converged on him at once. Before Michael could even open his mouth, a heavy pressure slammed down in front of him. Boom! A barrier of condensed air flared to life as the old man stepped between Michael and the incoming strikes. The attacks shattered against his defense, exploding outward in bursts of distorted, scattered energy. The ground cracked beneath his feet, but he did not move an inch. Silence followed. The old man turned slowly to look at Michael. His gaze lingered. His eyes swept over Michael from head to toe, the torn coat, the dried blood, the dirt and scorch marks clinging to him. Despite how ruined Michael looked, despite the blood and the damage, there were no visible injuries. No broken limbs. No torn flesh. Nothing that matched the amount of force Michael looked like he had passed through. And then the confusion set in. "You," the old man said. His brows furrowed. For a brief moment, something odd flickered across his face. Then it smoothed away, replaced by his usual composure. "Are you all right?" he asked. Michael opened his mouth before the old man could say anything else. "I was attacked again," he said. That single sentence drew the attention of everyone who was hearing him. The silver-haired elder descended at once, her body cutting through the air like a falling blade before landing beside the old man. "Again?" she asked. Several nearby experts turned fully toward him now. "Who attacked you?" the old man asked. Michael shook his head. "I don't know," he said truthfully. "I didn't stay long enough to find out. They were stronger than me. Much stronger. I ran as fast as I could. That was all. No exaggeration. Just a plain statement of fact." The silver-haired elder's gaze sharpened as she studied him. The others did the same. And that was where the strangeness of his appearance crept in. Michael looked terrible. His coat was torn and destroyed in several places. Dirt and dried blood clung to his clothes. His mana was unstable, and his complexion was pale. Yet there were no fatal wounds. No signs of someone who had barely escaped death at the hands of a superior expert. That contradiction made the silence stretch. Michael could only sigh helplessly in his mind. He had truly been roughed up lately. Unfortunately, his body refused to cooperate with that image. Even now, after everything he had been through, there were no crushed organs, no shattered bones, no lingering structural damage that matched the situation he experienced. With his current constitution, if Michael still looked terrible after being given even a short window to recover, then the damage he had taken must have been extreme. Severe enough to harm a body that the Awakener system itself had already acknowledged as standing on the threshold of godhood. The silver-haired elder continued speaking. "Did they pursue you?" she asked. Michael shook his head again. "No. They tried to stop me from escaping, but they were too slow." That answer only deepened the strangeness. Too slow. Several experts exchanged looks, especially the Amazari and Stonekin elders. The moment Michael tore through the sky with nothing but his own body replayed itself in their minds with uncomfortable clarity. They had seen him pursue teleportation itself, breaking through sound barriers one after another, the air detonating behind him as his body forced its way forward. Aside from the Amazari elder, there were not many rank 3 supernaturals present who could confidently claim they were faster than that. And that was the disturbing part. Michael was still only rank 2. With his foundation, how strong would he be when he advanced? The elders did not think this was the boy's peak. Even if he later couldn't find the law that suited him and followed another's path, he'd still be much stronger than ordinary rank 3. Among the other races, the looks directed at him changed when some started to recognize him. The old man noticed the shift immediately. He cleared his throat. "That," he said calmly, his voice carrying without effort, "is a discussion for later." The pressure in the air eased slightly as his words settled. "For now," he continued, "we still have matters to conclude." As if on cue, the atmosphere rippled. 3 figures descended from above. They were the leaders, or rather the ones with the highest authority among the 3 races in the 15th floor currently available right now. All 3 turned their attention toward Michael. Their gazes lingered on him as Michael himself also studied them as well. There were 3 major races operating openly on the 15th floor of Hell. Aside from the elves, there were 2 other races present. The first were the Karveth. A fully humanoid race at first glance, the Karveth were immediately recognizable by their 4 arms, arranged in 2 powerful pairs. Their skin ranged from muted bronze to deep stone gray. The Karveth were classified as neutral pragmatic. Across the universe, they were known as mercenaries and contract-bound enforcers. They did not fight for ideals or emotions. They fought for outcomes. If a battlefield promised profit, survival, or strategic advantage, the Karveth would be there. Once contracted, however, they were notoriously reliable. Betrayal was considered a cultural disgrace among them. The second race drew far more attention despite their smaller frames. They were the Virelian. Shorter in stature, the Virelian possessed compact purple wings formed from dense, crystalline feathers. Their bodies were slender, with smooth skin that carried an unnatural luster. The Virelian can be said to be a neutral race with incredible talent with several rare elements, but thanks to the low numbers, which was mostly caused by hunting, as their entire body consisted of treasures rare in the universe, they were quite an aggressive race. One could say they evolved to become that due to their surroundings. The silence that followed was broken first by the Karveth. The 4-armed figure stepped forward half a pace, all 4 palms coming together in a sharp, resounding clap. That cut through lingering tension like a hammer strike. "You have our thanks," he said loudly, his voice deep and carrying, unbothered by the eyes now turning toward him. "Had you not disrupted the demon formation when you did, the losses on this floor would have doubled. At the very least. After all this is done, we'll love your presence in our territory to give proper thanks." He looked to the others that came to help as well and said something similar. There was no flowery praise. Just a blunt acknowledgement of value. That alone spoke volumes about the Karveth. Next came the Virelian, who gave a similar thanks but on a more detached level. Then, finally, the elves. The elven representative was tall, even by elven standards, her figure slender without appearing fragile. Long hair the color of moonlit silver flowed freely down her back. Her skin was pale and smooth with the marks of battle on her. Instead of affecting her beauty, it instead gave her a rough elegance. Her eyes were what held Michael's attention. They were a muted green, calm and clear, with no visible ripple of emotion within them. No admiration. No hostility. The only thing he could sense well was the curiosity her eyes held. The elf finally spoke. "Are you, a half-elf?" The question landed lightly. But the effect it had was anything but. For a brief moment, the surrounding experts turned almost in unison, their gazes snapping back to Michael as if they were only now truly seeing him. Michael's long black hair had come loose at some point during the battle, no longer bound or restrained, flowing freely down his back in a dark cascade that reached past his shoulders. It was thick and smooth. His skin, though marked by dirt and dried blood, was unblemished beneath it. If anything, it was smoother than most elves present. His features were sharp but balanced, neither overly human nor distinctly elven, resting in an uncanny middle ground. His eyes were a vivid green, carrying a vitality that felt alive. There was something natural about him, something that made mana in the air subtly lean toward him without conscious intent. It was subtle. But to those sensitive enough, it was unmistakable. Nature favored him. The old man frowned. He knew Michael was from Aurora. And yet, as he observed him now, a thought surfaced unbidden. If someone told him this boy was the illegitimate child of an elven royal, he might not dismiss it outright. A bastard born of a high-ranking elven bloodline. It would explain far too much. No wonder the elf had felt compelled to ask. Michael, for his part, could only let out a confused look. "No," he said at last. "I'm human." The elf studied him for another long moment. Her green eyes lingered, curiosity deepening rather than fading. Then she nodded slowly, as if accepting the answer while still reserving judgment. "I see," she said. But the way she said it made it very clear. She did not see it all. It could not be helped. Others who did not hold the knowledge of elves might really see Michael as just a very exceptional human, but it was a bit of a different story in the universe. If Michael had long ears, he would look even more like an elf than an actual elf. The elf did not look away. "Then," she said slowly, "are you a holy child of your race?" A ripple spread instantly. Those who had merely been curious before now stared at Michael in earnest. A holy child. Among the races, that title was not symbolic. It was not poetic exaggeration. It referred to beings acknowledged by their race, by the world itself, as perfect creations. Individuals born in a span of 1,000,000 years, sometimes longer. Existences that embodied the essence of their species so completely that the laws of the world bent ever so slightly to accommodate them. And once the thought was raised, it became difficult to dismiss. They remembered Michael standing a full rank below and yet commanding multiple rank 3 undead without backlash. They remembered his foundation, absurdly stable. Michael felt his confusion deepen. He knew what a race's holy child was. He had read about them. They were legends wrapped in reality. Monsters wearing the skin of prodigies. Beings so far removed from normal standards that comparing them to ordinary talents was meaningless. But, him? Yes, he knew he was not normal. He had accepted that long ago. Yet when he thought of figures like Rin, of those who truly stood outside the framework of reason, Michael could not help but feel that he still carried an air of normalcy. At least, compared to them. Right? He opened his mouth to answer. Before a single word could leave it, the old man's leg struck the ground lightly. The sound was soft. But the effect was immediate. "That is enough," the old man said, his voice firm, carrying authority that brooked no argument. "You are asking too many questions of a young man who has already done more than his share today." The pressure in the air subtly shifted. The gazes lingering on Michael withdrew, one by one, though not without reluctance. The elf met the old man's eyes for a brief moment, then inclined her head in acceptance. She did not argue. But the curiosity in her gaze did not fade. Michael exhaled quietly. What he did not know was that the old man was also confused. Outwardly, the elder remained calm. But inside, his thoughts were no longer calm. He knew the present holy child of Aurora. That child was a symbol, a pillar, an existence raised and protected from the moment the signs appeared. And compared to that holy child, Michael still had a gap. A clear gap. The old man could admit that much without hesitation. But when he thought about it deeper, the gap was not absurd. Not the kind of gap that should exist between a holy child and a so-called talented youth. It was a gap that could be bridged. A gap that could shrink. A gap that, in certain situations, might not even matter. And that was what disturbed him. Confusion filled the old man's mind like cold water. Because if this boy could stand here as a rank 2, bruised, exhausted, and still radiating that unnatural vitality, still commanding rank 3 undead like they were extensions of his own body, then what would he look like as a rank 3? What would he become after another breakthrough? A wild thought surfaced. A thought he immediately tried to crush. Aurora could not possibly have another holy child. The old man's thoughts grew stronger. No. This could not be allowed to spiral. If Michael truly was something close to that title, then the worst thing possible was leaving him to grow in the dark, unrestrained, unexamined, without guidance. A holy child without a leash was a calamity. A holy child without grooming was a weapon waiting to be stolen or used against the race. The old man's gaze flicked briefly to Michael again, sharper than anyone noticed. Then he made a decision, quiet and absolute. This boy must be watched by the Federation. Properly and closely. And if needed, groomed. No one knew what the others were thinking, but on the surface, they were all in the same boat. The four-armed Karveth leader moved again. There is one matter that must be addressed, he said, his deep voice steady. When you reappeared earlier, our forces reacted on instinct. You were struck before your identity was confirmed. His 4 eyes fixed on Michael without hostility. That attack was not born of malice. Only caution. Still, responsibility remains. He brought his 4 palms together once more. For that, I offer an apology on behalf of the Karveth. Michael shook his head lightly. I understand, he said. Given the situation, I would have done the same. The tension eased another fraction. The Karveth leader nodded, seemingly satisfied, then turned slightly to face the old man. His posture straightened, his expression serious. Elder, he said, his voice carrying clearly despite the fatigue weighing on him. Thank you for your assistance today. The old man looked at him. If not for you, the Karveth continued, and your intervention, the losses on this floor would have been massive. I doubt many of us would still be standing. The old man nodded at his words. You did your part as well, he replied calmly. Before the exchange could settle further, the elf stepped forward. Gratitude is deserved, she said, but we should not mistake survival for victory. Her gaze swept across the battlefield. Corpses littered the ground. The air was thick with residual mana and scorched earth. Exhaustion clung to every living presence. We survived this crisis, she continued. That much is true. But this does not mean it is over. In fact, it may not have truly begun. A subtle tension returned to the air. Until now, she said, the demon lord has not appeared. Several experts stiffened at this. If it were to emerge now, the elf went on evenly, then aside from the elder here and Michael's undead, most of us are in no condition to fight. She did not exaggerate. Mana reserves were low. Injuries were everywhere. Even the strongest among them had been pushed close to their limits. We are standing, she said. But we are not ready. The Karveth leader did not flinch at her warning. You speak as if numbers were ever our method, he said, his voice still loud and blunt. We have never depended on crowding a demon lord to death. The elf's eyes narrowed slightly, but she did not immediately refute him. The Virelian leader stepped in. They were a gender-neutral race. When it was time to populate, the one with the more dominant structure would become male. This was why their race appeared both male and female within the same small humanoid body. When the Virelian spoke, their voice was calmer than the Karveth's, but a cold urgency threaded every word. Endurance is not our problem, the Virelian said. Time is. What we need is to find the demon lord and end it quickly, before it gathers numbers again like it did now. Several experts tensed. The Virelian continued. If it is allowed even a short window, it will rebuild its formation. It might pull more demons upward and repeat the chaos we just survived. Every moment we waste here delays something else. The elf's gaze shifted. The Karveth leader's 4 eyes narrowed. There is also the issue of the lower floors, the Virelian said. We need to resolve this quickly so we can find out what happened and prevent another possible catastrophe based on the situation. If we delay too long, we will be forced to ask for help from our home realm. A heavy silence followed. This issue involved every race present. It could not be taken lightly. As for asking for help, they already had. The fact that no one had arrived yet only showed how difficult it was to send more powerful individuals into the higher floors. The old man listened without interruption. When the Virelian finished, the elder's gaze swept across them all. You do not need to worry so much, he said at last. As the Karveth has said, we are not without power to battle a demon lord. Putting everything else aside, the Drake blood race has someone like me on the early floors as well. Someone already searching for the demon lord. If we group up, the old man went on, then we can surely resolve this matter. He glanced toward the horizon, as if he could already see the path they needed to take. What we need now is simple. We find the demon lord. However, the old man had barely finished speaking when it came. A terrifying energy surged in the distance, followed by a thunderous roar. Several experts stiffened instantly. Even Michael's undead, scattered across the battlefield, reacted. The old man's expression did not change, but the calm in his eyes deepened into something colder before he vanished. The Karveth leader turned his head toward the others, then toward the old man's last position. Do you all know what I am thinking? He asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued. The demon lord has appeared. And based on that roar. His gaze narrowed. It is probably an elder of the Drakeblood race. If it truly was a Drakeblood elder, then with the old man present, they should be able to resolve it. That was what everyone thought. Even so, none of them hesitated. They had survived too much to trust in assumptions alone. A demon lord was not something anyone wanted to leave to 2 people if they could help it. However, before they could move, every body on the battlefield stiffened. Michael's instincts screamed before his eyes even followed. He looked up. 2 figures hovered high in the air. No. 3. It could not be helped. Among the 3, 2 felt like suns. What in the heavens is going on? Someone muttered. Yes, it was yet another group of suppressed rank 4. And the 3rd figure. Their aura was familiar. It was the one who had chased him earlier. The 3 figures hovered high above the battlefield, unmoving. The pressure 2 of them radiated bent the air around them, warping mana into visible ripples. Even without releasing their full aura, their presence alone forced weaker beings to struggle for breath. The first of the 2 was tall and slender, his proportions refined rather than bulky, yet every inch of his body carried restrained power. His skin was a deep bronze, smooth and unmarred. His long dark hair was tied behind his back, and his brown eyes burned with a quiet, absolute certainty. The second son stood beside him. Unlike the bronze-skinned man, this figure was broad-shouldered and imposing, his body built like a living fortress. Black scaled markings traced across his neck and arms, half organic and half draconic. Horn-like ridges curved backward from his temples, and faint wisps of heat distorted the air around him with every slow breath. His eyes glowed a dull crimson. This one did not hide his dominance. Just standing there, he felt like a looming catastrophe waiting for permission to descend. Then there was the 3rd. He hovered slightly behind the other 2, his presence far less explosive. He wore simple gray robes that fluttered gently despite the lack of wind. His face was fully visible and uncovered, plain in a way that made it difficult to remember specific features. Black hair. Dark eyes. Pale skin. Human. At least, he looked human. Michael's heart sank the moment his gaze locked onto him. He recognized that aura. It was the same one that had chased him earlier. Before anyone else could speak, the silver-haired Amazari elder reacted. Her eyes widened, fury flashing across her composed features. "You," she shouted, her voice carrying across the battlefield. "Why are you with them?" Her gaze burned into the bronze-skinned man. "Of all people, you dare show yourself here?" Murmurs erupted instantly. Several experts stiffened, their expressions darkening as recognition spread. Apparently, this was a former Amazari who had been exiled and branded a criminal. The silver-haired elder's voice shook with restrained anger. "You were exiled," she said. "Your crimes alone warranted erasure. I am not surprised you would commit further evil, but to involve yourself in the affairs of hell." Her eyes narrowed. "To take part in this plan?" The bronze-skinned man did not react with anger. He smiled faintly. "To achieve peace," he said calmly, his voice smooth and unhurried, "sacrifices are sometimes necessary." The words landed heavily. Several experts clenched their fists. "Peace?" the Amazari elder snapped. "You call this peace?" She gestured at the battlefield, at the corpses, the ruin, the scorched land. "You call slaughter peace?" The man's brown eyes did not waver. "Peace is not the absence of death," he replied. A chill ran through the crowd. Across the known realms, the Amazari were recognized as a matriarchal civilization, one where leadership, inheritance, and authority naturally fell to women. It was not enforced through oppression or artificial law, but through reality itself. Amazari females were, on average, stronger than their male counterparts. In battle, in governance, and in comprehension of power, they simply excelled. Their society was built around this truth. Their laws were strict, refined over countless eras, and designed to prevent stagnation or tyranny. Male Amazari were not slaves, nor were they oppressed. They held positions of influence and served as commanders, scholars, and administrators. Yet the highest authority always rested with the women, because history had proven, time and time again, that they were better suited to wield it. But even in a society built on balance and logic, resentment could still grow. Perfection did not erase ambition. There were always those who believed the order itself was flawed. Those who believed strength should be seized, not inherited. The bronze-skinned man was one of them. Long ago, he had been a prodigy among the Amazari. A rank 4 who rose faster than most, whose talent rivaled even the matriarchs of his generation. And he hated the nature of his realm. He believed the Amazari were shackled by tradition. That their matriarchal order was not balance, but stagnation disguised as harmony. That the males of the race were deliberately held back, their potential sacrificed to preserve a system that no longer deserved to exist. So he gathered followers. Ambitious Amazari men who shared his belief. Those who felt overlooked. Those who wanted to reshape their race in their own image. At first, they called it reform. Then necessity. By the time the Amazari Council realized what was happening, the movement had already become a threat. He was condemned to exile. His name was stripped from Amazari records. His existence declared a taboo. The silver-haired elder's voice trembled with contained fury. "You dare speak of peace?" The bronze-skinned man met her gaze evenly. "I dared to dream of a future where power was not decided at birth," he said. "Where strength mattered more than tradition." He looked down at the battlefield again. Change is never clean. The silence that followed was heavy. The second sun exhaled slowly, heat rippling outward. The draconic pressure intensified for a brief moment, enough to force even rank 3 experts to brace themselves. Michael felt his undead tense instinctively. Only the gray-robed man remained silent. His gaze drifted lazily across the battlefield before settling on Michael. Their eyes met. Michael's blood ran cold. The man smiled with mockery. The situation had changed. Badly. 2 suppressed rank 4. And the third was someone who already knew him. Whatever was unfolding now was no longer just about a demon lord. The bronze-skinned Amazari finally spoke again, his voice carrying effortlessly across the battlefield. "Do not misunderstand us," he said calmly. "We did not come here to shed blood." His gaze swept over the gathered experts, the wounded, the undead, the ruined land. "If everyone present knows their place," he continued, "and acts with obedience, then there will be no need for further conflict. All of you will do well. You will survive. You will even benefit." Before he could finish his next sentence, the silver-haired Amazari elder laughed. "In your dreams," she said. As this was a matter concerning their race, it was obvious they would not have agreed to whatever the Amazari rank 4 superpower was saying. However, there was a difference between naturally refusing a person and rudely refusing them. Aside from the Amazari elder, who was livid with rage, and Michael, who was overstimulated by the sensation of death once again, which made it unsurprising that he could not fully maintain his composure beneath his calm exterior, since he had only been a supernatural for a limited time and had not spent years refining his will like others at his stage. The people around them were thinking of ways to escape this situation alive with minimal casualties. Even the battle-natured Karveth were using their minds to the fullest extent of their capabilities. Unfortunately, the moment the silver-haired elder spoke the way she did, everyone immediately knew it was over. The atmosphere changed as the bronze male Amazari raised a hand, and the invisible pressure pressing down on everyone increased. Surprisingly, the first person to make a move was neither the silver-haired Amazari elder, nor the Stone Kin, nor the 3 leaders of the 3 races on the 15th floor, but Michael. Before he had appeared in public a while ago, using the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, he had collected Blue and Purple, who guarded him closely in the land of origin, back into his original body. They might not have possessed destructive power like most of his undead, but in terms of self-preservation, thanks to their illusion abilities, they were among the best. The instant the silver-haired elder spoke, Michael, who now had Blue and Purple resting as earrings on him, made a move. Blue's law was called the law of reflected reality, which was connected to the greater law of light. With this law, Blue could project mirror realities around itself, turning perception into a tangible force. Every illusion was a reflection of belief. The more a target believed, the stronger the illusion became. To put it simply, the law inverted perception. What looked fake became real, and what looked real became illusion. Purple's law was the law of false manifestation, which was related to the greater law of reality. This law allowed Purple to create illusions that interacted physically for a few seconds. To see was to summon, and what one perceived, even falsely, gained existence. The best part was that these 2 laws could be used together, and when they were used together, they created a qualitative change due to the extreme harmony they shared. This harmony was exactly what Michael took advantage of. Before anyone could properly react to the shift in pressure, the mana around Michael stirred unnaturally as mist rolled out from beneath his feet. Visibility dropped rapidly as the fog thickened, swallowing the lower half of the battlefield in a pale, drifting veil. The bronze-skinned Amazari's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the mist around Michael condensed. Thin shapes began to form within the fog, elongated and sharp, their outlines barely visible until they fully emerged. Dozens of narrow spears took shape. They hovered for a single heartbeat, then they shot forward. The mist spears screamed through the air in a sudden barrage, cutting toward the 3 figures in the sky from multiple angles at once. The gray-robed man moved first. His eyes flashed as he stepped backward through the air, his figure blurring as he slipped cleanly between 2 incoming spears. The others passed through where he had been moments before, dispersing harmlessly into fog. His face twisted in irritation when he realized he had dodged an attack that couldn't have harmed him. TCH. He looked down sharply, his gaze piercing the mist as if trying to locate Michael's exact position. His aura flared slightly, irritated rather than threatened. The bronze-skinned Amazari, on the other hand, did not evade. He reached out calmly and caught one of the mist spears mid-flight. His fingers closed around it without resistance. The Amazari's eyes flickered with interest. He turned the mist spear slowly in his hand, examining it as if it were a curious artifact rather than an attack. Beside him, the draconic figure did the same. A second mist spear slammed into his chest and stopped cold, hovering against his scaled skin. He reached out and grabbed it with one massive hand, his crimson eyes narrowing as heat rippled faintly around his fingers. The spear trembled but did not immediately disperse. The draconic man laughed quietly. "This is interesting," he said, his voice low and rumbling. "It is not real. But it is not nothing either." The bronze-skinned Amazari turned the mist spear once more between his fingers, then let it dissolve into vapor. His expression remained calm. Almost amused. "A neat application," he said casually. The bronze-skinned Amazari chuckled softly. "If my senses do not deceive me, this seems to have come from a youth down there, but considering that I did not sense the blessing of the universe on him, he should be below the stage where he can use universal truths," he said, his voice light. "This is impressive." The draconic figure's lips curled into something that was not quite a smile. "And he is doing something," he said. "Even now." The bronze-skinned man's eyes narrowed slightly. "I know," he said. As they were currently in a suppressed state, combined with the nature of the mist, they could not read everything clearly through it, but they could tell something was happening within. The bronze-skinned Amazari lifted one hand. His law stirred, and a breeze moved across the battlefield. "Gentle breeze," the bronze-skinned man said softly. The air obeyed. It rolled outward in a wide arc, passing through the mist. The fog rippled, trembled, and then tore apart like thin cloth. In a few seconds, the battlefield was clear. The mist was gone. The bronze-skinned Amazari looked down calmly, expecting to see fear and hatred in the eyes of the people below at the sight of their power. Instead, he froze. His eyes widened by a fraction. Even the draconic figure's casual expression shifted. Below them, the ground was filled with rank 3 creatures. They stood shoulder to shoulder across the battlefield, packed in dense clusters like a prepared army. Many were undead, and they numbered over 200. They also came in many strange shapes, as the two sons even saw some massive beast-like forms, including one with a huge body and a trunk for a nose. When combined with the surviving experts and the rank 3 creatures that had already been present before, the number rose to something obscene. More than 300 rank 3 creatures. All of them looking up. All of them staring at the 3 figures in the sky. The bronze-skinned Amazari's gaze swept across the mass slowly, disbelief written plainly across his face. It was not only the 2 sons who were in disbelief. The experts below were as well. Earlier, when the mist spread, those hovering above could only see the surface shift. The environment below had changed, but not enough to blind those standing within it. They could still see each other. They could still speak. And that was why, when Michael moved, every gaze turned to him in the same instant. Confusion came first. Then fear swallowed the confusion whole as multiple undead began appearing around Michael. And they were all rank 3. The Karveth leader's eyes widened slightly as he tried to process what he was seeing. Since when did rank 3 become so cheap? The Virelian leader's crystalline wings trembled, emotions and thoughts breaking through her calm exterior. When the number crossed 100, the battlefield fell into a silence that was almost nauseating. And Michael, the rank 2 youth, stood at the center of everyone's attention. The elven representative remained still, her face composed. But inside her, she was filled with stimulation. All her earlier doubts shattered without sound. Holy child. This question no longer mattered. If someone stood before her now and tried to claim this youth was not a holy child, she would view them the same way she would view a liar trying to sell sand in a desert. A fool. Or worse, someone trying to take her for a fool. The bronze-skinned Amazari stared down at the battlefield. At first, it was just disbelief. Then his gaze sharpened. He looked past the mass of rank 3 undead, past the experts, past the scattered corpses and broken land, and locked onto the one detail that mattered. Michael. The youth stood there like a core, and everything else revolved around him. Literally. The bronze-skinned man could see it. A thin, invisible web of connection stretching from Michael's presence to every undead on the field. It was subtle, but it existed, and to someone at his level, subtlety was not concealment. It was simply another layer waiting to be peeled back. His expression twitched. Then it broke. The calm that had defined him since his arrival shattered like glass. His aura surged. The mana around him convulsed as if struck by a hammer. The battlefield below groaned beneath the sudden increase in pressure. Several wounded experts coughed blood on the spot. Even some rank 3 beings staggered, forced to brace themselves to remain standing. The draconic figure beside him narrowed his crimson eyes, but did not move. The grey-robed man's smile faded by a fraction, interest replacing mockery. The bronze-skinned Amazari's voice erupted across the battlefield, sharp and cold. So this is what it is. His eyes burned as he looked down at them all. His gaze swept across the gathered races, and then he laughed with contempt. Amazing. His tone rose. I offer you mercy. I offer you a path to live. And you repay my kindness by thinking my restraint is weakness? His face twisted, fury spilling out openly now. You became brave because I did not crush you immediately. He pointed downward, his arm cutting through the air with absolute certainty. Against me? His voice thundered. Me? The last word echoed across the surrounding area like a slap to the laws themselves. A heavy silence followed, but it was not the silence of submission. The people below realized at the same moment that there would be no negotiation. The bronze-skinned Amazari's gaze snapped back to Michael. His anger concentrated. Then he smiled. A thin, vicious line. You. The word landed like a verdict. You are the root. He lifted his hand. The air around his palm compressed into a razor-thin line of force so dense that the space around it distorted. It was as if the atmosphere itself had been folded and sharpened into a weapon. His voice dropped, calm returning in the most terrifying way. Since you want to pretend you can stand against me. His eyes narrowed. We will begin with you. He pointed directly at Michael. And the world screamed. A concentrated beam of air shot downward. The air split. Space rippled. The beam tore toward Michael like an executioner's blade. For a heartbeat, Michael's mind went blank. Death. The same cold taste he had felt earlier crawled up his spine, squeezing his heart. Then something moved. The bond between him and his undead flared like a wire pulled tight. The rank 3 undead closest to him reacted before anyone else could even inhale. Several bodies surged forward at once, throwing themselves into the path of the beam without hesitation. A wall of flesh. Bone. Armor. The beam struck. Boom. The impact detonated. The ground beneath them cracked in a spiderweb pattern, exploding outward in a ring of shattered stone. A shockwave rolled across the battlefield, flinging debris into the air like rain. The first undead was cut cleanly in half. The second was bisected. The third was torn apart so violently that fragments of bone and dark armor sprayed like shrapnel. But the beam slowed. Just slightly. And in that tiny window, Michael vanished from where he stood. A blur of motion as he forced his body into a desperate evasive step, his coat snapping, his hair whipping back, his eyes wide and focused. The beam carved past him. It did not miss by much. It sliced a deep trench into the earth behind him, the cut so smooth it looked unnatural, as if the ground had been peeled open. For a moment, the battlefield froze. The bronze-skinned Amazari lowered his hand slowly. His expression was still twisted with anger, but now something else flickered in his eyes. Pleasure. He looked down at Michael again. His voice carried, cold and absolute. Run again. A faint smile tugged at his lips. I want to see how many of your toys can die before you finally understand what obedience means. Michael remembered a sentence his instructor once told him. There is a price for everything. Maybe this was his. As the pain of losing several strong undead in an extremely short moment tormented and tore at Michael's soul, he could not help but think that maybe, if he were just some average person somewhere, he would not be here. He probably would not. As Michael's body trembled in pain, the others around him were not slow to react. The first to attack were Michael's undead. Lucky, whom Michael had kept away due to his poison attribute potentially causing friendly fire, was nowhere to be seen as Michael went out. In the next instant, Lucky leapt into the air as he morphed into his true form. A huge 8-meter-tall wolf with dragon-like wings longer than its body. Lucky let out a loud roar that made every rank 3 present, aside from the 2 sons, shift in place. The dragon-like figure among the 2 sons began paying more attention, as if something had finally caught his interest, and indeed something had. That something was Lucky, thanks to his pure thin dragon bloodline. It turned out the dragon-like figure was actually a drake blood, and thanks to their dragon bloodline, absorbing things related to dragons or advancing in rank caused their thin bloodline to grow stronger. This was why, at rank 3, they could already morph into drakes. It was said that at rank 5, they resembled true dragons even more. The draconic figure let out a low chuckle, heat rippling faintly around his massive frame. His crimson eyes locked onto Lucky as the massive undead wolf spread its wings, poison-tinged mana rolling off its body in heavy waves. Leave that one to me, the Drakeblood said. I want it. The bronze-skinned Amazari did not even glance at him. I am not concerned with your entertainment, he replied flatly. Take it if you wish. His gaze never left the battlefield below. Our task here was simple, he continued, his tone cold and dismissive. Stall them. But it seems they cannot comprehend the immensity of the power standing before them. He gestured vaguely at the army of undead, at the gathered experts, at the races staring up at them with defiance mixed with fear. A few deaths will be instructive, he went on calmly. Necessary, even. His lips curled. Especially that boy. Below, Michael's breathing was ragged. The backlash of losing multiple rank 3 undead tore through his mind like hooks dragging across his soul. The bond had been severed violently, not gently released. Pain lanced through him in waves, sharp enough to blur his vision. The sight of this, combined with the connection he shared with his undead, made them aware of the pain their master felt, driving them into madness. It was instinct rather than emotion, something still foreign even to undead whose intelligence could begin mimicking such reactions. It was like a mother throwing herself in front of a car to shield her child, or a father exchanging his life for his offspring without a second thought. The role of an undead was to serve its master. It was their life purpose. The drake blood did not wait. The moment Lucky's roar rolled across the battlefield, the draconic figure's aura shifted, and the air around him grew heavy with heat. The horn-like ridges along his temples flared faintly, then his body expanded. In the span of a breath, the sky was filled by a drake. 15 meters tall, thick-necked and brutal, with wings that blotted out the light and a tail that whipped through the air like a weapon. The space around him trembled. His crimson eyes locked onto Lucky. Mine, he rumbled. Then he charged. The drake's wings beat once, his body turning into a descending comet, heat trailing behind him as he aimed straight for Lucky. Lucky snarled and surged to meet him. But before the clash could happen, something moved. A shadow rose from the battlefield below and placed itself directly in the drake's path. An ant. 8 meters tall. Its body was pitch black, segmented like armor, with limbs thick as pillars and a head shaped like a living battering ram. The drake blood's eyes widened. What? The ant did not answer. It lowered its head. And met him. Boom. The collision sounded like a world breaking. A shockwave burst outward, ripping through the air in a wide ring. Clouds of dust and broken stone erupted from the battlefield below as if a bomb had detonated. Several rank 3 experts were thrown off their feet. Even those who held their ground felt their bones vibrate. The drake was forced slightly backward in midair from the recoil. And the ant? The ant was pushed back too. Significantly. Its legs dug into the air as if it were soil, joints groaning under pressure, its entire frame sliding backwards several meters. The force bent its posture, strained its body, and yet it held on. That was what stunned everyone watching. That was what made the Drakeblood's expression twist. An ant, he snarled, his voice vibrating with offended disbelief. You dare block me with an ant? The black ant lifted its head slowly. It was Ghost. Michael's most raw, physically powerful undead. Though Ghost said nothing and stood relatively still, anyone familiar with energy could feel the rage radiating from afar, and it was not only Ghost. 4 figures with similar aura and appearance to Ghost emerged from the ground. All the undead on the battlefield heard a familiar voice. Fight to the death. We go all out, children. For survival. Soon, 3 groups formed. One side, along with some race warriors, attacked the rank 4 Drakeblood. Another side attacked the bronze-skinned Amazari. The final group protected Michael, with the elven representative taking charge as she engaged the grey-robed figure among the 3 attackers. The bronze-skinned Amazari's rage boiled over. You dare, he shouted. The air around him warped violently as his aura surged again, far denser than before. The pressure slammed downward like a descending sky, cracking the ground beneath the charging forces. Several warriors faltered mid-step, their legs buckling, blood spilling from mouths and noses. But they did not stop. The silver-haired elder raised her hand, her water law igniting as it carved a path through the pressure. The bronze-skinned Amazari's face twisted. I should have erased you all back then. The air screamed as his air law responded to his fury. Invisible currents compressed and folded inward, forming layer upon layer of cutting force around his body. Charging me with ants and corpses, he continued, his voice rising. Do you truly believe numbers matter? He lifted his arms slowly, fingers curling. I am rank 4. The pressure spiked. Several rank 3 beings at the front were forced to their knees instantly, bones creaking under the weight of his presence. Even those behind them felt their lungs tighten and their hearts stutter. Yet the silver-haired elder did not stop. She stepped through the pressure. Her aura flared, silver and sharp, pushing back against his law just enough to keep moving. This time, however, she was not the one leading the charge, nor were Michael's lesser undead. 2 massive figures surged forward instead, a male and a female undead that clearly came from the same race, charging straight toward the rank 4 Amazari. It was Beginning and Lily. By the time they closed the distance, meeting him in midair, both had grown to nearly 20 meters tall. The bronze-skinned Amazari's patience snapped completely. The air around him detonated outward as his law surged. Invisible blades screamed through the battlefield, descending in wide arcs meant to erase everything in their path. Several rank 3 beings were cut down instantly. Bodies were torn apart before they could even react. Stone shattered. Armor peeled away like paper. The very ground was carved into deep scars, as if a god had dragged claws across it. Then his power struck the 2 figures charging straight at him. Beginning took it head-on. The massive undead did not dodge. He did not slow. The compressed air slammed into his body and tore into him with horrifying force. Flesh ruptured. Bone cracked. His torso caved inward in places as layers of cutting pressure stacked again and again, each strike landing atop the last. The damage piled up relentlessly. Chunks of his body were shredded away, blasted off in violent bursts, yet he kept moving. His regeneration ignited. Muscle reknit. Bone reformed. Dark flesh crawled back into place even as it was being destroyed. The more damage he took, the more violently his body responded, repairing itself in grotesque, unstoppable waves. Beside him, Lily met the attack differently. The moment the cutting currents reached her, her body twisted unnaturally, opening seams along her frame as if welcoming the destruction. The air law tore into her, shredding her surface and ripping chunks of her form apart. And Lily devoured it. Apparently, opening her mouth to devour was only the most primitive way she used her law, not the only way it could be utilized. Fragments of compressed force vanished into her body, absorbed and broken down even as the remainder continued to tear her apart. Her form destabilized, cracked, and warped under the strain. Entire sections of her body collapsed, dissolved, and reformed in the same instant. She was being destroyed. And healing. Over and over. Her regeneration was slower than beginnings, but just as unsettling. The bronze-skinned Amazari's eyes widened in disbelief. These things. And in that moment, the battlefield did not give him time to adjust. The other undead and supernatural struck. Blades of mana, elemental attacks, cursed projectiles, and coordinated strikes slammed into him from every direction. Rank 3 beings who would have been erased individually now attacked as a single, relentless mass. The silver-haired elder's water law surged forward, binding and crushing at the same time, forcing him to divert his focus. The pressure around him wavered. Just slightly. But that was enough. Beginning roared and closed the remaining distance, his ruined chest knitting together mid-charge. Lily followed, her distorted form lashing outward as fragments of devoured attacks erupted from her body like warped counterattacks. The bronze-skinned Amazari was forced to split his attention. A portion of his energy shifted outward, reinforcing his defenses against the incoming swarm. And for the first time since his arrival, he was no longer overwhelming everything with ease. The battlefield turned into a grinder. The bronze-skinned Amazari hovered in place like an executioner, his presence crushing and absolute, and yet the swarm did not break. Air blades kept falling. Rank 3 bodies burst apart without warning. A Karveth warrior raised his shield and the shield split cleanly, then the man behind it followed. A Virelian flyer tried to spiral upward, and a single ripple of air snapped her wing, spinning her into the earth like a broken spear. Undead died the same way. Some were bisected and kept crawling forward with halves of their bodies dragging behind them. Others were shredded into fragments so small they could not regenerate fast enough. The air filled with blood mist, bone dust, and scattered chunks of armor that had once been living flesh. Michael felt every severed link. Not all of it. His mind could not afford that. But the moment an undead truly vanished, the bond snapped with a violent tug, and his vision stuttered as blood poured from his mouth despite the elves nearby doing their best to stabilize him. He forced himself to stay upright through sheer will, hands trembling as he kept sending commands through the chaos. Fight. Hold. Protect. He could not allow the formation to collapse. Beginning and Lily continued to push through. The bronze-skinned Amazari's eyes narrowed further when he realized they were not slowing. He poured more power into the cutting currents, compressing them until the air itself screamed. Beginning took the punishment like a wall. His body was being erased piece by piece. Each time a blade passed through him, it carved grooves deep enough to expose bone. His shoulder exploded, then reformed. His rib shattered, then grew back crooked for a heartbeat before snapping into alignment as regeneration corrected itself. He kept moving as Lily absorbed what she could. While the battlefield above devolved into carnage, another clash unfolded at the edge of the chaos. The gray-robed man drifted backward through the air, hands clasped behind his back, his posture relaxed to the point of mockery. The violence around him did not seem to concern him in the slightest. His dark eyes followed the movements of the battlefield with idle curiosity, as if he were watching a distant storm. However, this was only what he showed on the surface. Internally, he was in shock. It was not even the ferocity of the three races that surprised him, but the capability of the young necromancer and his undead. Now that he was seeing it face to face, he could somewhat understand Brian's feelings. This was someone he himself would not dare to confront if they were at full power, so what hope would anyone weaker than him have? To avoid any further surprises, the grey-robed figure wanted to get rid of Michael as soon as possible. If before his desire to do so had stemmed from annoyance at the youth ruining his plan, now it was out of necessity. It was easy to judge a necromancer's strength, and Michael was clearly one of the abnormal ones. Even rank 3 necromancers did not possess this level of power. He was obviously different, or he had a secret. Either way, this person was a threat. Opposite the grey-robed figure stood the elven representative. Her feet hovered in midair, long hair flowing behind her as mana gathered around her slender form. Her expression remained calm, but the air around her was anything but. Below them, several undead and members of the 3 races surrounded Michael as they either protected him or tried to stabilize his condition. The grey-robed man watched the carnage below for a few more seconds before exhaling softly. "This is becoming troublesome," he said calmly. "We should do this the easy way." His gaze shifted past the elven representative and locked onto Michael below, bloodied, shaking, yet still kneeling upright at the center of the storm. "Hand the boy over," he continued. "End this farce, and the rest of you may yet live." The elf did not answer immediately. Her eyes followed his gaze to Michael, to the undead throwing themselves into certain destruction, to the races bleeding and dying simply to buy him time. It was not that elves were indifferent to those outside their race, but the current situation was different. It involved them as well. The elven representative looked back at the grey-robed man. "Is that a threat?" she asked calmly. The grey-robed man smiled. The elf's expression did not change. Mana gathered around her. Wood grew where nothing had been, pale at first, then darkening as if decades passed in a heartbeat. The grey-robed man's smile lingered. "Call it whatever you like," he said. "A warning, perhaps. I am giving you a chance to be sensible." The elven representative responded after a brief silence. "For the elves who were killed because of you," she said, her voice steady, "I will give you a path to retribution. Kill yourself or be killed by me." The grey-robed man sighed. "You truly believe you can demand anything from me?" he asked, amused. "I am not demanding," she replied. "I am offering." Then her aura shifted. "Law skill. Nature's judgment," she said softly. The air below them trembled, and the world answered. Vines erupted from the air itself. Thick cords of living wood snapped into existence and shot toward the grey-robed man from 4 directions at once, twisting and spiraling, each strand covered in sharp thorns that glowed faintly. The grey-robed man spoke in a calm voice. "Law of withering." The words landed like a decree. The space around him turned pale and empty. Even sound seemed to hesitate. Her vines, still mid-flight, lost their vitality in an instant. The thorns curled. The wood turned brittle, then shattered into dust that fell like dead leaves. The elven representative's eyes sharpened. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at each other. The grey-robed man smiled again, but this time it was colder. "You see," he said. "This is why the easy way exists. Hand him over." The elf did not answer. Instead, she moved. Her hands lifted, fingers spreading as if she were grasping the air itself. The mana around her thickened, then turned verdant, and the space between her palms rippled like water. The grey-robed man's smile did not vanish, but it tightened. The elf's voice was quiet. "Bloom." The world answered. A crown of branches exploded into existence above her head. Leaves formed, then sharpened, each one thin as paper and bright with a green edge that looked almost metallic. They spun in a widening halo, then shot forward in a storm. 1,000 leaf blades. The grey-robed man's robe fluttered. He lifted a hand and drew a line through the air, slow and effortless. The line became a boundary. Everything that crossed it aged. The leaf blades hit the invisible boundary and turned gray in an instant. Their green edges dulled. Their structure collapsed. They crumbled into dust that drifted downward like dead pollen. The elf's eyes narrowed. She shifted her hands again. The dust did not fall. It stopped. Then it reversed. The dead particles vibrated, and a low hum filled the air as she forced life back into what his law had emptied. The dust thickened into seeds. The seeds split into sprouts. The sprouts became whips of vine that lashed forward in synchronized strikes. The gray-robed man's expression finally changed. He stepped sideways, his body blurring slightly, and the vines that should have hit him struck only pale air. A second later, his voice sounded behind her. "Elegant," he murmured. The elf did not turn her head. A root burst from the air beside her cheek like a guard dog snapping at a throat. The gray-robed man leaned back an inch, and the root missed him by a breath, slicing a strand of his hair. The elf moved again. She swept her palm downward, and the space beneath the gray-robed man thickened, then erupted into a spiraling lattice of roots that grew from empty air. They wrapped toward him in silent coils. The gray-robed man's eyes narrowed. "Die," he whispered. Withering flowed. The roots turned brittle before they could close. Their green sheen dulled into gray, then into powder. The air filled with dead dust again, falling in slow spirals. But the elf did not stop. Her fingers flicked, and the dust became spores. Each particle flared with faint light, then multiplied, exploding outward into a swarm of microscopic seeds that flooded the air around him like a cloud of living knives. The gray-robed man's robe snapped. His aura expanded. The cloud crossed into his domain and collapsed instantly, as if all the vitality inside it had been ripped away at the root. The seeds died mid-flight and fell as ash. The gray-robed man smiled, cold and patient. "You cannot outlast me," he said. "Everything living ends." The elf's gaze sharpened. "Nature is omnipotent. Anything that goes against it pays the price." She clapped her hands once. A wave of verdant mana rolled outward, and the space around the gray-robed man suddenly thickened with scent, with moisture, with the heavy weight of an unseen forest. For a breath, his withering law slowed. Just a fraction. The elf used that fraction. She extended 2 fingers, and a line of green light shot forward like a whip, splitting into dozens of strands mid-flight. The gray-robed man's expression tightened. His right hand rose. Law skill. Empty season. The pale domain surged outward, washing over the green pressure like a flood. Where it touched, the world faded. The moisture vanished. The scent disappeared. The elf's face tightened for a heartbeat as her law constructs flickered. The strands snapped and died one after another. The gray-robed man stepped forward, slow and confident. "I won't repeat this again," he said calmly. "Hand him over." The elf did not answer. She shifted her hands again, but this time the green did not bloom outward. It folded inward. Compressed. Condensed. A sphere of living rules formed in front of her palm, vibrating with suppressed force. She thrust it forward. The sphere exploded into a ring of green blades that curved around the gray-robed man from both sides at once, seeking his blind spots. He tilted his head slightly. Law skill. Decay spiral. A thin gray ring appeared around his wrist and expanded in a silent sweep. The green blades touched the gray ring and crumbled, their life ripped out in an instant. But the elf had already followed. She blurred forward, closing the distance, her palm striking through the gap where the blades had died, aiming for his chest. The gray-robed man turned, his robe fluttering. He dodged by a breath. Her palm grazed his shoulder. Green light burst. His robe tore. A thin line of gray bled across the fabric as the withering law fought her influence. They separated again, hovering a short distance apart. Below them, Michael's vision pulsed. He could feel the battle above only as distant tremors. His undead were still dying. The bond snapped again and again, and each snap felt like a hook tearing through his mind. He clenched his jaw. His hands trembled. But his mind was not yet dull. A command pushed through the chaos. Fade. Leave my side. Kill him. A shadow detached from the formation around Michael. At first, it was only a ripple in the air. Then the ripple expanded. A huge black mantis appeared, its body like polished obsidian, limbs bladed and long, its head angled downward with predatory stillness. Its presence was almost invisible. It appeared directly beside the gray-robed man with no warning or sound. Fade's scythe-like arm swung, aimed for the man's neck. The elf's eyes widened slightly. Even she had not sensed it until it existed. The gray-robed man reacted instantly. His body slid sideways in a blur, the strike carving through empty air where his body had been a moment earlier. A thin line of gray dust trailed behind him as he moved. He turned his head, eyes sharpening for the first time into something truly dangerous. "You dare sneak up on me," he roared. Fade did not pause. The mantis flickered again, reappearing above him, then behind him, then to his left, each movement a clean jump through space, each strike aimed at a killing point. The gray-robed man avoided the first. Then the second. Then the third. He dodged, slipping through narrow gaps with an elegance that did not fit the brutality of his law. But the elf moved with Fade now. The moment the gray-robed man dodged, green light surged to fill the space he left behind. Roots formed like traps. Leaf blades curved in pursuit. Every dodge became a step into another attack. For the first time since the clash began, the gray-robed man was forced to stop drifting backward lazily. His robe snapped as his aura surged. His pale domain expanded again. "Enough," he said quietly. The air turned thin. The mantis pushed through anyway. Its blade descended. The gray-robed man raised 2 fingers. The space between his fingers turned gray. Fade's blade grazed that gray line, and a portion of its scythe arm instantly withered, cracking and shedding into ash mid-swing. Fade recoiled, its body flickering backward. The gray-robed man looked down at the falling ash, then back at the mantis. His smile returned, smaller and colder. Meanwhile, as everyone battled for their own reasons, Michael could no longer bear the pain of his soul being torn apart. Tears mixed with the blood flowing from his eyes. One had to understand that Michael shared 2 types of connection with his undead. The first was the necromantic bond between a necromancer and his undead, a link of master and servant. The second, far stronger due to reinforcement by his talent, was the bond of blood kin. His undead shared his blood. Losing them caused pain as well, but it was not pain that struck only the soul. The body suffered alongside it. Yet within this mysterious state, Michael was learning something new. The saying that you do not know what you have until you lose it was unfolding before him, though in a very different way. Each time an undead fell, something vanished for a fraction of a heartbeat before the backlash arrived. In that gap, Michael felt it clearly. It was not death. It was absence, as if a limb had been removed rather than destroyed. That was when he realized it. The destroyed bond seemed to return something that had always belonged to him, though in a less complete state that would either naturally recover or, depending on the damage, remain incomplete. Blood dripped from Michael's chin, but his shaking slowed. When another undead was torn apart above, the pain struck again, but this time Michael felt something else. A perspective. A way of being. His vision blurred. Michael's pupils constricted. He understood then why it hurt so much. Because they were not dying for him. They were dying from him. Michael's chest rose with a ragged breath. The battlefield noise faded until it sounded like it was behind thick glass. The only thing he could hear clearly was the snapping of bonds, one after another, like threads being cut inside his skull. Then he saw it. Not with his eyes. With the part of him that had been stretched across those contracts. Lucky was not just Lucky. Fade was not just Fade. Ghost was not just Ghost. They were containers. Bases. Bodies built to hold another him. Yes, they had different edges and different instincts, but they were still him. A network of selves. A distributed existence wearing many masks. Now it made sense. To raise an undead, one did not necessarily need to sacrifice a part of the soul, but while it was not the only way, it was the most complete one. Now Michael was starting to understand something. Michael's lips parted. No words came out. A cold understanding slid into place. For the first time, Michael did not feel the contracts as chains. He felt them as veins. And through those veins, he felt the undead as chambers of his own existence. The pain returned. A fresh bond snapped. Michael flinched. But inside that pain, he caught the echo again. A part of him had returned, even as the base it occupied had disappeared. Michael's eyes widened slightly. Michael finally understood the deeper nature of his bond. His undead were not separate lives he puppeteered. They were his existence split into different pieces. And if they could contain pieces of him, then he could contain pieces of them. The thought landed like a silent bell. Michael's blood-stained fingers curled against the earth. And deep inside him, something grew. If anyone had been paying attention to Michael now, they would have noticed the change happening to him. Michael was stepping through the first gate any supernatural had to pass to draw closer to the universe. In doing so, he had uncovered another secret of existence. And found his own truth. Michael awakened a law seed. A whisper of the universe recognizing the truth he had just touched. That which is mine can reflect me. And I can reflect it in return. What Michael touched was not death, nor creation, nor authority. It was continuity. He understood that the universe did not exist as a single, distant whole. It existed as layers within layers, each complete on its own and each a fragment of something greater. A forest was not separate from the land. A cell was not separate from the body. A star was not separate from the void it burned within. The universe was the universe. And everything inside it was also the universe. Life did not flow from a single source outward. It circulated. It divided, nested, returned, and divided again, endlessly preserving itself through form rather than isolation. What mattered was not shape, but connection. Perhaps this was how races first came into being. Humanity may have begun from a single individual, or maybe two, and even if their numbers later grew to millions, in the bluntest sense they were still extensions of that original figure or figures. Michael finally saw where he stood in that truth. He was not a singular existence commanding lesser ones. He was a core. And his undead were not followers orbiting him, but a means for existence to continue outward from him. When one fell, it was not loss. It was collapse. And collapse always returns something to the center. Michael's breath steadied. In that moment, his body felt small, kneeling in blood and ruin. But his awareness did not. He was not surrounded by undead. He was inhabited by them. Or perhaps they were inhabited by him. The distinction no longer mattered. Because Michael finally understood the part of the universe that answered him. Not the part that ruled life. But the part that allowed life to exist everywhere at once. And in that understanding, a quiet, absolute truth settled into his soul. Michael was no longer just a being within the universe. He was a universe. The universe answered with recognition. The law seed inside Michael stabilized, its name forming as a fact the universe already accepted. Law of echoed existence. Existence was not singular. Existence was reflected. Michael did not announce it. He did not need to. The law turned inward, then outward, along the veins that connected him to his undead. And instinctively, without thought or intent, Michael borrowed something from one of them. Beginning. The law of brutal rebirth. Its name and concept surfaced clearly in Michael's mind. Born from agony and forged in survival, this law transformed pain into fuel. Severe wounds triggered violent regenerative surges. The closer to death, the stronger the rebirth. This was Beginning's realized truth. As Michael's law resonated, Beginning's truth echoed back. A low thrum spread through Michael's shattered body. His torn flesh burned. His cracked bones screamed. Then his blood reversed its flow. Muscle fibers knotted and reforged themselves thicker. Cracks sealed violently, as if his body rejected the idea of remaining broken. It felt like rebirth. And with it came strength. The closer Michael had been to collapse, the more violently his body responded. Every wound became fuel. Every tear in his flesh became pressure forcing him forward. His spine straightened. His trembling stopped. Mana roared through his veins. Michael gasped as air filled his lungs like it was the first breath he had ever taken. And he felt it clearly now. This was Beginning's law. Brutal rebirth. And Michael was using it. However, Michael noticed the difference almost immediately. It did not feel like he was truly wielding Beginning's truth. It felt like he was forcing it through a narrower channel, like a copy instead of the original script. The pattern was there, but the authority behind it was thinner. Beginning's brutal rebirth, at its peak, could erupt into a temporary rise so violent it was almost absurd. At the edge of destruction, Beginning could increase his level by 15, if only for a brief window. Michael doubted he could reach even half of that. But even half was still terrifying. Michael had been carrying injury after injury for too long. His body was stacked with damage, layered with fractures, torn tissue, internal strain, and soul backlash, all of it compounded. When the rebirth mechanism ignited, it pushed him upward in state. For a moment, Michael felt himself enter a threshold he had only sensed from true rank 3 creatures. His panel did not change, and his foundation remained rank 2. Yet he stood at the absolute peak of it, so close to the ceiling that he was technically already inside. What Michael did not know was that he was at the very stage someone he knew once stood at. Teacher Brian. No, in fact, the current Michael was at a greater stage. Even before awakening, he could already contend with true rank 3 creatures without much disadvantage, aside from the most powerful among them. Then Michael noticed something else. Beginning's law was not the only thing he could copy. The law of echoed existence was wider than he had expected. It was not limited to law truths alone. It was a reflection. Anything that made up his existence could be echoed. Even race traits. Attribute structures. Instinctive advantages. Michael could copy it all. The drawback was simple. He could feel the borrowing like a flame held in his palm. It would not last forever. The echo would fade. The borrowed existence would return to its base. Michael had no idea how long he could maintain this state. Seconds. Minutes. He did not know. But he could feel the clock ticking within him. The change that had happened to him was only noticed by the elves around him who had been casting healing spells. They looked at him like he was some kind of monster, but Michael did not have time to acknowledge their gazes. Michael turned his attention back to the battlefield. The chaos had split into 3 distinct fronts. One sky burned with heat and poison as the rank 4 Drake blood tore through the air, trading monstrous blows with Lucky, Ghost, and the other undead that threw themselves into its path without hesitation. Another space screamed with compressed wind and collapsing pressure where the bronze-skinned Amazari hovered like a living calamity, fighting Beginning, Lily, and the combined forces of the 3 races in a grinding clash that turned bodies into mist and stone into dust. The third front, though involving only 2 individuals, was no less intense. There, the elven representative and the grey-robed figure faced one another alone. Michael's vision lingered on that clash. The elf moved again and swept her palm downward. The space beneath the grey-robed man thickened, then erupted into a spiraling lattice of roots that grew from empty air. They wrapped toward him in silent coils. The grey-robed man's eyes narrowed. "Die," he whispered. Withering flowed. The roots turned brittle before they could close. Their green sheen dulled into gray, then into powder. The air filled with dead dust again, falling in slow spirals. But the elf did not stop. Her fingers flicked, and the dust became spores. Each particle flared with faint light, then multiplied, exploding outward into a swarm of microscopic seeds that flooded the air around him like a cloud of living knives. The gray-robed man's robe snapped as his aura expanded. The cloud crossed into his domain and collapsed instantly, as if all vitality inside it had been ripped away at the root. The seeds died mid-flight and fell as ash. This exchange repeated itself several times, with fate intervening through sneak attacks whenever openings appeared. Anyone watching from afar could tell that unless one side made a mistake or something external interfered, the battle would not end anytime soon. The three involved understood this as well, yet each still fought with everything they had to defeat the others. What they had not expected was for the very reason they were fighting to enter the fray as well. A thunderous crack echoed. It was a sonic boom. The elf and the gray-robed man reacted at the same time. Their heads snapped toward the source. Space distorted. Then a figure appeared. The air in front of the gray-robed man folded inward, and a bloodied figure stood there, feet planted in empty space as if it were solid ground. Michael. His clothes were torn and soaked dark with blood. Dried streaks ran down his face from his eyes and chin. His body still bore the signs of ruin, yet he stood upright. The pressure around him was dense, like standing too close to something vast. The gray-robed man's pupils constricted. The elf's breath caught. "You!" The gray-robed man exclaimed in shock. Michael answered with a punch. There was no warning. The gray-robed man barely had time to set a defense with his law. Withering met brutal rebirth. Michael felt it immediately. The resistance was immense. The gray field gnawed at his flesh, draining vitality, eroding strength, trying to age his arm into nothingness. His skin blackened, cracked, and began to crumble at the point of contact. Then brutal rebirth responded. Pain became fuel. Pain became fuel. Any normal body would have collapsed the instant the withering law touched it. Even rank 3 beings of equal strength would avoid direct contact with that gray domain. Michael did not. The blackened cracks on his forearm spread for a heartbeat. Then they reversed. Blood surged backward through his veins. The crumbling flesh thickened instead of thinning. New muscle formed beneath ruined tissue, denser and tighter, as if his body was learning how to survive the attack in real time. The gray-robed man's eyes widened. Michael stepped forward. The withering law gnawed at him again, trying to hollow him out from the inside, and brutal rebirth answered. The closer his arm came to destruction, the more violently his body pushed back. Pain did not weaken him but sharpened him, and every moment of loss became force. Michael threw another punch. The gray-robed man retreated instantly. He did not allow Michael to close the distance again. A wave of gray surged outward, forcing space itself to thin and fade between them. Michael was pushed back mid-stride, his feet skidding through empty air. The gray-robed man's expression hardened. This was no longer disdain. This was caution. Michael lunged again. His body cracked the air with another sonic burst as he forced his way through the gray pressure. His skin aged and regenerated in the same breath, then stabilized stronger than before. He reached the edge of the gray domain. The gray-robed man unleashed a sweeping decay wave meant to erase everything in its path. Michael punched through it. The force detonated outward, ripping the air apart. Gray energy scattered like torn cloth as Michael burst through, blood spraying from fresh wounds that closed almost instantly. The gray-robed man was forced back again. For the first time, he lost ground. Michael followed relentlessly. Every step brought more damage. Every exchange carved new wounds into his body. And every wound made him stronger. Undying. Unyielding. A monster built from loss and return. The grey-robed man stopped trying to overpower him. Instead, he kept distance. Decay fields layered upon one another, forming barriers, dead zones, hollow spaces where life could not exist. Michael forced his way through them one after another, each breach leaving him more damaged. Then a shadow flickered. Fade reappeared above the grey-robed man. The mantis struck without hesitation, its scythe aimed for the back of the man's neck. The grey-robed man twisted sharply, grey flooding upward to intercept the strike. Fade's blade withered at the edge again, shedding ash, but the interruption was enough. Green light surged in from the side. The elf returned to the fight. Roots erupted beneath the grey-robed man's feet to limit his movement. Michael crashed forward through the opening they created, his fist slamming toward the grey-robed man's chest. The grey-robed man raised his arms, law flaring violently as he barely blocked the blow. The impact detonated. Space rippled outward. The grey-robed man was thrown back, his robe tearing further, grey energy spilling unevenly from his body. Michael landed lightly in the air, blood dripping from his knuckles, but his open wounds were already sealing. The elf hovered to his left. Fade flickered to his right. For the first time since the battle began, the grey-robed man was surrounded. And this time, he did not smile. Michael's fist hung in the air for a heartbeat, knuckles dripping, and he exhaled slowly. Brutal rebirth still raged through his body like a furnace, keeping him upright through damage that should have ended him. But he could feel it. The clock. The echo was thinning. Michael's awareness sank into the veins that connected him to his legion. He reached for beginning again, but not the law this time. Something else. The race trait that made beginning what he was. Beginning was a titan. A creature built to turn mass into inevitability. At his peak, he could swell beyond 20 meters and still move like an avalanche with a mind. Michael could not take all of that. Still. Even half of a titan was not human. Michael's blood-stained fingers flexed. Echo, he muttered, voice rough. The law of echoed existence responded. Michael grew. His height pushed past 3 meters. Then 4. His limbs thickened until they looked sculpted rather than grown, wrapped in dense muscle that carried unnatural weight. Every movement made the air complain. His heartbeat sounded like distant drums inside his own skull. The elf's eyes widened. Even Fade paused mid-flicker, its mantis head tilting. The grey-robed man's eyes widened in horror. Michael's body did not stop at 4 meters. His spine cracked, then reforged. His ribs widened with a grinding sound that made the air tremble. Muscle stacked on muscle violently, as if his body were being hammered into a new shape by an invisible smith. The cloth that remained on him died first. It tore. Then it burned away under the pressure of his expanding heat and mana, shredded into drifting scraps that withered into ash the moment they touched the nearby grey domain. Michael stood naked in the sky. 7 meters tall. A titan-shaped shadow hanging over the battlefield like a coming calamity. Blood ran down his chest in dark rivers, yet even that looked wrong, because the wounds were already closing. The torn flesh stitched itself in thick cords. The bruising under his skin faded before it could fully form. Michael looked at the grey-robed man. And smiled. It was not a wide grin, but it was deeply unsettling when a bloodied, handsome giant fixed his gaze on you. The grey-robed man's throat moved as he stepped back in midair, thoughts flashing through all of Brian's old and future generations. He could not understand what had happened. This youth was not at the stage where he had even begun cultivating a law, and even if he were, what was this monstrosity? What level of power had this youth gained now that if Michael touched him even once, the impact would be a disaster? The grey-robed man raised both hands. His pale domain swelled outward, thicker than before. "Stay away from me," he said, voice tight. Michael took one step. It was slow. Very slow. But the step crushed the air beneath his foot. A visible shockwave rolled out, distorting the sky in a widening ring. Michael lifted his arm. His fist was the size of a boulder now. The grey-robed man's withering law surged to meet it, eager and starving, trying to drain him down to bone and dust. But like before, though the pain hurt, it only strengthened Michael. Michael swung. The punch was not fast, but the grey-robed man did not dare to block. He could not risk it. He twisted sideways and threw distance between them in the same motion, his domain rippling as he used it like a wall to push Michael's strike off course. The fist missed by meters. And still, the shockwave tore through the air and shattered a band of dead space behind him, leaving a ragged hole where his withering had been thickest. The grey-robed man's eyes widened. He retreated again. He kept moving, refusing to let the giant close. And it would have worked. If Michael were alone. A flicker of black appeared above the grey-robed man's head. Fade. The mantis struck like a guillotine, its scythe aimed for the neck. The grey-robed man's withering snapped up instinctively. The edge of Fade's blade withered again, ash spilling mid-swing. But Fade did not stop. It flickered, reappeared, struck again. The interruptions were small. And that was all the elf needed. Green surged into the gaps the moment the grey-robed man moved. Roots bloomed where he wanted to retreat. Leaf blades curved where he wanted to slip. Living pressure tightened around him, not to crush him outright, but to steal his angles and reduce the space he could use. The grey-robed man's jaw clenched. Michael took another step. It was slow and heavy. His smile did not fade. The grey-robed man threw out another decay field, wider than before, a hollow wedge meant to erase anything that entered it. Michael walked into it. Michael raised his fist inside the dead zone. The grey-robed man's expression shifted fully into alarm. Because if that fist landed, his law would not save him. Not at that distance. Not against that mass. Law skill, the grey-robed man snapped, his voice sharper than it had ever been. Severing autumn. The elf's hands moved at the same time. Bloom. Fade struck again. The grey-robed man's defense rose again. And for a single instant, his attention split. Michael stepped through that instant. He was slow. But the distance was no longer large. The Titan's shadow swallowed the grey-robed man's figure. Michael's fist came down. The grey-robed man's eyes widened, and the pale domain surged violently, trying to push the blow away at the last possible moment. It was too late. The fist slammed into the air in front of him, and the world detonated. A thunderclap rolled across the battlefield, louder than any before. Space rippled outward in rings. The grey-robed man was thrown back like a doll, his robe shredding, grey energy spilling from him in uneven bursts. Michael remained where he was, chest rising, his naked body steaming with heat and blood. The echo inside him screamed. The Titan form was eating time. But Michael's smile widened anyway. Because the grey-robed man, at this point in time, only had half his body. His upper body had disappeared. For a heartbeat, everyone below forgot how to move. Whether it was the elves, the four-armed race, or the winged race. They all stared in shock. How rare was it to see someone who had not stepped into the void kill someone drenched in it? It was rare to the point of being almost impossible. They all stared in shock at the giant hanging in the air. 7 meters tall, blood-streaked, and smiling. The elven representative hovered stiffly, her pupils tight. She had been trading laws with the grey-robed man for too long, reading the depth of his authority with every exchange. She knew what his withering could do. She knew how strong his makeshift domain was. And yet, she was watching him come apart. And this was not where their shock ended, as 2 loud roars echoed in the distance. They came from the rank 4 Amazari and the rank 4 Drakeblood who were still fighting. Shockingly, for the 3 races, it turned out those gods were at the ends of their ropes too. The rank 4 Drakeblood roared as it tore through the air, its massive wings beating hard enough to fracture clouds and scatter storms. Its scales glowed with layered hues of crimson and black, veins of molten heat crawling beneath them. And yet, it was being held back by Michael's undead. Ghost was at the center. The ant's body looked small compared to the Drakeblood's vast frame, yet every segment of its obsidian shell was packed with terrifying density. 4 other ants flanked it, lesser than Ghost but still monstrous. They moved in perfect coordination. And above them, Lucky screamed. The winged wolf tore across the sky in a blur of black and green, wings cutting arcs through the air. Poison fire spilled from his jaws in thick streams, green-black flames that hissed and screamed as they struck the Drakeblood scales. The Drakeblood howled as the poison fire seeped between its scales, not enough to kill it, not even close, but enough to hurt. Filth, the Drakeblood roared, slashing backward with a claw the size of a tower. Lucky twisted midair, wings folding as he dropped under the strike by a breath. The claw missed him and instead crashed into one of the ants, killing it in a single blow. On the rank 4 Amazari front, the situation was somewhat the same, but also strange. And this was because of Beginning. Thanks to Michael's nurture, Beginning was at level 65. Though it made it harder for him to reach the 3rd stage of his brutal rebirth enhancement, when it did trigger, the result was clear. For a short duration, Michael possessed a half-step rank 4 powerhouse. At some point, Beginning now stood at 40 meters tall. Opposite him hovered the bronze-skinned rank 4 Amazari. Rings of compressed air rotated around him in slow, controlled orbits, each one dense enough to carve stone apart with a thought. His eyes were calm, calculating, but the tension in his posture betrayed him. Beginning roared. But the Amazari moved first. His hand snapped forward, and the air screamed. A compressed lance of wind slammed into Beginning's chest, drilling straight through muscle and bone in an instant. The impact exploded out the Titan's back in a plume of blood and shattered flesh, leaving a hollow crater where his heart should have been. For a fraction of a second, the battlefield went silent. Then Beginning took another step. The wound closed as he moved. Muscle surged inward. Bone and flesh knit together with a wet, grinding sound. The Amazari's eyes narrowed. He saw Beginning swing at him. There was no technique. No finesse. Just mass and momentum. The air screamed as his fist descended, dragging pressure behind it like a collapsing sky. The Amazari vanished in a flash, reappearing 100 meters away as the blow shattered the ground, flattening everything beneath it into a crater miles wide. The shockwave tore through nearby formations, sending debris and bodies flying. The Amazari raised both arms. The air around him folded inward. "Sky rend," he said calmly. The space between him and Beginning collapsed into a storm of invisible blades. Hundreds of cuts struck at once. Beginning's body was shredded. And then he healed. Again. And again. The Amazari struck again, layering his attacks now, combining crushing pressure with slicing force, trying to overwhelm the regeneration through sheer output. It did not work. Beginning reached him. The Titan's hand closed around the Amazari's torso. The air detonated. The Amazari escaped at the last moment, leaving behind a burst of compressed wind that exploded against Beginning's palm and tore half his hand apart. It regenerated mid-motion. Beginning grabbed again. The Amazari countered with a full-body release. A dome of compressed air erupted outward, slamming into Beginning's chest and blasting him backward for the first time. The Titan crashed through a mountain. Stone collapsed around him. Dust and debris filled the sky. The Amazari hovered, breathing heavier now. If others could see him clearly, they would see the horror he has in his expression. From being matched by several undead to just one could hardly understand the stage of the rank 4 Amazari who for the first time in many years also felt the scent of death again. The mountain moved again. Beginning rose from the rubble, his body already restored. He roared again. And charged, but this time with a different method that made the rank 4 Amazari shout in despair. "Don't force me," he said. What mainly differentiated Rank 4 and Rank 3 was the Law Domain, which grew from the previous Law Seed as a Rank 3. Though some talented or experienced Rank 3 could create a makeshift domain which sometimes ended up as a prototype for their Law Domain when they ascended or was the prototype, it couldn't be compared to an actual Law Domain Rank 4 creatures had. However, in the early floors of Hell, this particular advantage Rank 4 creatures had could not be used, as even a second of using it meant a drain on their lifespan and foundation. Except they were backed against the last possible wall, most Rank 4 who had business in the early floors of Hell would rather lose a limb. This situation also caused another reason why they had fear toward some certain powers. One of those powers being half-step Rank 4 creatures. Half-step meant they hadn't truly entered the rank, but they were infinitely close to it. And what did this mean? It meant that they could use some abilities exclusive to Rank 4 creatures like the most trait, the Law Domain, though it was an incomplete one. This was what made the Rank 4 Amazari feel despair. Because as beginning closed on him, he was already activating his Law Domain. On instinct, the Amazari wanted to do the same. Law Domain cancelled Law Domain with the superior one being able to take over, but the Rank 4 Amazari stopped himself in time. If this was outside Hell, he wouldn't have hesitated. No. He wouldn't even have needed his Law Domain to handle an incomplete one that couldn't utilize its own space, but in Hell he had to be very careful. Someone with a partial Law Domain could resist him to a certain extent, especially in the suppressed state, and with the rules of Hell, the longer he took to handle beginning, the worse the situation would be for him. Even if he succeeded in taking care of beginning, in a weakened state he'd need to take care of the supernaturals around. The Rank 4 Amazari felt it was better to run away. These were his thoughts as he made his decision. But unfortunately, he hadn't expected beginning's Law Domain would actually give a surprise. Law of Brutal Rebirth. Born from agony and forged in survival. The closer to death, the stronger the rebirth. What happened when a Law Domain was created on this concept with its host needing to be close to death? The revelation was sinister. A complete Law Domain was not just influence. It was a world. A sealed, alternate, space, within the void, a pocket reality where the owner's law was not an effect, but a rule. An incomplete domain was different. It could not fully detach from the world, could not become a true alternate space. Instead, it spilled into reality like a warped layer placed over the existing one. It did not replace the world, but it forced a portion of the world to obey different principles. And when beginning pushed past his limit, the air around him changed first. Colors dulled into harsh contrast. The empty air beneath beginning's feet darkened in a widening circle. A ring spread outward. 100 meters. 200. 1,000. Within it, every sound became muffled, like the battlefield was suddenly behind thick glass. And in that radius, everyone felt it. The bronze-skinned Rank 4 Amazari's eyes widened. No, he hissed, the word leaving him with real fear for the first time as he noticed something wrong with his body. The concept of brutal rebirth was simple: the closer to death, the stronger the return. Destruction became momentum. Now imagine that concept expanded into an area. Imagine a place where damage was not loss. The Amazari tried to move. His body did not respond. Beginning tried to move as well, but his colossal body froze mid-step, his muscles locked in a state of tense stillness. For a heartbeat, it looked like both giants had been turned into statues. Then the real horror happened as both of them were pulled outward. The Amazari's eyes shot wide as his soul was dragged out of his body. One moment he was in his body and the next, he was standing in front of his own body, looking at it like it belonged to someone else. His physical form remained suspended in the air, unmoving. But his soul stood outside in his image. He could see the same thing had happened to beginning. A soul form rose from the Titan's body like a second giant stepping out of a shell. Beginning's soul was massive. It looked less like a humanoid spirit and more like a towering silhouette of condensed will and hunger, with veins of red gold light running through it like molten lines. The Amazari's breath caught. This was impossible. A domain forcing separation of body and soul was not a common phenomenon, not even among rank 4. It was something that required deep control, deep authority, and a concept that could reach into the structure of existence itself. But brutal rebirth was never a normal law in the first place. The rank 4 Amazari stepped fully into the law domain, and the moment he did, his connection to the universe screamed in warning. Brutal rebirth. This was not a domain that protected its owner. It was a crucible. Inside this space, existence itself was treated as material. Anything that entered the domain was reduced to a single truth: if it could endure to the end, it would grow stronger. If it could not, its existence would be stripped apart and returned as fuel. Devour, refine, return. That was the law. The most terrifying part was that the domain did not recognize ownership. Beginning was not exempt. The one who manifested the law held no absolute authority within it. If Beginning were pushed closer to death than his opponent, he too could be consumed by the same mechanism. His existence would be broken down and used to strengthen whatever survived him. No wonder it was called brutal rebirth. It simply meant becoming stronger at the risk of actual death. A death one agreed to. Looking at the dark domain suspended in midair, everyone who gazed upon it felt a chill crawl down their spine. Even Michael was not exempt. Though he had only just begun to understand the universe and had barely formed a true relationship with it, his other advantages made the truth impossible to miss. If one were forced to say it plainly, the universe showed Michael a subtle bias. His connection through echoed existence, his growing comprehension of laws, and his connection to Beginning allowed fragments of understanding to flow to him naturally. Just a few moments observing Beginning's domain were enough. Things that had never quite fit together before finally clicked into place. Law of brutal rebirth. From its name alone, one would assume it meant being born again, a cycle of renewal. And until now, that was how it had appeared. A violent enhancement. A terrifying buff that pushed Beginning beyond his limits when he stood on the edge of death. But that had never felt complete. Even when Beginning triggered the third stage of his transformation, even when his body was broken and reforged again and again, it still felt like survival rather than rebirth. Michael had tried to understand why for a long time. In the end, he had given up, assuming the answer lay somewhere far beyond his reach. He had not expected to find it today. Brutal rebirth was brutal because rebirth was not guaranteed. To reach the third stage, Beginning had to suffer catastrophic damage. To activate his law domain, he had to go further still. He had to place his life entirely on the line, with no certainty of return. The domain itself was proof of that truth. Inside it, rebirth was not a gift. It was a verdict. Only by being pushed to the absolute edge of annihilation could one earn the right to exist again in a stronger form. And even the owner of the law was not spared from that judgment. It was a domain of trial. And that was why it deserved its name. Beginning's law domain did not oppose the universe. It mirrored it. Stars were the first proof. A star burned for eons, forging heavier elements in its core, until the pressure became too much and it collapsed. That collapse looked like death, but it was not. The explosion scattered the star's body across the void, seeding space with the materials needed for planets, oceans, and life. Without stellar death, there could be no worlds. Even life itself obeyed that cycle. Cells died so bodies could grow. Old flesh was broken down so new flesh could take its place. Muscles tore under strain and healed thicker. Bones fractured and reformed denser. Growth had always demanded damage first. Civilizations were no different. Empires rose, expanded, rotted from within, and collapsed. Their ruins became foundations for the next age. Knowledge survived through destruction, refined by failure, strengthened by loss. The universe did not reward preservation. It rewarded continuation. Only that which could endure collapse and still reform deserved to exist in a stronger state. That was the truth brutal rebirth touched. Even the owner of the law stood under the same judgment. Perhaps that was why it was so powerful as it was terrifying. However, all of Michael's comprehension did not concern beginning and the rank 4 Amazari who were currently fighting in their soul forms. Fighting with souls was a different fight from when they had their bodies. After all, the soul was not a physical thing. However, as it was the essence of supernaturals, since if the body died and the soul did not, they were alive but dead. If it was vice versa, the damage a soul form could cause was still very terrifying. One would think that the rank 4 Amazari would have an advantage in this battle thanks to him being a rank above, but with Beginning's enhancement from before he activated his domain plus the suppression from hell the Amazari still faced, they were quite even with the Amazari just having a slowly growing upper hand. Beginning moved again. His massive soul form swung a fist at his opponent. The Amazari reacted instantly. The rings of air that once circled his body now surrounded his soul. He thrust his hand forward. Beginning's soul torso ruptured, torn open by layered air blades that sliced through him. The Amazari froze as he felt power surge into him. The damage he inflicted did not dissipate Beginning's soul. It flowed back, feeding him. Beginning staggered. Unlike before, there was no regenerative ability here. After all, that was what the domain represented. The domain did not favor him. It did not recognize him as master. It only recognized exchange. Beginning roared and charged again, abandoning defense entirely. His soul shoulder slammed into a wall of compressed air, tearing another part of his essence apart. He ignored it and grabbed. The Amazari twisted away, but not cleanly. Beginning's massive soul hand tore through his side, ripping a chunk of bronze-tinted essence free. The Amazari screamed as the torn fragment of his soul dissolved into light and sank into Beginning's soul like molten metal poured into a cracked mold. His presence swelled violently. The shredded portions of his essence thickened as the torn part recovered as well. The Amazari recoiled, horror flashing across his face. So that was it. The deeper the damage, the greater the return. For both of them. He lashed out desperately, unleashing a storm of air laws that carved Beginning's soul into fragments again and again. Each strike fed him more strength. But each damage on his soul also pushed Beginning's strength. From the outer battlefield, one of the watching races finally moved. It was a warrior of the four-armed race. His eyes burning with urgency as he watched Beginning's soul flicker under the Amazari's relentless assault. To him, it was obvious. Beginning was losing ground. Slowly, yes, but undeniably. He did not hesitate. With a roar, he charged straight toward the darkened space of the domain. The instant his body crossed the boundary, everything stopped. His forward momentum died as if he had slammed into invisible stone. His four arms froze mid-stride. What? He never finished the thought when something pulled from within him. A violent wrench tore through his existence, and his vision inverted. One moment he was inside his body. The next, he was standing outside it. His physical form remained suspended at the edge of the domain, eyes wide and lifeless, while his soul was dragged fully into the crucible. His soul form flickered into existence, smaller, far weaker than the two titans already fighting, its outline unstable and trembling. The four-armed warrior screamed. Inside the domain, the rules were absolute. The rank 4 Amazari turned first. His eyes lit up. Another participant. Another source. He struck without mercy, but he wasn't the only one as Beginning also sent out a punch. A compressed air blade tore through the four-armed warrior's soul, splitting it nearly in half with a gigantic punch finishing it off. The scream cut off abruptly as the soul convulsed. And power surged. The Amazari shuddered as strength flooded into him, his soul expanding, stabilizing further. He understood instantly. This domain rewarded violence indiscriminately. Beginning felt it too. The moment the other soul was wounded, fragments of refined essence scattered through the domain. Some were drawn to the Amazari. Others flowed into Beginning. The Titan roared, his soul flaring brighter as stolen strength reinforced his crumbling form. Beginning did not waste the opening. The four-armed warrior's soul collapsed into fragments. Some surged into the Amazari. But a larger portion was swallowed by Beginning. The Amazari sensed it and reacted instantly. He snapped his hand forward. A ring of compressed air spun into a wheel and slammed into Beginning's soul shoulder, shearing off a chunk the size of a cart. The severed essence burst into shining dust. The Amazari inhaled sharply as the dust rushed into him and fed him with power. His soul presence expanded, bronze light hardening at the edges. Beginning answered with raw brutality. He stepped into the blade storm, letting it cut him again just to get closer. Each slice tore lines into his soul. Each line became a stream of fuel for the Amazari. But the Titan's fist landed. Beginning's soul hand smashed into the Amazari's chest and caved it inward. The bronze-skinned man staggered, rings of air faltering for half a breath. Beginning leaned in and bit. A section of the Amazari's soul, the size of a limb, was torn free and dragged into Beginning. The Amazari screamed. And Beginning grew stronger. The Amazari tried to retreat. Beginning followed, wounded and burning, but now faster. The Amazari unleashed a full burst. Gale Burial. Air rings detonated outward, turning into a grinding sphere that shredded Beginning's soul from the waist up. The Titan's upper half became fragments. The Amazari devoured those fragments and surged again. But the moment he surged, Beginning surged too. Because in the same instant the air sphere had shredded him, Beginning's remaining lower half slammed forward and took another bite. A shoulder. An arm. A strip of spine. Each swallowed piece fed Beginning more strength, and each increase in strength made the next swallow easier. The Amazari's eyes widened in terror as he watched himself get devoured. Outside the domain, the battlefield had gone unnaturally quiet. When the four-armed warrior charged, some of the watching races felt a brief surge of hope. That hope lasted less than a second. The instant his body froze at the boundary, several rank 3 elites felt it through their instincts alone. Their spines went cold. That domain. Someone whispered. Anyone that enters becomes a participant. When the four-armed warrior's soul was ripped free, gasps rippled through the assembled races as they watched the essence of the warrior flow into the Titan and the Amazari. Only when Beginning started winning did their negative feelings reduce a bit, but the fear in them did not go. Beginning's soul burned brighter. The moment the last fragment of the rank 4 Amazari's essence was torn free, his existence was stripped down to its most refined state and pulled apart by the domain without mercy. There was no one left to receive it. So it all went to Beginning. Beginning stood alone. His soul form swelled massively, no longer jagged or torn, but whole and overwhelming. Outside the domain, his physical body responded in kind. Muscles thickened. Bones deepened. His 40-meter frame grew denser, heavier, and seemed to be even growing taller. There were no challengers left. The law of brutal rebirth delivered its judgment. Inside the darkened domain, the last traces of the four-armed warrior's physical body began to react. His frozen corpse, still suspended at the boundary where he had first crossed, cracked like dry clay. Veins of dull light seeped out of it, pulled by an irresistible force toward the center of the domain. The four-armed body did not resist. It had no will left. Its flesh collapsed inward, muscles unraveling into raw essence, bones dissolving into streams of pale force. In seconds, the entire body was stripped down to nothing and drawn into Beginning's physical form like smoke into a furnace. The Titan's body pulsed as the energy was absorbed. That devouring was fast because the four-armed warrior was weak. Compared to what came next. At the center of the domain, the rank 4 Amazari's physical body still stood. It hovered upright, bronze skin unbroken, eyes empty, unmoving. Though his soul had been erased completely, the body itself had not collapsed. Rank 4 existence was not something that vanished easily. Even without a soul, the body remained saturated with law and accumulated power that had been refined over centuries. And now, the domain turned its attention to it. The Amazari's corpse began to glow faintly. Threads of condensed essence peeled away from the bronze skin, slowly at first, then faster. Unlike the four-armed warrior, this was not a clean process. The Amazari's body still had too much. Each fragment that flowed into beginning made the Titan's body tremble violently. His muscles expanded and compressed in cycles. His bones groaned, reforging themselves again and again to handle the incoming power. Cracks appeared along his skin, sealing almost instantly as the rebirth mechanism forced his form to adapt. Beginning grew. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, high in the air, the battle with the rank 4 Drakeblood was also coming to an end. Compared to the rank 4 Amazari, who could be said to have died tragically yet with a certain dignity, the rank 4 Drakeblood went down to poison. One-on-one, Lucky could not be compared to the Drakeblood. However, with the support of his fellow Undead, who were able to inflict wounds on the massive creature, Lucky's poison proved sufficient. Given enough time, it was capable of bringing down even such a terrifying giant. By the time the rank 4 Drakeblood realized the extent of the damage inside its body, it was already too late. It could only fall helplessly from the sky. In its current state, it could not even activate its law domain. Doing so would only hasten its death. Seeing the dragon-like figure plummet drew everyone's attention back to it. Shock spread across the battlefield as the races realized they had not only survived the assault of 2 rank 4 beings, but had actually managed to kill them. As these thoughts raced through their minds, the rank 4 Drakeblood struck the ground, carving out a crater several miles wide. The other races had anticipated this and had already retreated to safer distances before it landed. Just as relief was about to surface, their expressions twisted into horror when they sensed a terrifying energy beginning to bubble within the fallen Drakeblood. "Is this bastard trying to self-destruct?" an elf warrior with only one arm left shouted. The moment the suspicion was confirmed, the surrounding races turned and fled without hesitation. None of them had ever imagined a rank 4 supernatural who would choose self-destruction rather than die in battle. That thought was flawed. Self-destruction after a battle was still a fight to the death. The Drakeblood knew it was going to die regardless. Whether it activated its domain or not, unless the others somehow gave it time to heal, suppress the poison, or retreat, its fate had already been sealed the moment it fell from the sky. Rather than be killed by beings it considered ants, creatures that outside of hell would not even dare to look at it, it chose to drag everything around it down with it. The other races understood this too. No matter how far they ran, even if they fled through the void itself, an explosion from a rank 4 existence would still be devastating. What none of them expected was the sudden appearance of a small giant wielding a spear as long as his body, standing atop the Drakeblood's head. That mini-giant was Michael, still using Beginning's ability. The moment he saw the Drakeblood falling, Michael had already understood what was coming. Thanks to Beginning's domain which prompted him to later activate his Eye of Truth, he became aware of the Drakeblood's condition before anyone else. He knew that even if he himself survived the blast by sheer luck, his undead would not. Michael chose action over luck. With spear in hand, he pierced through a gap between the scales protecting the drake's head, tearing flesh in the process. After successfully driving the spear deep into its skull, Michael did not stop there. He poured as much poison as possible through the spear's ability. The effect was immediate. The moment the poison reached the Drakeblood's core, the ground shook as if something vast and enraged had been violently awakened. A roar burst from the fallen Titan. It was not the proud roar of a dragon challenging the heavens. It was a scream. The rank 4 Drakeblood convulsed violently, its massive body thrashing against the shattered earth. Scales cracked and lifted as veins of sickly black-green light spread beneath them, racing outward from the wound in its skull. Its wings spasmed uselessly, claws gouging trenches miles long into the ground. Another roar followed, louder than before, filled with raw agony and disbelief. The Drakeblood attempted to gather power, but failed. The poison had already reached its core. Every attempt to circulate energy only accelerated its spread. Its heart faltered. Its breaths came out in ragged, thunderous gasps that shook the battlefield. Michael did not retreat. Standing atop the drake's skull, his borrowed giant form trembling under the backlash, he ripped the spear free and drove it down again, and again. Each thrust forced more poison deeper, overwhelming the drakeblood's natural resistance through sheer proximity and saturation. The drakeblood screamed until the sound broke. Its roar degraded into a hoarse, choking bellow as black venom leaked from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth. The terrifying pressure that had been building for self-destruction destabilized and collapsed, eroded by the poison tearing its foundation apart. The battlefield watched in stunned silence as the towering drakeblood writhed in helpless agony, its end no longer a choice, but an inevitability. The struggle did not last much longer. The drakeblood's massive body shuddered once more, then slowed. The violent thrashing weakened, its claws no longer carving the earth, only scraping uselessly against it. Its heart beat one final, thunderous time. Then another, weaker beat. Then nothing. A rank 4 drakeblood had fallen. Michael felt it before he saw it. The oppressive pressure vanished, and the suffocating sense of imminent annihilation lifted from the battlefield like a storm finally passing. Michael stood still for a moment, spear buried deep in the drake's skull, waiting. Then, slowly, he pulled the spear free and leapt down from the corpse. Behind him, the colossal body lay motionless in the crater, no longer a living calamity, but a mountain of fallen flesh. Across the battlefield, survivors stopped running. One by one, they turned back, staring in disbelief at the corpse of the rank 4 drakeblood and the small giant standing beside it. Silence spread. Not the fearful silence from before, but a stunned, almost reverent one. 2 rank 4 existences had descended into hell. And both had died. All because of one man. No. He was still a youth. Just a perversely strong one. After killing the rank 4 drakeblood, Michael did not waste time before putting it in his damaged coffin of the forgotten. Upon seeing this action, some of the other races wanted to speak out. It couldn't be helped as the bodies of any rank 4 creature were a treasure. Their bodies could be used to make weapons, act as energy sources for weapons, and help in assisting the cultivation of other rank 4 and rank 3 below them significantly. Michael taking such treasure for himself instinctively made them want to act before they recovered themselves. Putting aside the fact that just now they had all turned to run away and only he went forward, if all of them were being honest with themselves, if not for the youth and his undead, particularly his undead, most of them would be dead without question. To also assist in their survival, the youth had also lost a lot of his powerful undead. How he got so many in the first place didn't matter, since as creatures who had already started to touch laws, they couldn't be easy to get. Losing so many of them in such a short amount of time was an immense loss. Exchanging all this for a rank 4 supernatural corpse, well, 2 rank 4 supernatural corpses felt a bit okay. The moment after Michael placed the body of the rank 4 drakeblood in the space within the damaged coffin of the forgotten and returning it together with his spear into his soul space, Michael's bloodied gigantic body deflated into his normal size as he fell to his knees. Before a lot of the other races could react, Spartan, Fade, and a few other of Michael's undead had already appeared by his side. Michael didn't pay attention to any of this, or rather he couldn't pay attention because thanks to losing beginning's nature effect on him thanks to his law, the damage that Michael should have felt came back to him at once, causing him to immediately faint. Fortunately, thanks to beginning's law, the damage to his soul brought from losing many of his undead and so many in a short time had been somewhat mended and Michael was out of the dangerous phase. But whether it was mended or not, it did not take away from the fact that since his first undead, this was the greatest loss Michael had ever encountered in his journey. Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to stay awake to fully process it, or perhaps it was even better this way. Seeing Michael collapse, the other races wanted to get close, but the moment they showed that intention, the undead surrounding Michael got defensive. Perhaps if it wasn't for the intelligence they possessed allowing them to have basic reasoning, they would have attacked everyone the moment they showed the intention to get close. Seeing the reaction of the undead, none of the races dared to move closer and just watched the situation from afar. The leaders of the three races came together again for a discussion. Among the three, the only person that was relatively complete was the elf. The Karveth leader who initially had 4 arms now had just 1 remaining. The Virelian, the small-winged humanoid race's leader, had lost her wings. If it wasn't that rank 3 didn't need wings to fly, she wouldn't have been even able to converse with their fellow race leaders. The moment the leaders gathered, the contrast between them became almost absurd. The elf stood with his usual indifferent expression, not even bothering to hide his gaze as it swept over the Karveth. "You're a mess," he said flatly. The Karveth leader clicked his tongue, rolling his remaining shoulder. The stump where his other arms should have been had already been sealed by crude emergency methods, but sealing was not healing. Losing a limb can cripple a supernatural. Sometimes permanently. But this was the supernatural world. As long as one was willing to pay the price, limbs could be restored and so on. To some certain extent, if one was strong enough, dying didn't exactly mean death, so what could losing a limb be? The only problem was that the stronger you were, the harder it became. A low-ranked warrior could regrow an arm through simple regeneration techniques or cheap healing resources. A rank 3, especially one who had already touched laws, was different. Their bodies were no longer just flesh. They were structures shaped by authority and truth. Restoring a limb for someone like the Karveth leader was not simply healing a wound. It was reconstructing a portion of his existence. And he was not weak by any means. The Karveth leader grinned anyway, stubborn pride flickering in his eyes. "Scars are the pride of my race," he declared. "I do not mind them." The elf looked at him. The Virelian looked at him too. Neither of them changed expression. The Karveth leader's grin stiffened. Then cracked. He coughed once, cleared his throat, and his eyes darted away. The Karveth leader scratched the side of his face with his remaining hand, suddenly finding the air very interesting. "My true plan is to return to my realm and beg my elders to take pity on a poor youth," he admitted. "As long as I can forget my face for 1 year, and I owe some favors, I will be brand new." He lifted his stump slightly, then dropped it again, grimacing. The elf's gaze lingered on the Karveth's sealed stumps for another breath, then drifted to the Virelian. She floated a little apart from the others. Where her wings should have been, there was only smooth, healed tissue and faint lines of torn channels, like scars carved directly into her body. "And you?" The Virelian's eyes did not flicker. "They will grow back," she said. The Karveth leader's remaining brow rose. "That easy?" "In time," she replied. "If I heal naturally, 10 years. Outwardly, her condition looked less severe than the Karveth's. She still had her limbs. She still had her core intact. She still hovered without difficulty, because rank 3 did not need wings to fly. But that was a surface reading. What she did not say, and what she did not intend to say, was that losing her wings had injured more than flesh. It had injured her vitality. Not in a way that would immediately kill her, but vitality was not just lifespan. This injury had also damaged her potential to some extent. And even the process of regaining her wings would consume more vitality. Whether she used resources or not, some portion of that vitality would be spent. The only difference was that using resources would make the cost smaller, controlled, and less significant to worry about. She did not need the elf to know that. She did not need the Karveth to know it either. The elf representative studied the two, then spoke in the same flat, indifferent tone she used for everything. "If you are willing to pay with precious resources," she said, "my race can treat it." The Karveth leader blinked. "Your race?" The Virelian's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. In the vast universe, elves were not only known for their beauty, their affinity to nature, or the pride that made them carry themselves as if they stood on the same pedestal as dragons and phoenixes. Their healing arts were also among the best. Even without treatment having begun, Both races knew that what the elven race could provide was far superior to what their own races could offer. Healing was also how a race as proud as the elves avoided isolation and maintained countless connections. What shocked the two was not the offer itself, but the fact that an elf had suggested it at all. Based on her tone, it even sounded like they would be receiving a favorable deal. One should not judge this by the way the elf was currently speaking to them. After spending years together on the third floor, even without close interaction, proximity alone had forced familiarity. The fact that she still did not truly place them in her eyes had not changed. The Karveth leader swallowed. "You can do that?" The elf did not smile. "If you can pay." The Karveth leader and the Varelian exchanged a glance. What had changed? Was it surviving 2 rank 4 existences? Or had the elf simply decided that, for reasons they could not grasp, today they were worth addressing as equals? "Do not think too deeply about it," the elf representative said. She continued, voice steady. "You assisted on the 15th floor. And besides," the elf added, cutting off any sense of misplaced gratitude before it could form, "you will pay. This is not kindness. It is just business." The Varelian and the Karveth said nothing, though their expressions were complicated. Even with how she framed it, an elf remembering a favor was rare. An elf admitting it openly was rarer still. It was not uncommon for others to die for elves and consider it an honor. That mindset was especially common among elven royalty. As their conversation reached a natural pause, all 3 of them turned their attention downward. To the youth. He lay unconscious amid shattered earth, surrounded by undead standing guard like silent sentinels. The battlefield around him was ruined beyond recognition, but none of that drew their eyes as much as the still figure at the center of it all. The Karveth leader exhaled slowly. "I hope the kid is doing well." The Varelian shook her head faintly. "I doubt it." Both the Karveth and the elf glanced at her. "I was not with him the entire time," the Varelian continued calmly, "but I am not blind. The death of his undead affects him." She paused, eyes narrowing slightly as memories of the battle surfaced. "That is common among necromancers who revive their undead using fragments of their own soul," she said. "Each loss tears something away." The Karveth leader frowned. "He lost a lot." "Too many," the Varelian replied. "And not weak ones." Even to her trained senses, the quality of those undead had been abnormal. Losing even one would have been a blow. Losing many in such a short period of time was devastating. His fainting was inevitable, she concluded. Whether his body collapsed or his mind did, one of them had to give. The female elf said nothing. Her gaze remained fixed on the youth, unreadable. For a brief moment, something close to thought flickered behind her indifferent eyes. Then it vanished. "He is alive," she said at last. "That is enough. For now." The elf's gaze did not leave the youth as she spoke again. "If I could carry him to my realm fast enough," she said calmly, "there is a chance some of the damage could be resolved." The Karveth leader's remaining eye widened slightly. "A chance," he repeated. "A small one," the elf replied without hesitation. "Soul damage heals best when addressed immediately, before it settles into the foundation. Time matters." Her eyes shifted briefly to the undead surrounding Michael. "But that is not possible." The undead stood in a loose circle around the unconscious youth. "Step closer and die." None of the 3 leaders said it out loud, but they all understood it instantly. Approaching the youth meant certain death. Even wounded and diminished, those undead were still monsters. And they were loyal. Fanatically so. The Karveth leader let out a slow breath. "Then this will weaken him?" "Yes," the elf answered. There was no pause. No softening of tone. "Yes," she repeated. "It will affect his potential." The Varelian's fingers curled slightly at her side. The Karveth leader frowned deeply. "By how much?" The elf considered it for a heartbeat. Enough that he may fall. Fall, the Karveth pressed. From a holy child, the elf said, voice flat, to an ordinary genius. Silence followed. An ordinary genius. In any other place, among any other race, that title alone would be enough to inspire awe. A being destined to stand above countless others. But here, among entities who had brushed against rank 4 calamities and survived, the weight of the words was different. The Karveth leader clicked his tongue. That's a pity. The Virelian said nothing, but her gaze lingered on Michael longer than before. Even the elf felt it. A faint sense of regret stirred within her. A holy child reduced before his time was wasteful. Inefficient. Such existences were rare even among elves. But that feeling passed quickly. An ordinary genius was still valuable to most races. Just not to hers. Her expression returned to indifference. If he survives, she said, turning away, he will still be strong. Strong enough to matter. But not strong enough to be worth concern. The Karveth leader stared at the unconscious youth for a long moment, jaw tight, then clicked his tongue again. I disagree, he said. The Virelian's gaze shifted to him. The female elf did not react, but her attention sharpened slightly. The Karveth continued, his voice rough. You two are only looking at the ridiculous number of undead he lost. You forgot that even what he has left is still perverted. That single sentence was enough to jolt the other two out of their drifting conclusions. The Virelian's eyes narrowed slightly. The elf's expression remained indifferent, but her pupils contracted. They remembered. Prince, who stood in the chaos like a silent executioner, feeding on enemy souls to strengthen himself with every kill. Spartan's abyss flames, black and ravenous, devouring matter and energy alike as if the world itself had no right to resist. Lucky, whose fire poison had brought down a rank 4 Drakeblood given time and a single opening. The ant, a ridiculous little thing with strength that did not match its size. The female giant that could devour nearly anything. The mysterious mantis. And the 2 flying undead snake illusions that looked unreal, except for the moments when they were very much real. And then there was Michael himself. They did not know what his law truly was. They only knew what it had shown. A rank 2 at the peak, matching rank 3 elites who had already touched laws. In some moments, even pressuring them. In others, doing things that should not have been possible for someone at his stage. That was not luck. That was not a one-time miracle. That was a foundation. The Virelian exhaled softly. Even weakened, she admitted, he is still abnormal. The Karveth leader snorted. Exactly. He nodded toward the youth, then toward the undead standing guard. He's only rank 2, the Karveth said. Do you understand that? Only rank 2. This is not his limit. The female elf's gaze finally moved from Michael to the line of undead again. She evaluated them. Then she spoke, her tone unchanged. If he survives, she said, and recovers to a reasonable extent, yes. She paused. He will still be strong. The Virelian's lips pressed together. And he can still grow. The Karveth grinned, his single remaining arm hanging at his side, expression fierce despite the blood and stumps. He will get stronger, he said. That's the terrifying part. For a moment, none of them spoke. A sudden roar shattered the stillness. Space itself shuddered as the sound burst outward, compressing the air into visible ripples. The ground trembled. Cracks raced across the already fractured terrain, widening as if something enormous had shifted its weight. All 3 leaders turned at once. Their gazes snapped toward the source. At the far end of the ruined battlefield, within the fading remnants of the dark domain, a colossal figure straightened. Beginning. The Titan rose to his full height, and the world seemed to shrink around him. 60 meters. That was how tall he stood now. His body was no longer jagged or unstable. The brutal rebirth had completed its work. Dense muscle layered over reinforced bone, his form thick and heavy. And his aura was terrifying. A crushing, oppressive presence that pressed down on everything nearby, making even rank 3 elites feel as if their cores were being gripped by an unseen hand. For a brief instant, it did not feel much weaker than the 2 rank 4 existences that had just died. But only for a brief instant. The elf's eyes narrowed. "He has not ascended," she said. The Virelian nodded slowly. The Karveth leader inhaled deeply, his remaining arm tightening. But look at him. They could all tell. Beginning had not crossed into rank 4. Yet. But he stood at the very peak of rank 3. If Michael had been awake, he would have reached the same conclusion as them. He would not even need to study Beginning's aura or ask questions. It had already been made obvious elsewhere. Undead Titan, level 75. Just one more level. One more advancement and Beginning would ascend into the ranks of rank 4 as a new creature. Beginning tilted his massive head back and released another roar, shorter this time and lower, vibrating with restrained power rather than frenzy. The sound rolled outward, carrying a single, unmistakable message. "Do not come closer." The Karveth leader let out a slow breath, something between a laugh and a sigh. "So even now, he still has this." The Virelian's voice was quiet. "If the youth survives and recovers, this thing alone is enough to secure his position." The elf watched Beginning for a long moment. Then she turned away. "Rank 2, she said flatly. "With subordinates like this." Her tone did not change, but something beneath it had shifted. Meanwhile, in another part of hell, a youth could be seen running wildly, as if escaping from something. Yet if one looked behind him, they would find nothing chasing him at all. He was running for reasons known only to himself. If Michael were here, he would have recognized the youth. It was Brian. If someone had been able to see Brian's face clearly, they would have understood instantly that something was wrong. It was a mess of emotions, layered and tangled. Fear. Confusion. Panic. Even disbelief. Not a single trace of anything positive. But why was Brian like this? The reason was simple. Through the method of the figure clad in gray, Brian could see what the gray figure saw from afar. It was not perfect, but it was enough. And what Brian saw at first almost made him lose himself to joy. A powerful existence wrapped in gray. 2 terrifying rank 4 beings by his side. And Michael just happened to be nearby. For a brief moment, Brian's heart nearly burst with satisfaction. Finally. He was finally going to see Michael erased from this world. It was a shame he would not get to do it with his own hands, but Brian was not bothered by such details. Pride did not matter. Only the result mattered. As long as Michael was gone, everything would return to how it was supposed to be. He would be one of the brightest youths in Aurora again. He was already one, but for some reason Brian always got himself into a situation where he ended up being the stepping stone for Michael to either showcase his power or push his fame. With Michael gone, any action he took again, he would be the one people whispered about. The one the world praised. That was what he believed. That was what he wanted. That was what he had been clinging to. Brian watched with the kind of excitement that made his fingertips tremble. Then everything went wrong. So wrong that Brian's mind refused to accept it at first. The shock came like a hammer to the chest. Why did Michael have so many rank 3 undead, and why were they able to actually compete with actual rank 4 supernaturals even if suppressed? How was Michael able, or rather why did the current him have the strength to compete with a rank 3 powerhouse? How were his undead so strong? Why? Why him? Why always him? And then the vision cut as the last thing Brian saw was Michael lunge. Michael. Michael, who had not even ascended to rank 3, killing a strongman in that rank. Fear took over Brian, and without thinking, even though his location was far away, he ran as fast as he could away from the 15th floor of hell. Brian's speed carried him across the grey wastes like a streak of warped air. Then, in the middle of that frantic sprint, his foot caught on a jagged ridge hidden beneath the ash. It was not enough to hurt him at his stage, but it was enough to disrupt his rhythm. His balance snapped for a fraction of a second, and that single mistake turned his momentum, pitching his body forward. He slammed into the grey earth with a dull boom, skidding across the soil like a thrown weapon, carving a deep scar behind him. His shoulder clipped a low hill next, and the impact caved it in. Dust and dead ash erupted outward. A crater formed where his body finally stopped. For a moment, Brian lay there in the broken ground, chest rising and falling fast as the pause from everything calmed him down. If he had been an ordinary human, that crash would have shattered bones. But Brian was not ordinary, if he was not being compared to Michael Norman, that is. Brian pushed himself up with a snarl, dust falling from his hair and coat. Brian's jaw tightened as a wave of embarrassment washed over him so hard it almost made him nauseous. He had run. He had sprinted like prey out of fear. Fear of Michael. Just thinking about it made heat crawl up his neck. What was he doing? Why should he fear Michael? He had 3 different classes, and their advantage was continuous from early to late stages. If that damaged Necromancer did not exist, he would be the most brilliant one. Brian clenched his fists and stood fully, the ground beneath his boots cracking again as if reacting to his mood. He looked back in the direction he had come from, eyes hard, breathing slower now. In his mind, the last image remained vivid, Michael's punch. Michael, still not ascended, still at the peak of rank 2, moving like someone who did not belong in the same category as everyone else. And the punch. That single, clean strike that ended a rank 3 powerhouse. Brian's lips twitched. The fear was still there, buried under the surface like a thorn he could not remove, but now it was mixed with something else. Anger. Humiliation. Jealousy. Envy. Greed. A sharp, poisonous resentment that made his stomach twist. He had been happy for only a moment. Happy because he thought he would finally be free of Michael's shadow. Free of being compared. Free of being used as a stepping stone. Ever since the college exams and he got famous as well, there was not a post he threw out that did not have comments about Michael. In fact, some of his lost feeds were solely a gathering space for Michael fans. No matter what Brian did, somehow, someway, he ended up in a situation where Michael benefited. Michael grew. Michael shone. Michael took the spotlight. Michael took what should have been Brian's. And now, even when someone else came to kill him, Michael still won. Brian's breathing steadied completely. He stepped out of the crater he had made, brushing grey dust from his sleeve, eyes cold and focused. It's fine. He only has the lead now. It does not mean it will remain so forever. With my 3 classes, as long as I do well in all 3 of my class advancement quests, we'll see who comes out on top. For this, Brian was quite confident. However, recalling Michael's Undead Legion, Brian could not help but lose a bit of that confidence again. Meanwhile, back on the 15th floor. The ruined battlefield had not yet settled. Ash still drifted through the air. The stench of blood, corrosion, and burnt authority lingered like a curse that refused to fade. The other races remained where they were, their attention still fixed on the unconscious youth and the towering undead guarding him. Then space trembled. A thin tear split the air as an older man emerged from the rift. The moment he did, a powerful aura rolled outward, heavy and commanding. The reaction was immediate as several rank 3 elites stiffened. Another rank 4. What was happening in hell? A New Year celebration? But that tension lasted only a heartbeat because the aura was familiar. This was a rank 4 from Michael's realm. An old man many of them had seen before. Now they remembered why he left. He had gone to subjugate the demon lord. Seeing him looking all tattered here could only mean one thing. Either he succeeded or he did not. The old man stood still for a moment, brows furrowing as his gaze swept across the battlefield. The devastation was far worse than when he had left. Entire sections of terrain had been erased. Craters layered over craters. Residual authority hung in the air like the echo of thunder after a storm. Dead bodies lay scattered across the field. Rank 3 corpses. Fragments of Rank 4 remains. His eyes narrowed. What happened here? Then his gaze shifted. It locked onto beginning. The old man's body stiffened instantly. His aura surged, sharp and alert, snapping into a defensive posture without conscious thought. His hand moved halfway toward a technique before he stopped himself. 60 meters of undead titan stood in the distance, motionless but watchful. The pressure rolling off beginning was like a mountain. The old man's pupils contracted. When did such powerful undead appear? His gaze flicked downward. Only then did he notice the youth lying unconscious at the titan's feet. Michael. Surrounded by undead. Impossible, he muttered in disbelief. Though he did not think he had left for a short amount of time, just what in the heavens happened here while he was away? Fortunately, the old man was not alone, as the leaders of the 3 races and a certain silver-glistened Amazari elder who was blinded in one eye floated toward him. As for the 2 Stonekin elders, unfortunately, they had died in battle. The old man immediately asked his questions as they all tried their best to answer in their own ways. After some back and forth, the old man finally had an idea of what had happened. Basically, after he left, 2 Rank 4 criminals had come to hold them down, which eventually led to a fight, and what stood before the man's eyes was the aftermath of that battle. After understanding the situation a bit more, the old man calmed down. Since they had briefed him on the situation here, the races also wanted to know how it went on his end. It was exactly as they had expected. After the old man left and arrived at his destination, the Rank 4 superpower from the Drake Blood realm was already fighting the Demon Lord, and though it looked like a pretty equal fight, it was not, as the Demon Lord was gradually gaining the advantage, making the conclusion of the fight uncertain at that time. However, after the old man joined, the fight became more balanced, with his side gaining more advantage. Though the old man spoke lightly of it, his current appearance told a harder tale. In any case, after dealing with the Demon Lord and dividing its parts, details which the old man did not give specifics on regarding what he and the Drakeblood took, he came back immediately. After telling his own story, the leaders of the other races fell into their own thoughts as the old man's attention returned to Michael, then to beginning, before returning to Michael again. The elf caught him looking at Michael and spoke. "Your realm is fortunate," she said. "To have produced a youth like that." The old man's eyes remained on the unconscious figure, then moved to the ring of undead standing guard, then briefly to beginning's towering silhouette in the distance. He nodded. It should have been a simple, natural response. But it was not. The nod came a fraction too late, and it carried an awkward stiffness that did not match the certainty in the elf's statement. The Karveth leader noticed it. The Virelian noticed it too. Even the Amazari elder, half-blinded and bloodied, tilted her head slightly. They all sensed something off. Yet none of them could put a finger on it. Inside the old man's mind, the truth was simple. He did not know how to say it. He had only met this youth today. For the first time in his life. Before today, he had not even known Michael existed. Not his name. Not his talent. But how could he say that here? In front of these races. It would make no sense. It would make his realm look blind. It would make him look incompetent. So he said nothing. He simply nodded again, as if the elf's words were expected. "Yes," he replied, voice calm. "Fortunate." The elf's gaze lingered. For the smallest moment, her eyes narrowed, but she did not pursue it. She did not care enough. The Karveth leader scratched his cheek with his remaining hand, staring at the old man for another breath, then looked away. The Virelian's expression remained neutral, but her attention sharpened. Then the Amazari elder spoke, her voice hoarse. "What now?" The elf looked at the old man. "Treatment," she said simply. "He needs it immediately." The old man's brows furrowed. He did not argue. He could see the state Michael was in even without touching him. But there was just one tiny issue. All the race leaders turned to look at a certain towering undead. Well, it was quite a big issue. Though Michael's health was of utmost importance, no one was going to attempt fighting a half-step rank 4 giant for him, especially not in the chaotic aftermath of such a brutal battle. For one, none of the races present were in the right state to fight. Many were gravely wounded, exhausted from the prolonged clash against 2 rank 4 threats, and their forces had already been thinned considerably. Even if they were at full strength, taking on beginning in his enhanced state would require them to be prepared to lose at least half of their numbers, if not more, given the Titan's overwhelming power and the merciless nature of his law of brutal rebirth. Even if they included the old man, a suppressed rank 4 superpower capable of unleashing devastating force despite his restrictions, they could only hope that the other undead, aside from beginning, would not attack. That hope was clearly unreasonable. The Undead Legion was fiercely loyal and relentless, and provoking them would turn the battlefield into an even greater slaughter. Including the old man, none of the races present saw dying in a failed attempt to save someone as something a person with a functioning brain would choose to do. Survival instincts ran deep among supernaturals who had clawed their way to rank 3 and beyond, and gambling everything on such a reckless intervention was pure folly. Meanwhile, close to Michael, Spartan knelt beside his master's body, his tattered robes hanging loosely. In his hand, he held a worm-like creature. The undead's expression remained calm and composed, betraying no emotion despite the concern he felt for his master. It was the rank 3 life worm, a precious undead known for its potent healing properties. He had seen the creature crawl out of Michael's body moments ago, its task apparently complete as far as physical injuries were concerned. It turned out that before his master lost consciousness, or perhaps sometime just before that, Michael had wisely placed the life worm inside his body to stabilize his condition and mend the severe damage caused by overexertion and backlash. However, upon further inspection with his own senses, Spartan could tell that while his master's physical condition was more or less healed thanks to the worm and Michael's resilient constitution, his soul was far from being out of danger. The loss of so many bonded undead had left deep scars on Michael's soul, fractures that no mere physical healer could quickly mend. Spartan, who was as knowledgeable as his master, if not more so in certain aspects, pondered deeply on what he could do to aid his recovery. His cold gaze then shifted toward the race leaders floating in midair, fixing specifically on the elf. To the knowledgeable Spartan, the elves were a race renowned for their healing abilities. Without hesitation, Spartan flew toward them. Aside from the old man, who was neither intimidated by a mere rank 3 undead nor unfamiliar with Spartan's presence during the battle, the other race leaders tensed up. The sudden shift in atmosphere drew the old man's full attention, but he was more focused on what the undead had to say, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected approach. This was not his first time seeing Spartan during the battle. He already knew that this undead was particularly intelligent, far beyond typical mindless thralls. At first glance, Spartan looked no different from a human, with refined features and an almost ethereal poise. Without closer inspection, and thanks to his particularly enchanting appearance that carried an unnatural allure, one might have mistaken him for a member of some rare undead race or higher variant. Spartan was indeed undead, but in the universe, pure undead races capable of reproduction were rare, limited to beings such as vampires who maintained bloodlines and societies of their own. Most undead like Spartan were created and bound to their creators, making them fundamentally different from races like vampires, who did not need to be raised from the dead. Spartan stopped several steps away from the gathered leaders. "Can you heal my master?" Spartan asked, his words directed generally, though his focus was clearly on the elf. The elf fixed her gaze on him, her eyes clear and sharp. She showed no reaction to his undead nature, nor any surprise at his intelligence. She had already witnessed enough on the battlefield to accept it. "Yes," she said after a brief pause. But not here, the elf continued. This place is unsuitable. The damage to his soul is too deep and unstable. Proper treatment requires a controlled environment. She shifted slightly, her robes rustling as her gaze swept across the ruined 15th floor. He would need to be brought to the elven realm. Spartan said nothing. Outwardly, he remained still, his expression unchanged. Inwardly, something stirred. Spartan did not possess emotions in the way living beings did, but his intelligence was refined enough to imitate their function. He could evaluate risk. He could weigh intent. He could experience something close to caution. And right now, what he felt was wariness. Another realm. Another place where his master would be vulnerable. Spartan did not think it was a good decision. He had studied the universe enough to know that power was rarely offered without cost, and even more rarely without strings attached. Carrying his master into the heart of another race's territory, no matter how renowned their healing arts were, felt dangerous. The elf noticed his silence. She waited a moment, then spoke again, her tone unchanged. Your master elder may accompany us. She shifted her gaze slightly. By that, I mean him. Her eyes settled on the old man from Michael's realm. At once, everyone understood who she meant. Spartan's head turned immediately. His gaze locked onto the old man. The old man stiffened, caught off guard by the sudden attention. For a brief moment, their eyes met. One pair was ancient and human. The other was undead with cold lifeless green light. Spartan evaluated him. Rank 4. From the same realm. Connected to his master's origin. Acceptable. Not ideal, but acceptable. The elf continued. He may observe the treatment. He may remain with the youth for the entire duration. He can also choose to intervene if necessary. Her eyes flicked briefly back to Spartan. This is not a trap. Your master helped us, so treating him is only the right thing to do. Spartan did not respond immediately. He looked back at Michael. His master lay unconscious, pale beneath the sky, surrounded by the undead who would gladly die a second time for him. The life worm rested quietly in Spartan's hand, reminding him that his master's body was stable, but that was not enough. Spartan knew this. Physical wounds could be endured. Soul wounds were different. Left untreated, they would follow Michael forever. Spartan's fingers loosened slightly around the life worm. Then he looked back at the elf. Will my master recover? Spartan asked. The elf met his gaze without flinching. He will live, she said. And his foundation can be stabilized. Full recovery will take time. That is acceptable, Spartan replied. He turned his head once more toward the old man. You will go, Spartan said. At this, the old man raised an eyebrow as a thought flashed through his mind. Michael could not be abandoned. Not after everything that had happened here. Even if he wanted to distance himself, it could not be in front of the other races. Anything else would create the wrong image. Of his realm. Of himself. Of how they treated those who bled for them. In the universe, face and reputation mattered to most races. And beyond that. The old man's gaze drifted back to Michael's unconscious form. Whether he had known the youth for years or only for a few hours no longer mattered. Michael had already left an imprint heavy enough to demand responsibility. Aside from healing, there was another reason. Curiosity. The youth's mystery was too deep to ignore. Many of the things surrounding him did not feel like coincidences. Nor could they be explained away by calling Michael a genius. Genius did not explain everything. Too many questions remained unanswered. Once Michael was healed, or at least stabilized, the old man planned to take him back to the Federation and conduct a full background check. Not out of suspicion alone, but out of necessity. Slowly, the old man nodded. I will go, he said. Spartan studied him for a heartbeat longer, then inclined his head once, just enough to signal acceptance. The elf exhaled softly. Then we waste no more time. Go get your master. Spartan nodded and returned to his master's side, where he used his method to communicate with the other undead. Thanks to Michael's conscious and subconscious actions, many of his undead already knew the leaders within the Legion, making the decision easy. Once the decision was made, something happened that shocked the races around them. What first drew their attention was beginning reducing his size as another giant stepped forward. This one was female. Lily. She was nowhere near beginning in scale, but she still stood at 25 meters tall. After watching Beginning and Spartan take Michael away, she opened her mouth wide and inhaled. Under the shocked eyes of the gathered races, something unbelievable happened. The air around Lily twisted inward as if dragged by an invisible tide. Space bent slightly at the edges of her open mouth, and a low, hollow sound echoed across the ruined battlefield. One by one, the undead moved. They did not resist as they rose from the ground. Streams of undead converged toward Lily, their bodies dissolving into wisps of black, gray, and dark energy the moment they crossed the boundary of her maw. Each undead vanished cleanly, as if swallowed by the void. One after another. In mere seconds, the area around where Michael had been lay empty. The reaction was immediate. A chill ran through the ranks of the watching races. Storage magic, someone muttered. What Lily had just displayed was not a newly awakened ability. She had always possessed it, from the moment her law had taken shape. Lily's core authority was devouring. Within her stomach existed a naturally formed spatial cavity, one born directly from her law rather than constructed through techniques. A living space, capable of holding vast quantities of matter, energy, and more. Anything swallowed by Lily was not destroyed unless she willed it so. The reason this ability had almost never been used like this before was simple. Michael did not trust it. He had tested Lily's devouring law more than once. Each time, something valuable had been lost by accident. On one particularly memorable occasion, an undead Michael had not intended to sacrifice was devoured. After that, Michael restricted the use of this storage space. But his undead did not know this. Nor did they share his caution. They did not carry his past experiences. They only knew convenience. When Spartan communicated the decision, when the Legion understood that Michael would be moved, Lily's presence offered a simple solution. A safe place. Close to their master. From their perspective, it was perfect. Lily herself did not object. She did not see them as food. Thus, without hesitation or fear, the undead allowed themselves to be drawn in. The battlefield now stood nearly empty. Even the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He still said nothing. But in his mind, a quiet conclusion formed. This youth needs to be watched. And if possible, a complete account of how this undead came to be must be recorded in the Federation's records. Lily finished inhaling and closed her mouth. Then, slowly, her body began to shrink. 25 meters. 15. 10. Until she stood at a far more compact size, still massive by any normal standard, but no longer dominating the horizon. The three undead ascended into the air, moving toward the gathered race leaders. They stopped several steps away from the race leaders. Spartan was the first to speak. "We should begin moving," he said calmly. The elf did not respond immediately. Instead, she shook her head. Her gaze shifted downward. It lingered first on Michael. The unconscious youth lay completely naked in Spartan's arms. Then her eyes moved to Lily. Then to Beginning. Both undead giants were equally unclothed, their forms entirely unconcerned with modesty or concealment. Her gaze paused for half a breath longer on the lower half of Beginning's massive frame. She said nothing. But something in her expression tightened. Spartan followed her gaze, then looked back at her. Seconds passed. The elf finally realized something. The undead were staring at her in confusion. It took her a moment to understand why. Undead did not care. They had no instinctive sense of shame or cultural attachment to clothing. Even Spartan, who wore robes, only did so because he was trying to maintain the scholarly image he had formed after reading certain notes. Aside from this, he had no special thoughts about clothing. The realization made the elf representative clear her throat. "Clothing," she said. Spartan blinked. "Is it required for healing?" he asked. The elf paused, then shook her head slowly. "No," she admitted. "But it is required for entering another realm without causing unnecessary complications." "Then provide clothing," he said simply. In any case, he could not do it himself, as he had no spare clothes. Even his own robe, which had survived the battle, was tattered in many places. Compared to the other two, however, he appeared dressed. The elf nodded, lifting her hand. Vines of pale green light unfurled from her sleeves, weaving rapidly in the air. Within moments, the light solidified. Simple garments formed. Loose robes for Spartan and Michael. Dense, reinforced coverings for Lily and Beginning, formed from layered vines capable of stretching and reshaping to accommodate their size. They were not elegant per se. But they were sufficient. If Michael had seen this, he would have clicked his tongue in awe of how one could actually use the mysterious magic to make clothes. It was oddly convenient. The robes settled over the undead forms. "Now," Spartan said, "we move." The elf nodded as she turned to the races beside them, not excluding the silver-haired Amazari elder. "We will not leave yet." This was essentially the answer from all of them. And their reason was valid. Before heading anywhere, they wanted to confirm their territories were safe. They had been fighting for so long, and no one knew whether the enemy had done anything to those places in their absence. The elf understood them, as she planned to do the same. After all, to reach her home realm, she first needed to pass through the elven territory on the 15th floor of Hell. After speaking among themselves and carrying the corpses of their fallen comrades, the various races said nothing more as they immediately departed for their own territories. The undead and the old man followed the elves to theirs. Unlike some of the other floors of Hell with their bizarre worlds, the 15th floor looked relatively normal. It appeared very untouched, more like a pristine forest world. The elven territory lay within this floor. Since everyone in the group was rank 3, they reached their destination quickly, in just a couple of flashes using spatial teleportation. The elven territory was a forest within the greater forest world of the 15th floor of Hell. Tall trees grew close together, their trunks straight and ancient-looking, their branches interwoven overhead to form a natural canopy that filtered the light rather than blocking it. The forest floor was clean. Paths of packed earth and flattened roots ran between the trees, clearly walked often. Low shrubs and wild grass grew freely at the edges. The air beneath the canopy was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of leaves, soil, and wood. Elven dwellings were scattered throughout the forest, built with restraint and care. Some homes were set directly into the trees, shaped around living trunks, their wooden platforms supported by natural growth rather than cut beams. Others stood on the ground, modest wooden structures reinforced with stone at the base, blending into the surroundings instead of dominating them. Bridges of wood and rope connected higher dwellings. There were no towering walls or grand gates, only watch posts placed at natural vantage points, where elven guards stood quietly among the branches, observing. There were no signs of battle. No scorched ground. No broken structures. No blood. Everything was intact. Orderly. And calm. The old man, standing beside the elf representative, scanned the territory carefully before speaking. "It seems the evildoers were only after the races gathered for the battle," he said. "They did not strike your territory." The elf's gaze remained forward as she replied. "Or they were confident they could deal with this later." No one responded after that. Both turned their attention to the unconscious Michael in Spartan's arms, odd expressions on their faces, before looking at each other again. A sudden disturbance rippled through the air above the forest. The elven guards in the branches reacted instantly, hands tightening on bows as a figure cut through the air between the trees. Someone was coming. Fast. She moved with urgency until she felt a strange pressure. Her body stiffened midair as her momentum faltered. She stopped abruptly, hovering several dozen meters away, eyes widening as a heavy, restrained aura brushed against her senses. Rank 4. Her gaze snapped toward its source. The old man. Then her eyes shifted again. To Spartan and the two huge figures behind him. To the unconscious human in his arms. And finally, to the figures behind them. Several elves were carrying bodies. Some were wounded. Some were very still. The smell of blood followed them, faint but unmistakable. The woman's breath caught. Her lips trembled. Tears welled up and spilled freely down her cheeks before she even realized it. She flew closer slowly, arriving beside the elf representative. Sister. Her voice broke as she spoke. For the first time since the battle, the tight control in her expression cracked. Sister Lyrian, she said quietly. The two elves stared at each other for a heartbeat longer. Then the woman took the elf representative's hand. What happened? Lyrian asked, her voice trembling. Why is there a rank 4 here? Why are there wounded or dead brothers and sisters brought in from every direction? She swallowed hard. Why do I feel so many lives missing? The elf representative closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, her voice was steady, but the weight behind it was undeniable. There was a battle, she said. One we could not avoid. Lyrian's fists clenched at her sides. Who? We'll talk about that later, but for now there is something else to deal with. I need to take the youth back home for healing, the elf representative said. Lyrian wiped her tears with the back of her sleeve and forced herself to breathe. Her gaze shifted once more to Michael. Who is he? She asked softly. Before anyone could answer, her eyes lingered on his pale face. She stared for a few more seconds, a strange expression on her face, before speaking again. Is this a half-elf? As she spoke, there was a hint of disdain in her voice. If one understood elven culture, it was not hard to see why. Among the elves, such a reaction was not uncommon. In the wider universe, elves were known as a proud race. To outsiders, that pride often appeared as grace, discipline, and an unyielding sense of tradition. But within elven society itself, that same pride cut far deeper and far sharper. Blood mattered. Purity mattered. To elves, lineage was not just heritage but identity. Their long lives, slow births, and deep connection to nature had shaped a culture that valued continuity above all else. Anything that disrupted that continuity was seen as a flaw. Half-elves were part of that disruption. They were living reminders of dilution. Neither fully elf nor fully of another race, half-elves occupied an uncomfortable space that elven society never truly accepted. They aged faster. Their affinity with nature was inconsistent. Their mana patterns were unstable by elven standards. To many elves, these traits were proof enough that half-elves were incomplete beings. Impure. Half-elves were often barred from positions of authority, excluded from sacred groves, and quietly pushed to the edges of elven settlements. Even when allowed to live among elves, they were reminded constantly, through silence more than words, that they did not truly belong. And among more traditional factions, the mere existence of a half-elf was considered a stain on elven dignity. That was why Lyrian's voice carried that edge. That was why her eyes lingered on Michael with a mixture of scrutiny and discomfort. However, she was mistaken. Michael was no half-elf, even though he gave off a faint sense of kinship. When the elf representative, whose name was Serena, clarified this, Lyrian was even more surprised. However, Due to the presence of the old man far above her in status, she kept her further thoughts to herself. Though elves considered themselves superior to other races, they still possessed common sense. For a powerful figure like the old man, basic consideration had to be given. If her leader could do so, then why could she not? Although elves often preached dignity and humility, they were largely unaware of how terrible their image appeared to many other races. Serena raised a hand. "That is enough," she said, her voice calm but firm. The tension in the air eased slightly at her words. Even Lyrian straightened instinctively, wiping the remaining tears from her face and lowering her gaze in acknowledgement. Serena turned to her. "Lyrian," she said, "take some of our brothers and sisters to the healing facility immediately. Prioritize the wounded who can still be saved." Her gaze shifted briefly to the bodies being carried in the background. "And ensure the fallen are handled with care." Lyrian hesitated. Her eyes flicked toward the stretchers again, then back to Serena. "You are returning home," she said quietly. "If that is the case, why not bring them as well?" Her voice trembled, but there was resolve beneath it. They laid down their lives for the realm. This should be the moment they are honored properly, not delayed or hidden away. The forest fell silent. Serena did not answer immediately, but she understood better than anyone. She looked at the bodies, at the still forms of elves who would never walk these paths again, never return to their homes, never see the forest they had defended. "I understand," Serena said at last. "And they will be honored." She met Lyrian's eyes. "But not like this." Lyrian frowned slightly. "If we return now with the dead, without explanation and without preparation, it will only spread confusion and fear," Serena continued. "Families will see bodies before they hear the truth. Rumors will move faster than reason." She lowered her voice. "The atmosphere there is calm. If we shatter that without context, we will only deepen the wound." Lyrian's shoulders sagged. Serena placed a hand on her arm. "We have been away for too long," she said. "We need to know what has happened in the realm during our absence. We need to assess the situation, speak with the elders, and prepare them." Her eyes hardened slightly. "Only then will we bring the fallen home, with full respect and clarity." Lyrian closed her eyes. After a moment, she nodded. "I understand," she said softly. She turned and issued quiet instructions to the elves behind her. The wounded were separated carefully and guided deeper into the forest toward the healing facility. The fallen were carried away with equal care, their bodies covered, their names spoken softly among those who bore them. As the forest resumed its quiet rhythm, Serena looked back toward the old man. "Please, let us move. We have taken too much time." Serena turned without another word and descended from the air with everyone as the group began walking deeper into the forest. The path narrowed as it descended, winding between thicker clusters of trees where the canopy grew denser and the light dimmed naturally. Roots crossed the ground like veins, polished smooth by centuries of footsteps. The sounds of the settlement faded behind them, replaced by the quiet rhythm of leaves shifting and distant water flowing somewhere unseen. Spartan followed at her side, Michael still held carefully in his arms. Lily and Beginning moved behind them. The old man walked slightly to Serena's other side, his gaze never fully relaxing as he studied the land they passed through. Elven guards appeared more frequently the deeper they went. Some stood on elevated platforms between trees. Others watched from the forest floor, hands resting near their weapons. Every one of them straightened the moment Serena passed, recognition immediate. None questioned her authority. A few glanced briefly at Michael and his group, curiosity flickering across their faces before discipline took over. Eventually, the path opened into a natural clearing. At its center stood a structure that did not belong to the forest, yet did not disrupt it either. A gate. Two massive stone pillars rose from the earth, ancient and weathered, their surfaces etched with simple runes worn smooth by time rather than magic. Between them stretched an empty archway where the air itself felt heavier and denser, as though space had been folded and anchored in place. This was the portal. It was not active yet. Around it stood several elves in formal armor, their expressions serious, their weapons grounded but ready. Unlike the patrol guards above, these were gatekeepers, veterans who carried themselves with quiet confidence. The moment Serena stepped into the clearing, every guard straightened. One of them stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Supervisor Serena," he said. "We sensed your return, but not this." His gaze drifted to the old man, then to Spartan, then to the massive undead behind them. "How is it?" Serena asked. "Stable," the guard replied at once. Serena nodded. "That is good." She stepped closer to the gate and placed a hand against one of the stone pillars. For a moment, she closed her eyes. Then she opened them again. "Prepare it," she said. "We are passing through." The guards moved immediately, splitting to their assigned positions around the archway. One began issuing quiet commands while another retrieved a signaling device from his belt. Serena turned back toward the others. "This gate leads into the Elven realm," she said, her tone precise. Her eyes lingered briefly on Michael. "He will be taken directly to the healing sanctuary." Spartan inclined his head slightly. "That is acceptable." The old man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the gate. The guards finished their preparations. The space within the archway began to shift subtly. Serena stepped aside and gestured forward. "Stay close," she said. Spartan adjusted his grip on Michael and stepped toward the gate. Lily followed. Beginning brought up the rear. Once the portal stabilized, none of them hesitated as they stepped into the gate. The sensation of movement vanished abruptly. One moment, they were passing through the gate. The next, they were standing inside a sealed space. It was a wide chamber carved from pale stone and living wood, smooth and undecorated. The ceiling arched naturally overhead, supported by thick roots that had been shaped rather than cut. Small openings provided light, but there were no windows. No visible exits. The air was still and heavy, carrying the faint scent of earth and sap. The gate behind them was inactive. The change was immediate. Spartan shifted his stance, feet spreading slightly as his grip on Michael tightened. Lily lowered her posture, her massive frame angling forward. Beginning straightened, his presence pressing outward like a restrained storm. The pressure in the room spiked. Faint disturbances rippled along the walls as hidden mechanisms responded, layers of containment and observation activating silently. Serena raised a hand. "That is enough," she said calmly. Her voice cut through the tension without force. "This is only procedure." The undead did not relax, but they did not escalate further. Serena turned slightly, addressing Spartan directly. "Verification is done here before we can enter the realm fully," she continued. "Everyone who enters passes through this chamber." Spartan's gaze never left the walls, his perception sweeping every corner. "How long will this take?" he asked. "Moments," Serena replied. "Those on the other side are being notified. Once they are ready, the passage will open." She then turned toward the old man. "This applies to your presence as well," she added. "Certain protocols must be acknowledged." The old man studied the room, his eyes tracing the subtle layering of space and authority embedded into the stone. He felt it clearly now. This was not a trap. It was a checkpoint. He gave a small nod. "That is reasonable." Serena lowered her hand. "Thank you for your patience," she said. "We will not delay longer than necessary." Soon, a low hum spread through the chamber. The wall parted. Light spilled in from the other side. The moment the opening widened enough to reveal what lay beyond, the atmosphere changed. On the far side of the doorway stood a formation of elves in full armor. Their suits were fitted and layered, shaped from pale alloy and reinforced plates etched with thin, circuit-like patterns. Their helmets were open-faced, visors resting at their temples, eyes sharp and focused. And in their hands were weapons. Long, sleek firearms formed from the same pale alloy, their barrels narrow and angular. The instant the undead saw them, they reacted. Lily's massive body shifted forward a fraction. Beginning's presence surged, tightening the air around him. Spartan adjusted his grip on Michael as his free hand lowered slightly, ready. Before anyone on the other side could speak, Serena's voice cut through the tension. "Stand down," she said sharply. Her authority was unmistakable. The undead halted immediately. The pressure they had released froze in place, then receded just enough to signal restraint. Serena stepped forward, placing herself squarely between both sides. "These are allies," she said without turning back. "Lower your weapons." The elves did not move. Instead, the one standing at the center of the formation took a single step forward. His armor bore subtle markings denoting rank. His gaze swept over Serena, the old man, Spartan, and finally the massive figures behind them. "Identify yourselves," he said, his voice steady and faintly amplified by his suit. "State your authority and purpose." Serena did not hesitate. She straightened, shoulders squared, and spoke clearly. "Serena Elthrin Veilcross Sylvan," she said, her full name flowing without pause. "Supervisor of the Elven Station stationed on the 15th floor of Hell." A brief pause followed. Several of the armed elves stiffened visibly. The leader's eyes narrowed, then widened just slightly. "Supervisor Serena," he repeated. His gaze flicked past her to the old man, registering the restrained rank 4 aura. Then to the undead. Then to the unconscious human in Spartan's arms. "What is the situation?" he asked, his tone shifting from challenge to protocol. "A medical emergency," Serena replied immediately. "The human has sustained critical damage at the soul level. He is to be transferred directly to the healing sanctuary." The leader raised a hand. Behind him, the formation adjusted. Weapons lowered, not fully, but enough to indicate compliance. "Please follow me for additional verification," he said. "It will not take long." Serena nodded once. "Understood." She then turned slightly toward Spartan, Lily, and Beginning. "Wait here," she ordered. "Do not move unless I return and tell you to." Spartan's eyes remained fixed on the armed elves, his stance still guarded. "How long?" he asked. "Moments," Serena replied again, her tone unchanged. "This is procedure. Nothing more." She glanced at the old man. He gave a small nod, confirming the same conclusion he had reached earlier. This was not a trap. It was how a realm protected itself when threats could emerge through gates without warning. Serena stepped forward and followed the armored leader through the doorway. The opening narrowed behind her. Not fully closed, but partially sealed. Voices carried faintly from beyond. Spartan did not shift an inch. He stood like a statue, Michael's weight balanced perfectly in his arms. The others remained still as well, with the exception of the old man, who shifted slightly, discomfort flickering across his expression. Time passed. Then the partial seal released with a soft sound. The doorway widened again. Serena reappeared. Her expression was unchanged. She stepped back into the chamber and raised her hand. "We can proceed," she said simply. "The verification is complete." The armed leader behind her gave a short nod, then addressed his soldiers. "Lower weapons. Escort formation. Priority path to the healing sanctuary." The guns did not disappear, but their barrels dropped further, signaling full compliance. Serena turned to Spartan. "Now," she said firmly. "Follow me, and do not deviate." Spartan did not respond with words. He simply moved. Lily and Beginning followed. The old man walked beside Serena this time, silent as he ignored the guarded looks of the others, already adjusting to the restrictive pressure of the elven realm after leaving Hell. Invasion was not an unfamiliar concept in the wider universe. It simply meant one realm taking control of another, or being swallowed by a stronger one. There were many reasons it happened. Some realms were rich in resources that could not be replicated elsewhere. When such resources existed in limited quantity, conflict was inevitable. Other times, it was about position. Certain realms sat at key junctions between planes, acting as natural gateways for trade, travel, or military movement. Controlling such a realm meant a lot of things. In a universe where distance could be crossed in moments, location still mattered. There were also realms that were simply weak. Newly formed worlds. Damaged realms recovering from catastrophe. Civilizations that had not yet matured enough to defend themselves. To stronger powers, these were opportunities. And sometimes, invasion had nothing to do with wealth or strategy. Overpopulation forced expansion. Dying worlds could also push their people outward in desperation. Yet, despite how common invasion was, its implementation was not exactly simple. Aside from factors like military strength, there was also something else that had to do with the realm. It was also one of the reasons why, aside from newly discovered worlds with no inhabitants, conquered realms usually never had a huge population of their conquerors in their land. This was because of realm suppression. Realm suppression was not a mystery once one understood how realms were born. A realm did not begin as a world in the way most people imagined. At first, it was only a pocket of space that had stabilized long enough to hold form, a knot of laws, a fixed boundary, and a core. Some were born naturally from cosmic collisions. Some formed around ancient remnants. Some were the result of broken planes that fused into something new. In the early stage, such a place was fragile. Its borders were thin. Its rules were inconsistent. Time could flow strangely. Space could fold wrong. The environment could shift without warning. If the realm survived long enough, it began to settle. Mountains became mountains. Rivers chose their paths and kept them. Seasons became predictable. And the laws that governed everything inside stopped fluctuating and hardened into structure. That was how a realm grew. As that stability deepened, something else emerged. A will. Not the will of a person, but the realm's own instinct to remain itself. It was subtle at first, expressed through natural correction. Foreign energy that did not fit would be pushed out. Techniques that violated the realm's established rules would weaken. Those who stayed too long without adapting would feel a pressure, like the world itself was rejecting them. Over time, that will became clearer and more purposeful. The realm began to distinguish between what belonged and what did not. It recognized native patterns. It tolerated familiar energy. It supported those who matched its rhythm. And it resisted everything else. That resistance was realm suppression. It was why invaders often arrived with overwhelming force, yet still struggled to maintain control. In contrast, natives moved naturally. That was also why conquerors rarely flooded a conquered realm with their own population. Even if they won militarily, the realm itself would grind them down over time unless they paid a massive cost to adapt. Realm suppression could also be weaker or stronger depending on another factor, how the realm advanced after becoming a world. As realms continued to mature, some reached a critical point. By then, their laws were no longer merely stable. The realm's will, which had once acted only through instinctive rejection and correction, began to seek an anchor. That anchor was always a native. Realm masters were never outsiders. They were born of the land, shaped by its laws from the very beginning. Their bodies, souls, and growth paths were naturally aligned with the realm's rhythm. Because of that, when the realm reached for a representative, it could only choose from its own children. And among those natives, only two kinds were ever chosen. The strongest. Or the most extraordinary. When such a person resonated deeply enough, the bond formed. The moment someone became a realm master, their status changed fundamentally. They did not grow infinitely stronger, nor did they break the realm's limits. Instead, they were elevated to the absolute peak of what the realm itself allowed. Whatever the maximum permitted power was within that world, the realm master stood there instantly. Foreigners could not match them without paying a severe price in their own realm. More importantly, the realm's will could grow too, which in turn was the realm master. With a realm master, if before the will had acted through instinct, after a realm master emerged, it gained intent. The will no longer reacted blindly. It acted with judgment based on the realm master's wishes. Through the realm master, the world could focus its suppression on specific targets. It could reinforce chosen areas, weaken invaders selectively, and even go as far as weakening the power of the opposition. In essence, the realm was no longer alone. It had someone beside it. That was why invading a mature realm with a realm master was exponentially harder than conquering one without one. However, becoming a realm master was not a blessing without cost. The bond went both ways. The moment a native accepted the role, their future was tied to the realm's growth. Their potential became capped by the world itself. No matter how talented they were, no matter how extraordinary their path, they could never exceed what the realm was capable of supporting. In theory, a realm master could rise from mortal to godhood in an instant if the realm's permitted limit was that high. It was an exaggerated way of describing the effect, but the idea was accurate. The realm elevated them to its ceiling immediately. But that ceiling was also a prison. If the realm could only support power up to a certain level, then that was where the realm master would remain forever. Even if their personal talent suggested they could go beyond godhood, even if their comprehension or ambition surpassed the world they stood on, they would be unable to break through. The realm would not allow it. Another restriction was distance. A realm master could not leave their realm freely. The farther they moved away, the weaker the connection became, and the heavier the backlash. Long-term absence was impossible. Extended travel across planes was forbidden. At most, they could project influence, avatars, or limited manifestations, but their true self was anchored. They were not rulers who traveled the universe. They were guardians bound to a single land. There were other costs as well. Their fate became intertwined with the realm's stability. If the realm was damaged, they suffered. If the realm weakened, they weakened. If the realm faced extinction, the realm master would be dragged down with it. Because of this, the realm's will could not force the bond. Consent was required. The world could reach out, but the chosen individual had to accept. And many of the truly extraordinary refused. For beings who sought boundless growth, endless exploration, or transcendence beyond worlds, becoming a realm master was a form of confinement. A glorious cage, perhaps, but a cage nonetheless. This was also why many dominant races across the universe did not have realm masters. Setting aside the realm's own strict selection, most powerful figures from large and expansive races would never agree to such restrictions. They valued freedom, expansion, and supremacy across multiple realms. Being bound to a single world, no matter how strong it made them within it, was unacceptable. So while realm masters existed, they were mostly only common in weaker realms but still rare nevertheless. Back to suppression, what the old man was currently feeling was this so-called realm suppression. It was not as terrible as the one from hell since he had recovered his realm, but it was still annoying to deal with. The old man had only just stepped past the threshold of the building when the space behind him twisted. A narrow tear opened. From it stepped an elf. He appeared middle-aged, with long silver hair bound loosely at his back and calm, sharp eyes that carried the weight of centuries. Unlike the armored guards or tactical personnel they had passed earlier, this elf wore traditional ceremonial robes. Layered fabric of deep green and white draped over his frame, embroidered with leaf patterns. His body pulsed faintly with restrained power. Rank 4. The moment his feet touched the ground, his gaze locked onto a single figure. The old man. Nothing else in the space seemed to exist to him. Spartan, Lily, beginning, Serena, the armed escorts, even the unconscious Michael in Spartan's arms were all ignored as completely as furniture. His eyes did not flicker. His attention did not waver. He took a step forward and inclined his head slightly. "Esteemed guest," the elf said, his voice warm and refined, carrying the tone of a host. The old man turned slowly, meeting the elf's gaze without releasing even a trace of pressure. The two rank 4 existences regarded each other in silence, their auras brushing lightly, testing without hostility. The middle-aged elf held the old man's gaze as he wondered what race he was from. At first glance, the old man looked human. That alone meant nothing. The universe was filled with humanoid races. Thousands upon thousands of them. Most of them shared the same basic shape: 2 arms, 2 legs, upright posture, familiar facial structure. Unless a race carried a distinct trait, there was no reliable way to identify them at a glance. The Starborn were obvious, with their blue, star-speckled skin. The Drake blood were just as easy, with scales, horns, or other monster traits that betrayed their bloodline no matter how well they hid it. But if a race was close enough to baseline, then even a careful observer could only guess. One would need deep specialization, knowledge of regional lineages, and the habit of studying subtle markers. The elf did not. He was not a scholar of bloodlines. He was a guardian of this post, and one who handled matters that required strength and authority. But as the thought about the old man's possible origins drifted through his mind, another followed immediately, sharp and unwelcome. Elves were also humanoid. The realization hit him like a quiet slap. His expression did not change, but inwardly he stiffened. Comparing his people to the countless, human-like, races of the universe felt wrong, almost disrespectful. It felt like blasphemy. He could almost hear it. The past queens and rulers of the realm looking down on him. Humanoid. Is that how you reduce us now? Absolutely not. He cut the thought off at once and offered a silent apology in his heart to the past queens and rulers he had respected, as if they might somehow hear him and judge him for entertaining such a careless comparison. In fairness, elves did tend to have more queens than kings. It was a simple matter of numbers. Female elves made up a larger portion of the population, lived slightly longer on average, and were more likely to remain within the realm rather than wander. Leadership followed availability as much as talent. That did not mean elves were a woman-led society. They were not like the Amazari, where matriarchs ruled by unquestioned doctrine and male authority was more ceremonial than real. Elven leadership was pragmatic. Whoever was best suited led, regardless of gender. It just so happened that, more often than not, that person was a woman. Still, there was no excuse to lump elvenkind into the same vague category as human-like races. Absolutely not. Of course, none of that surfaced on his face. As a rank 4, he had to give the other party face. He had been informed that a rank 4 had arrived. This meant the other party carried considerable risk for him to evaluate. However, there was no need to be blunt. Not yet. So he smiled faintly and kept the tone of a host. "Welcome," he said again, his voice smooth. "May I ask your name and origin," he continued, "so that I may address you properly?" The old man did not hesitate. "I am Selim Ardent, a Star General of the Aurora Federation," he said calmly. "I am here to assist a junior of my race who needs urgent healing." The words landed softly. But they did not pass unnoticed. For a brief moment, several elves, Serena included, paused almost imperceptibly before regaining their composure. Aurora. The Aurora realm was particular. It was not counted among the ancient hegemonies of the universe, nor was it known for overwhelming military might or god-level figures that shaped epochs. But it was impossible to ignore. Because Aurora was growing fast. Civilizations usually followed a predictable path. If not conquered, they developed internally, awakened magic or equivalent systems, and only then began to seriously interact with the wider universe after reaching a certain peak in that system. Aurora had broken that pattern. It was often theorized that they were one of the rare civilizations to step beyond their realm before fully understanding magic or even coming into contact with it. At first, many had dismissed those theories. Aside from races like the Starborn, how many could truly stand strong with technology alone? Not all races were peculiar like the Starborn, after all. However, Aurora kept expanding. They built realm-level fleets before they had gods. They took over realms with realm masters who were even more powerful than their strongest individuals. And somehow, impossibly, they survived it. By now, it was widely accepted that Aurora was one of the fastest-growing civilizations in the known universe. Not the strongest, but the trajectory alone was enough to make people take notice. Hearing that a star general from Aurora stood here, in person, was quite surprising. Serena's surprise was brief but genuine. Her eyes flicked toward Selim for half a breath before she masked it completely. The middle-aged elf felt the same flicker of reaction. Aurora. So that was it. Still, his reaction was not one of fear. Aurora was not an enemy of the elven realms, nor were they a dominant power that demanded immediate caution. This was simply unexpected. A star general, here. In person. The middle-aged elf finally shifted his attention. His gaze moved to Serena. Only then did he truly register her condition. Her armor was scratched and dulled. There was dust in her hair, faint discoloration along her sleeves, and a tired tightness around her eyes that no amount of composure could fully hide. It was the same restrained weariness he recognized in Selim himself. They looked like people who had walked a long road without rest. Then his eyes drifted again. The undead. He had known what they were from the moment he arrived. There was no mistaking it. As an elf whose affinity with nature deepened the stronger he became, undeath was something he felt long before he saw it. They stirred a faint, instinctive repulsion in him, a reflex born from centuries of communion with living systems. But he ignored it for now. The elf turned slightly toward Serena, his lips never moving as his voice slipped into a controlled transmission that only she could hear. "Who is the boy?" His eyes did not leave the unconscious figure in Spartan's arms. He already knew the answer could not be simple. As a rank 4, he understood the cost of what was being done here. Elven treatment at this level was not something offered lightly. It consumed resources and favor. It was reserved for those whose existence mattered. Of course, not all elven treatment cost one's entire fortune, but the condition he could faintly sense from the boy was one that did. No rank 4 escorted an ordinary child across realms. Serena's reply came just as quietly. "I don't know for certain," she said. "But I suspect he may be a holy child of the Aurora realm." There was a pause. The middle-aged elf wanted to raise an eyebrow. Every realm that survived long enough, every civilization that grew powerful enough, eventually produced such figures. Children born at convergence points of fate. Sometimes they became symbols. Sometimes weapons. Sometimes disasters. Sometimes saviors. Sometimes, realm masters. There were not many things that could truly interest him when it came to other races. He had lived too long, seen too much, and weighed too many external affairs to be easily stirred. But a holy child of a fast-growing realm like Aurora? That was different. Very different. His gaze sharpened almost imperceptibly as he studied the unconscious boy again. So this was the reason. A seed important enough for Aurora to send a star general himself. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Elves were indifferent to many things, but a holy child was not quite on the list of things they could ignore, especially when it came from a strong race. "Then we should not delay any longer," the middle-aged elf said. "If the youth's condition is as severe as it appears, every moment wasted only narrows the paths available to us." His gaze shifted briefly toward Spartan and the unconscious boy in his arms. This time, there was no trace of repulsion or judgment in his eyes. Only assessment. "Elven healing is effective," he continued, "but it is not omnipotent. The earlier we begin, the better the outcome. Especially for a soul-level injury. Selim inclined his head in response. My thanks, the old man said simply. The elf met his gaze again, the faintest hint of a smile touching his lips. He turned slightly, gesturing forward with one hand. I will personally authorize immediate passage to the inner sanctuary, he said. All secondary procedures can be handled afterward. Serena let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She gave a short nod, relief flickering across her expression before discipline smoothed it away. As you command, she said. The middle-aged elf took one last look at the unconscious boy. Michael had no idea what was going on in the real world. After losing consciousness, he found himself in a half-awake, half-asleep state. He did not know how long he spent in it. Half awake, he could subtly hear what was going on outside. Soul injury. Elven realm. Strange physique. Some clash of battle. Wait. Someone was fighting. Where? With a bit of struggle, Michael opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was warmth. He was lying on a wide surface grown from smooth living wood. Moss-soft fibers lined the edges, cool against his skin. Above him, the ceiling rose in a natural arch, thick roots formed its frame. Small leaves grew along them, healthy and quiet, swaying slightly even though there was no wind. Light filtered in from narrow openings high above, scattered and soft, like sunlight passing through a forest canopy. It painted the room in shades of green and gold. The walls were not walls in the usual sense. They were grown trunks and stone fused together, seamless. Clear pools of water were set into the floor at intervals, their surfaces perfectly still, reflecting the leaves overhead. The air was clean. It smelled of damp earth, fresh bark, and flowing water. Each breath felt lighter than the last, as if the room itself was easing the weight from his chest. Michael tried to move. His head throbbed. Fragments of memory drifted back. Then he faintly heard sounds beyond the room, breaking his thoughts. It was like a low echo of force meeting force. The room did not react or reflect what was going on outside. The leaves did not shake. The water did not ripple. The ground was steady. Whatever was happening outside, this place was able to endure it. Michael slowly became aware of himself. He shifted his focus to his body. Roots covered him. They were thick and pale green, wrapped carefully around his arms, legs, chest, and waist. They did not feel tight or restrictive. Instead, they pressed gently against his skin, pulsing faintly, as if they were breathing along with him. A cool, strange paste coated large portions of his body. It was green, deep and earthy, smeared across his chest, shoulders, and limbs in uneven layers. It smelled faintly of crushed leaves and sap. Michael flexed his fingers slightly. They moved. No pain followed. He glanced down further, taking stock of himself more carefully. His skin was unbroken. No scars. No wounds. No lingering damage from the battle he vaguely remembered. It looked as though nothing had ever happened to him at all. Good as new. And yet. Michael frowned faintly. Something was wrong. The weakness he felt was still there. It was subtle, deep, and hard to define. It did not come from his muscles. When he shifted his arm again, there was strength there. His breathing was steady. His heartbeat was calm. It was not physical. The sensation was heavier, sitting somewhere behind his chest and behind his thoughts. Like exhaustion that sleep could not touch. Like something inside him had been scraped thin and had not yet grown back. Soul injury. The words drifted back to him from earlier, half-heard voices echoing through his haze. So that was it. Michael exhaled slowly. Another sound reached him. Distant. Muted. A dull, rhythmic pressure, like waves crashing far away or thunder rolling behind a mountain range. Force meeting force. It sounded like a battle. Michael's eyes flicked toward the edges of the room, instinctively searching for movement. But nothing reacted. Michael felt uneasy. The calm of the room wrapped around him like a blanket, but instead of comfort, it made the distant sounds beyond its walls feel heavier. He pushed himself up slowly. The roots loosened their hold at once, reacting to his movement. The green paste on his skin dried slightly as the roots retreated, flaking away in thin layers that crumbled into the floor and vanished. Michael swung his legs down and stood. There was no dizziness. No physical weakness. His balance was steady, his breathing even. Yet the strange hollowness inside him remained, faint but undeniable. He clenched his fist once, then relaxed it. I cannot stay here. The thought came naturally. Michael turned his head toward the far side of the chamber. A doorway stood there. It was open. Beyond it, soft green light spilled inward. His heart began to beat faster. As he took his first step forward, another instinct rose inside him. His undead. For a brief, sharp moment, fear stabbed through his chest. He reached out instinctively to the bond that tied him to them. The response came instantly. Dozens of presences answered him at once. And they were close. Michael's breath caught for a second before he let it out slowly. His heart calmed. The tight knot in his chest loosened, replaced by a quiet relief that made his shoulders sag slightly. The fear that he might have lost all of them dissolved. Then another thought followed. The ones that did not answer. More than 100 presences were gone. Michael stopped walking. Images flickered through his mind. Memories of the battle rose again in fragments. This was the most serious battle he had fought since coming to this world. Michael's jaw tightened. Before, he had been comfortable with his strength. Confident. He had believed he was prepared for what this world could throw at him. Now, that comfort felt thin. Insufficient. I need more. More strength. More power. Not for pride or to show off. Just so he would never feel this helpless again. As he reached the doorway, another question surfaced in his mind. Were his undead the ones who brought him here, given how they surrounded him? Michael did not call them back. He wanted to see the situation for himself and avoid drawing attention if there was any to be drawn outside the doors. He could only hope the sounds of the commotion he was hearing were not coming from his undead. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael stepped through the doorway. Michael stepped out. The sight in front of him made him stop. A vast forest stretched endlessly ahead, layered in depth and color. Towering trees rose high into the sky, their trunks thick and ancient. Wide canopies overlapped above, filtering the light into soft beams that painted the ground in shifting shades of green. The leaves were alive with motion. The ground beneath his feet was firm soil mixed with roots and moss. Flowers bloomed in quiet clusters along the paths, their colors muted and calm rather than flashy. Clear streams cut through the forest at intervals, their water so pure it reflected the sky and the leaves above with perfect clarity. Michael stared. This did not look like hell. Not even remotely. His first instinct was disbelief. His second was confusion. Which floor is this? He drew in a slow breath. His eyes widened slightly. Mana. Dense, rich mana saturated the atmosphere, pressing gently against his senses from every direction. This level of mana density was far beyond anything he had experienced before. It was many times higher than Aurora. Michael exhaled slowly, his heartbeat quickening despite himself. Where was this place? At this point, Michael felt like consulting his undead was the best option. After reaching out to several of them, he found they were just as confused as he was. They all said the same thing. They had simply found themselves here and were ordered to guard Michael. As for who could command his undead aside from him, it could only be higher-level undead, yet for some reason, he could not sense them all. Spartan and Ghost, for example, were nowhere to be found. As for Beginning and Lily, he could sense them close by, but they seemed to be asleep. All of this made Michael alert. "Fade," Michael called out into the empty air as the shadow beneath his feet moved. "Congratulations on your recovery, Master." The voice rose softly from behind him. Michael turned. The shadow at his feet rippled, then peeled away from the ground like a curtain being drawn aside. Fade emerged soundlessly, his form stabilizing as he lowered himself into a respectful bow. "Thanks," Michael said without thinking. The word left his mouth naturally. Only after it did he pause. Did I just thank an undead? The thought surfaced briefly, then vanished just as fast. He had done it countless times before. There was nothing strange about it anymore. Michael's gaze sharpened as another question followed immediately. "Why weren't you with me inside?" he asked. "You only came close after I stepped out." Fade straightened slightly, his expression unchanged. "The chamber you were placed in contained energy that is harmful to undead like me," he replied evenly. "It was not lethal, but prolonged exposure would have caused degradation. We detected its nature the moment you were taken inside." Michael frowned faintly. "And you just stayed out?" "Yes," Fade said. "We knew the space was meant for healing. We could sense your condition at all times through the bond. There was no indication of danger to your life. Forcing entry would have interfered with the process and possibly worsened your state." He lowered his head again. "I apologize for not remaining at your side." Michael shook his head at once. "It's fine," he said. "You made the right call." Fade paused for half a second, then inclined his head deeper. "As you say, Master." Michael looked past him, back at the forest. Then he glanced back at Fade. "Do you know where we are?" he asked. "Do you know where we are?" Michael asked. Fade answered without hesitation. "We are in the Elven Realm," he said. Michael froze. "The Elven Realm," he repeated, as if the words refused to settle in his mind. His eyes swept across the forest again. The towering trees. The clean air. The mana so dense it clung to his skin like mist. He had assumed this was some strange pocket on a lower floor of hell. But a realm? A full realm? How? His chest tightened, and unease rose before he could suppress it. "How did I get here?" Michael asked, his voice sharper than he intended. Fade remained calm. "You fell unconscious," he said. "The damage to your soul was severe. Your state was unstable." Fade continued without pause. "After you lost consciousness, Spartan approached the other race leaders. He asked if there was a way to stabilize your condition." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. "And?" "The elven leader present at the time said yes," Fade replied. "But you would need to be brought to their realm for proper treatment." So that was it. Michael had already suspected as much. Still, hearing it stated plainly made the shock settle deeper. This was not travel between continents. Not even between planets. This was universal travel. Leaving one realm entirely and entering another. Michael looked at the forest again, and for a moment it did not feel real. It was as if the world had changed while he was asleep, and he had woken up in a place he was never meant to reach. One moment he had been fighting for his life, bound to his own realm. Now he was standing in another realm entirely, surrounded by towering trees and mana so dense it filled every breath. The distance between here and where he came from was not something he could walk or fly across. It was the distance between worlds. That thought settled heavily in his chest. Even the thick mana in the air felt less important than that truth. He was somewhere else entirely. He swallowed. "So Spartan agreed," Michael said quietly. Fade nodded. "He did," he said. "He judged that remaining where you were would lead to further collapse. He chose the option that gave you the highest chance of survival." Michael closed his eyes for a second. He could not fault Spartan for that. Not when his soul had been on the verge of breaking. Still, the weight remained. The strange awareness that he was standing in another realm entirely. Michael opened his eyes and looked at Fade. "Where is Spartan?" he asked. Fade lifted one arm and pointed into the distance. Far beyond the forest canopy, the sky was no longer a calm blend of green and blue. Bands of color twisted and overlapped high above the treetops. Even from here, the air in that direction felt heavier. Sharper. Michael had noticed at the moment he stepped outside. To be honest, he had expected this. "Over there?" Michael asked quietly. "Yes," Fade replied. "That is where Spartan is." Michael's gaze hardened. "Doing what?" Fade did not hesitate. "He is fighting." The word landed heavily. A knot formed in Michael's chest. Fighting. In the elven realm. That did not sound good. Not in the slightest. He had barely woken up, barely grasped where he was, and already one of his strongest undead was clashing with something. This was not a lawless battlefield or a hostile domain where conflict was expected. This was elven territory. Michael exhaled slowly, forcing his thoughts to stay steady. "Who?" he asked. "And why?" Fade's gaze shifted slightly before returning to him. "It is because of you," he said. Michael blinked. "Me?" The word escaped before he could stop it. Confusion crept into his expression. "I was unconscious," he said. "What could I possibly have done?" Fade did not answer immediately. He looked toward the forest first, then back at Michael, as if weighing how much to say. "While you were unconscious," Fade began, "many elves attempted to approach you." Michael's brow furrowed. "Approach me how?" "They attempted to sneak closer to observe you," Fade replied calmly. "Some wished only to look. Others attempted to probe. A few attempted to touch." Michael's eyes narrowed. "And you stopped them?" "Yes," Fade said. "Every time." A flicker of cold irritation rose in Michael's chest. "How many times?" he asked. Fade paused. "Enough." Michael let out a slow breath through his nose. "Then how did it turn into this?" he asked. "Into fighting." Fade's eyes darkened slightly. "At first, the encounters were brief," he said. "But?" Michael pressed. "But the situation changed," Fade continued. "How?" "I do not know, Master," Fade said. "Only that the elves became increasingly focused on defeating us. The healer who treated you said that if we prevailed, your treatment cost would be reduced. So we complied." He added calmly. "The elves are no trouble anyway." Just as Fade finished speaking, the air beside them tore open. Two thin rips appeared in empty space, silent and clean, as if the world itself had been sliced apart. One tear widened first. A familiar figure stepped out. Selim Ardent. The old man's coat was clean now, his posture relaxed, and there was a lightness in his eyes that had not been there earlier. It was subtle, but unmistakable to anyone paying attention. Then the second tear expanded. An old woman emerged. Her hair was silver and long, flowing down her back like a veil. Her ears were long and sharp, and the lines on her face were fine rather than harsh, as though time had treated her gently. She wore layered elven cultural robes, simple yet dignified, and her gaze carried authority without effort. An elf. The moment her feet touched the ground, she looked at Michael, then at Fade, then back at Michael. Her voice was steady. "The elves are no trouble, you say," she repeated. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Selim turned his head toward her. "You should not mind what the dead says," he replied. The word sounded dismissive, but the curve at the edge of his mouth betrayed him. He was happy. Aurora was called many things in the universe among the races that knew it. second only to the Starborn when it came to technological advancement. Possessor of the strongest military presence among lower-tier realms, largely because they were almost invisible in low-tier supernatural conflicts. While these descriptions sounded like praise, they also revealed the true reputation the Aurora realm held in the wider universe. Though Aurora had long surpassed the level of a low-tier civilization and entered the higher ranges of mid-tier races, among true powers it was still not considered complete. This could not be helped. Its foundation was lacking. Even so, it was already impressive that Aurora had achieved so much in less than 400 years. However, that same brilliance also made Aurora a thorn in the side of other civilizations. Of course, the ones bold enough to resent it were those of similar strength, most of whom were already enemies of Aurora. It was not that other civilizations were incapable of growing as fast. Rather, nearly all civilizations that developed at such a pace had already submitted themselves to a higher power. Aurora had not. That was what made it dangerous. If a race could reach this level in 400 years on its own, then given twice that time, it would obviously grow far stronger, assuming its natives did not sabotage themselves. There was a trait shared by all strong races. Within their sphere of influence, civilizations of similar level could not coexist. It was brutal, but it was the law of the universe and the right of the strong. The civilizations close to Aurora understood this. Sooner or later, with the speed of its development, they would be swallowed by the tiny giant known as Aurora. If they could not stop it alone, then the only remaining option was to unite and suppress it together. At first, this had been nothing more than a temporary alliance. But the moment it became clear that Aurora could handle all of them while continuing to develop, the situation changed. For the sake of their own survival, it became a battle between civilizations. If there was one thing the Aurora Federation desired aside from expansion, it was stronger individuals and greater reputation. Sealam's happiness was not without reason. In the wider universe, reputation carried weight almost as heavy as strength. It earned respect, and that respect opened doors brute force never could. Trade routes became easier to secure. Alliances came with fewer hidden conditions. Even hostile realms thought twice before acting recklessly. Aurora lacked deep foundations, but it compensated with momentum. What it needed most was recognition among established races. Proof that it could stand its ground. Michael's Undead, fighting within the Elven realm and holding their own, had done more than defend their master. Face had been gained. Though this event meant little to true higher powers, it was still significant. It showed that Elven youths could not stand against an Aurora youth who was many times younger than them. That was why Sealam was pleased. His thoughts drifted back to how it had all begun. At the time, the situation had been urgent. Michael's condition was unstable. Combined with his status as a holy child, the elves had offered their best. The healer assigned to Michael was not a wandering expert or a local elder. She was someone who resided within the Royal Elven Academy, an institution reserved for talented elves and noble bloodlines. That alone showed the level of treatment Michael had received, whether the elves admitted it or not. The academy itself was a city grown into the forest. Vast halls shaped from living trees stood beside stone platforms wrapped in vines. Bridges of woven roots connected towers where students trained, studied, and cultivated. Mana flowed freely through the grounds, guided by formation lines etched into bark and earth. It was a place where pride was nurtured as carefully as talent, and where most students had never tasted true defeat. That was where the problem began. Michael's arrival was not hidden. His treatment was not subtle. Whispers spread quickly through the academy. Curious youths, confident in their lineage and strength, wanted to know who the human was. Who this outsider was that required royal-level healing. They wanted to see him. At first, Sealam could tell the elves treated the matter lightly. A holy child from a young realm sounded impressive, but Aurora was still new in their eyes. Titles meant little without proof. Many likely assumed Michael was more symbol than substance. Then they met his undead. Without Michael ever appearing, without him even waking, the Academy's students were stopped again and again. Attempts to approach were blocked. Probes were cut short. Pressure was met with greater pressure. Losses accumulated quietly. That was when the higher-ups began to pay attention. Pride did the rest. The elves did not withdraw. Instead, rewards were offered. Promises of recognition, resources, and advancement were placed before their best students. If one group failed, another was sent. Each time, they were beaten back by Michael's undead, who had also been given preparation and advantages of their own. Michael himself became impossible to ignore. His undead were his power, and that power had already embarrassed a royal academy. Still, the elves refused to believe they were beneath a holy child from another realm. They believed their own chosen youths could compete, if not surpass him. They were wrong. But elves were a prideful race. If they admitted inferiority, Selim would have thought something was wrong with them, or that their bloodlines had grown weak and brought shame to their ancestors. In any case, even if Michael's undead were to lose now, what had been done could not be undone. The old elf turned her gaze toward Selim, irritation flashing through her eyes. She could tell what he was thinking. She could also tell that he was enjoying it far too much. She said nothing. Instead, she shifted her attention to Michael. Her face remained calm and unreadable, as it always was, but her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had first laid hands on him, when he had been brought into the inner sanctuary and placed under her care. She remembered clearly how fragile his state had been. At first, she had not wanted to treat him. The reason was simple. She had thought he was a half-elf. She was one of the elves who despised diluted blood. She did not hide that belief in her heart. She had carried it for centuries, refined it over time until it felt like principle rather than prejudice. So when the report arrived and mentioned that the youth carried a faint sense of kinship, her first reaction upon seeing him was disgust. Then she learned he was not a half-elf. He was from a completely different race. That revelation surprised her even more. Still, since he was not a half-elf, she had no problem treating him. As she had been briefed, his soul was severely damaged. Normally, that would have been a difficult case, even for her. But his foundation was strong. That strength was what kept him from collapsing entirely, and it was also why the injury was not beyond her ability to heal. At least, that was what she believed at the start. The longer she worked on Michael, the more her certainty wavered. What kind of monster was this? If she had not confirmed with her own senses that he had not truly ascended to become one with the universe, she would have believed she was dealing with someone at that level. His body was wrong. Not damaged wrong. Built wrong. It did not align with what a rank 2 should possess. His muscles, his bones, his circulation, even the way his organs carried energy all felt abnormal. Everything about him exceeded expectations in ways that made no sense. Worse, she could not see through him. Not properly. She was a rank 4. Her eyes had pierced countless secrets. She had treated nobles with hidden bloodlines, prodigies with sealed inheritances, and ancient monsters wearing the skin of youth. Yet every time she tried to look deeper into Michael, she encountered a wall. Not a barrier that resisted her. A wall that simply existed, as if the world itself had decided she was not permitted to see beyond it. That fact alone was enough to prove he was far from ordinary. It was also why, over the last 3 days, she had argued with the old man from Aurora again and again. She never claimed her elves were inferior to Michael. She also could not claim they were superior. At least, most of them were not. She would never admit that aloud, not even if her tongue rotted for it. But her eyes had seen enough. That was why, even now, as she looked at Michael standing there with his undead behind him, her expression remained calm while her thoughts refused to settle. Michael hesitated, then bowed slightly. "I apologize," he said. "If my undead's words were offensive." The old woman did not react. Her face remained smooth, her gaze steady. It does not matter, she replied. She studied him briefly before speaking again. How do you feel? Michael blinked. He did not know who she was, but the fact that she stood beside the old man and the quiet pressure she carried made her status obvious. Still, he had no name to place her authority. I am fine, Michael said. Selim's voice cut in calmly. Do not hide anything, the old man said. She is the one who treated you. Michael's eyes widened slightly. So that was it. He swallowed, then corrected himself. I am better than before, he said honestly. My body feels fine, but there is still a hollowness inside me. It feels like something is missing. It does not hurt, but it feels wrong. The old woman nodded, as if he had confirmed what she already knew. That is your soul, she said. You are out of danger now, but your soul is no longer what it was before the damage. The injury has been stabilized, not erased. Her gaze remained fixed on him. That hollow feeling is the space the damage left behind, she continued. It will not vanish in a single day. Selim frowned slightly. That sounds like a hidden danger, he said. Leaving something like that unattended could become a problem later. The old woman shook her head. From what I have observed, no, she replied calmly. There is no immediate hidden danger. Michael released a breath he had not realized he was holding. But, she continued, her tone unchanged, returning to your previous state will not be easy. She looked at him directly. The soul is not like the body. It does not mend simply because time passes. Growth must occur naturally. Forcing it will only slow the process. Michael listened closely. For now, the old woman said, you should avoid anything that involves forming, deepening, or forcing connections with your soul. Michael frowned. Connections? He asked. Yes, she said. Skills, rituals, techniques, or methods that directly draw upon the soul. Anything that demands resonance, fusion, or refinement. She paused briefly. If you force such things while that hollow space still exists, you risk creating imbalance. At best, your recovery will stall. At worst, the damage may deepen. Michael nodded slowly. And if I do nothing? Then the hollow feeling will gradually fade, she replied. Once it does, your soul will be in a better state to grow again. Selim glanced at Michael. You heard her, he said. Do not rush. Michael clenched his fist lightly, then relaxed it. I understand, he said. The old woman gave a small nod. That is good, she said. Patience will be more valuable to you now than strength. She paused, then added. However, waiting is not your only option. Michael's eyes sharpened slightly. If you possess treasures that nourish the soul, she continued, you may use them to support recovery. Michael hesitated. What kind of treasures? He asked. Essences that strengthen the soul, the old woman replied. Soul grass, spirit marrow, dream fruit, purified soul stones, or relics that carry stable soul intent. Even certain high-grade elixirs can help, if they are crafted properly. She glanced toward his chest, as if she could see the hollow place within him. If used carefully, such items may help the hollow feeling fade more quickly, she said. They may even bring you closer to the state you were in before the damage. All in all, Michael was currently safe from being crippled, but his previous solid foundation, though still ridiculously strong, had suffered a significant reduction compared to before. Though Michael felt saddened by the many losses he had suffered with seemingly no benefit to show for them, he was simply happy that it was over and had not ended in the worst way possible. Well, it was also not as if he had gained nothing. If not for this event, only heaven knew when he would finally have awakened a law seed, and whether it would even have been as unique as this one. At least among the many concepts he had previously possessed that could have become his law for ascension, the one he eventually comprehended was the perfect fit for him. Now having more undead didn't just benefit him in terms of numbers, but personally as well. After all, If others had one law, he could have as many as he could handle. Though his laws would not be as perfect as the originals, there were still many things he could achieve that others could not. Michael remained silent for a moment after the old woman finished speaking. Then he took a step back and bowed properly this time, deeper and more deliberate than before. "Thank you," he said sincerely, "for saving my life." The old woman waved a hand lightly, as if brushing aside something trivial. "It was nothing," she replied. "You were difficult, but not impossible. I have treated worse." Selim shot her a look, but she ignored him. She studied Michael again, then her expression softened just a little. "Since you are awake now," she said, "why don't you take a look around?" As she spoke, a faint smile appeared on her face. Selim noticed it immediately. His brows furrowed, and he turned his head slightly toward her. "That smile," he said. "What are you planning?" The old woman did not answer him. Michael, however, thought nothing of it. "I would like that," he said honestly. "But first, I want to check on my undead." The old woman raised an eyebrow but did not object. "That is reasonable," she said. Michael closed his eyes briefly. He reached out through his connection, calling for them. Most answered at once. Now that he knew what was going on with Spartan and Ghost, he was not worried. They could handle themselves. But there were two presences that did not respond. Michael's brow tightened. He reached out again, focusing. Nothing. The silence remained. Among all his undead, there were only two that concerned him now. His two Titan undead. They did not answer his call. They also gave off the feeling that they were sleeping. That was not normal. Michael opened his eyes slowly. His expression remained calm, but something cold settled behind it. He could not help but wonder if the elves had done something to his undead. Michael exhaled slowly. "I want to check on my undead," he said. The old woman inclined her head slightly. "Then let's go together." Selim turned toward her at once but said nothing. Michael did not mind the company. He had no reason to refuse. He took a step forward, intending to start walking, but the old woman spoke again. "There is no need for that," she said. "Just show me where." Michael paused, then raised his arm and pointed in a direction. "That way," he said. The old woman stepped closer and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. The world shifted. The ground beneath Michael's feet vanished for an instant, then returned just as suddenly. They were no longer near the inner sanctuary. They stood in a wide stretch of forest, deeper and denser than before. Massive trees rose around them, their trunks thick and ancient, roots weaving through the ground like living veins. The mana here was heavier, calmer, as if the land itself was breathing slowly. Selim appeared beside them a heartbeat later, his expression sharp but controlled. Michael barely spared the surroundings a glance. His focus was already elsewhere. The feeling was stronger here. "They're close," he said quietly. Ahead, between the trees, two enormous shapes loomed. His titans. Sleeping. Michael's eyes narrowed. Selim took one look at the two towering figures and let out a low sound. "Oh," he murmured. "This undead." Michael raised an eyebrow at once. The old man's tone was too certain, too familiar, like he already knew what he was looking at. "You know what's happening," Michael said. Selim did not deny it. He stepped forward a few paces, eyes tracing the titans from the roots wrapped around their feet. "Yes. A few things happened while you were asleep," he said calmly. "Not often, but enough." Michael's gaze sharpened. "Please tell me," he said. "Why are they like this?" Selim pointed at the first titan, the male one. "This one is ascending," he said. "He is stepping into the next realm. The process has already started, so he probably cannot respond to your call. He's in the stage where it's just him and the universe. This is the most vulnerable state he could ever be in. Michael's surprise hit instantly, then settled into something stranger. Beginning. Ascending. His mind flashed back to the battle, to the moment beginning had devoured an existence above his current level, swallowing a rank 4 presence whole. Now, looking at the Titan's unmoving frame, it made sense. It was still shocking. But it was also expected, to some extent. Michael's eyes shifted to the second Titan. Lily. And her? Michael asked quietly. Selim hesitated for a fraction of a second. The old woman stepped closer, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied the roots around Lily's legs, the way the forest seemed to cling to her like it was trying to restrain her. Selim finally spoke. She ate too much, he said. Michael stared. Selim's expression did not change, but his eyes did. The old woman's face remained calm, yet the air around her felt colder. Michael's expression turned strange. Beginning ascending was one thing. It was huge, but it followed a clear cause. He had devoured a being at that rank. Growth was the natural result. Lily was different. Lily could devour. It was her nature. It was her method of growth. But anything that could knock her out, anything that could push her into a state where even the bond felt thick and muffled, could not be ordinary. Michael looked from Lily to the 2 rank 4 figures beside him. He caught it then. A small shift in Selim's jaw. The faint tightening around the old woman's eyes. They were not treating this as a simple case of overeating. Michael's worry deepened. What did she eat? He asked, voice low. Neither of them answered immediately. And that silence told Michael everything he needed to know. The old woman inhaled slowly. Then she exhaled. And when she spoke, the calm she had worn until now cracked. My garden, she said flatly. Michael blinked. Your garden? Yes, she replied, turning toward him. Mine. Her voice was still measured, but there was an edge to it now, like something sharp being pressed under restraint. She slipped past, then she helped herself. Selim looked away. Michael swallowed. She ate what, exactly? Michael asked. The old woman raised one finger. First, she said, she consumed heartwood nectar. Her finger lowered, another rose. A distillate formed once every 50 years from elder trees that have survived spatial pressure. It reinforces the physical vessel, stabilizes flesh during ascension, and prevents collapse when the soul outpaces the body. Her tone grew sharper. Most elves are permitted a single drop in their lifetime. A second finger. Then she found spirit-bind moss. Her eyes narrowed. A plant that strengthens soul-to-body cohesion. It is used to prevent soul drift during high-risk breakthroughs. Improper intake can cause saturation, forced dormancy, or spiritual swelling. A third finger. And then, she said, her voice rising, she ate dreamroot. Selim winced. Michael's heart skipped. Dreamroot? Michael repeated. Yes, the old woman snapped. A root that accumulates subconscious intent over centuries. It enhances comprehension, accelerates internal digestion of energy, and forces the mind into a deep sleep state where comprehension is advanced. Her voice was no longer calm. It was loud now. It is not food. The forest around them seemed to still. Michael slowly looked at Lily's massive, unmoving form. That explains the sleep, he said quietly. The old elf took a breath, visibly restraining herself. And that is not all, she added, more coldly now. She also absorbed residual essence from the soil, essence that had been cultivated to nourish the garden itself. Michael's mouth opened, then closed. How much did she eat? He asked. The old woman stared at him. Then she said, very calmly, very clearly. Enough to have created a fight between me and your elder. Silence followed. Michael rubbed his face slowly. Beginning ascending made sense. It followed logic. Cause and effect. Devour a higher-ranked existence, trigger evolution. Lily was different. This was not evolution. This was excess. And excess, in Lily's case, was dangerous. He looked back at the old woman. "Does your garden accept me washing plates?" For a heartbeat, neither of the two rank 4s reacted. Then both of them looked at Michael. Really looked at him. The old woman's brows lifted first, surprise breaking through her composure. Selim turned his head slowly, as if he was not sure he had heard correctly. "Wash plates?" Selim repeated. Michael lowered his hand from his face and looked at them seriously. "I mean it," he said. Michael was telling the truth. He had not even heard the rest of what Lily consumed, but it was obvious that there was no way he could pay it back. All she had taken was something that could hurt a rank 4 deeply. What could a rank 2 like him possibly achieve? For a moment, the forest was quiet. Then the old woman let out a short, incredulous laugh. It was brief. Sharp. Gone almost as soon as it appeared. Selim shook his head, a strange expression crossing his face, amusement, disbelief, and something else layered beneath it. "Young man," he said, "do you have any idea what kind of plates you would be washing?" Michael frowned slightly. What did the old woman mean by this? The old woman laughed again, this time longer. She gestured around them, at the forest, at the sleeping titan, at the roots glowing faintly beneath the soil. "My garden is not a kitchen," she continued. "The things she consumed are not meals that can be paid back with labor." Selim folded his arms. "Even if you washed plates every day," he said calmly, "even if you did nothing else for 1,000 years, it would not make a noticeable difference." Michael stiffened. 1,000 years, he repeated. "Yes," the old woman said flatly. "At least." She looked at him, then sighed, some of the heat draining from her voice. "And that is assuming you lived that long." Michael fell silent. He looked at Lily again, at the way the forest cradled her massive form. Michael stared at Lily for a long moment, then turned back to the old woman. "So," he said quietly, "what can I do?" The words were simple. Direct. There was no bargaining tone in them, no attempt to dodge responsibility. The old woman looked at him. Really looked at him this time. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she let out a slow breath and turned her gaze away, eyes drifting toward the canopy above. For a brief moment, her thoughts moved far from the forest. If he did not die early. The thought surfaced unbidden. If this human survived long enough, if fate did not crush him midway, then the future that awaited him was terrifying. Even to her. A rank 2 whose foundation already defied logic. A soul that the world itself refused to let her see through. Undead that could devour higher existences, laws that did not belong to a single path, and so on. She could not even imagine how high he would climb. And that uncertainty unsettled her more than she liked to admit. It was not envy. Elves carried pride in their blood, but it was a racial pride, not the fragile sort that needed comparison. Strong individuals did not threaten her sense of self. But Michael was not merely strong. He was an unknown variable, one that did not fit into the long histories and predictions she trusted. A being like that could either become a pillar of an era or a calamity that reshaped it. She could use this opportunity to make him owe her a favor. But she would not say that out loud. So she turned back to him, her expression once again composed, the weight of those thoughts locked away behind calm eyes. "This is not something we will settle here," she said evenly. Michael frowned slightly. "Later?" "Yes," she replied. "Later." Selim glanced at her, catching the shift in her tone, but he did not interrupt. The old woman turned back toward the sleeping titans and studied them one last time. "We will leave them here," she said calmly. "Until they wake up on their own." Michael frowned. "Just like that?" "Yes," she replied. Interfering now would do more harm than good. One is ascending. The other is, digesting far more than she should have. Time is the safest answer for both. Michael understood that much. The old elf glanced at him, a faint curve touching her lips. We should go and check the area. Michael hesitated. By now, he was certain there was a reason she kept saying this. The smile earlier. But he did not refuse. All right, he said simply. Selim gave him a brief look but said nothing. The old woman stepped closer again and placed a hand lightly on Michael's shoulder, just as she had before. Do not resist, she said. The world folded. The forest vanished in a soft distortion of space, and when Michael's feet touched solid ground again, the air felt different. They stood at the edge of the forest, where towering trees thinned and gave way to wide terraces of greenery. Michael's breath caught as he gazed at the buildings in front of him. This was the first time he had seen the realm he had arrived in. The old woman let Michael stare for a moment, then spoke in a calm, almost formal tone. Welcome to the Royal Academy, she said. The Academy for Gifted Elves. Michael looked at her. An academy? Yes, she replied. A place where talent is shaped into something useful. Leaders, guardians, healers, scholars, and those who will carry our realm's name without shame. Selim snorted quietly at the side, but he did not disagree. The old woman continued, her voice steady. It exists for 3 purposes, she said. To train the best. To keep the best under watch. And to make sure the best do not grow wild. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly at that last part, but he said nothing. He turned back to the view. It was strange. The whole place looked modern, even to him, but not in the way Aurora was modern. There were no steel towers or hard lines. No harsh corners. No streets of concrete. Instead, everything was organized with a kind of clean logic. Wide paths curved through the terraces like planned roads. Bridges connected platforms at perfect angles, but they were made of pale wood and braided vines, smooth underfoot like polished stone. Tall structures rose from living trunks, layered like buildings, with open balconies and shaded walkways. The place felt designed, not random. Even the air felt managed. It was nature, but controlled. Nature shaped into a city. Michael watched elves move through the academy grounds. Some carried stacks of tablets and books. Some walked in groups, talking quietly. It reminded him of a military base. Only this one had trees instead of walls. Michael breathed in slowly. It's beautiful, he admitted. Of course it is, the old woman replied, as if the answer was obvious. If we are going to shape people, we will not do it in ugliness. Michael's gaze stayed forward, but his mind kept turning. Michael let the view settle into his bones for a few breaths. Then he tilted his head up. The sky above the academy was not a clean, single color. It was layered, painted with slow-moving hues that twisted and overlapped like oil on water. Green bled into blue. Gold bled into violet. Farther up, thin streaks of red and white flashed, then faded. Even from here, it felt like pressure. Like something was scraping the surface of the world. Michael narrowed his eyes. He could not see the fighters, but he could see the result of the fight. He turned toward Selim. Is that my undead? He asked. The ones fighting right now. Selim followed his gaze to the sky and smiled faintly, as if he found the question amusing. Yes, he said. Michael stared at the shifting colors again, jaw tight. They're fighting in the surface level of the void, he said quietly. Close enough that it can still touch reality. Selim glanced at him, then nodded once. You're not blind, he said. Michael did not respond to the praise. His eyes stayed upward. A small part of him wanted to move. Not because he thought Spartan needed him, but because the idea of his undead clashing in another realm's territory made his skin crawl. Selim's smile grew a little. "Do you want to go there?" he asked. Michael looked back at him. "Can I? With my prowess, I can see what is happening even without being there," Selim said, tone casual. "You cannot." Michael's expression did not change, but he understood. He had only just started to comprehend the law. He had only just stepped onto the first real edge of that path. Some things were still foreign to him. Selim continued, as if answering the rest of the question before Michael asked it. "But breathing in the void is possible for you," he said. "You have that much foundation. You will not die just because you stepped out there." Michael held his gaze for a moment, then looked back at the sky. Meanwhile, a few minutes ago, just as Michael saw his two titans, in another realm, another Michael was looking around in confusion. He stood inside a spacious chamber built from pale stone and dark wood. The ceiling rose high, but not overwhelmingly so, supported by sturdy beams carved with simple patterns of leaves and geometric lines. Small glass lamps hung from iron hooks, their steady light filling the room with a warm glow rather than brilliance. The floor beneath his boots was smooth stone, worn slightly at the edges from years of careful use. A large woven rug covered the center of the room, its patterns muted but tasteful, dyed in deep greens and browns. It softened his steps and dulled the echo of movement. Along the walls stood tall shelves made from polished oak, filled with neatly arranged books, scroll cases, and sealed containers. Everything was orderly. Nothing felt wasted or excessive. Whoever owned this place valued function as much as comfort. This was a guest room in the Evermoon mansion. "I didn't expect it to be possible to disconnect from this body without it rejecting me," Michael said, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Well, it did make sense when he thought about it. Aside from their synchronization in strength, one thing both bodies could feel was their soul, as they shared the same one. How that worked was still far beyond what the current Michael could understand through any textbook explanation, but it was simply how things were. And there had been multiple instances that proved this. The most recent was when even his body in the land of origin had entered a so-called log-out state, only resuming activity once he himself regained consciousness. Another example was when he had made the mistake of evolving his spear inside his soul space using soul energy instead of external mana. That had left him so exhausted that not only did the body in the land of origin fall unconscious, but Michael's ordinary body followed as well. However, none of these were his current concern. He had been unconscious for a total of 3 days. During that time, a great deal had happened. At present, Michael could sense several powerful guards stationed outside his room. However, before stepping out to understand the situation, he wanted to examine the changes that had occurred to him first. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Rank, 2, max. Level, 50. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Gift, Mark of Origin. Title, First in History, Outlier. Class, Master Necromancer. Attributes. Strength, 892.75. Agility, 932.71. Constitution, 1140.92. Intelligence, 955.92. Compared to 6 months ago, when Michael had only just become a supernatural, the difference between his past and present status was like the gap between realms. Back then, his attributes had barely scraped past single digits. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Each one had been so low that even modest growth felt significant. Now, every value sat comfortably in the 3-digit range, with one already surpassing 4. And it would not stop there. As he continued to grow, it was only a matter of time before all of them fully entered 4 digits. In fact, Michael knew something else. If he were still human, truly human, then his current attributes would already place him firmly within the 4-digit range. A normal human with numbers like these would likely be considered a powerful rank 3 existence. But Michael was no longer human. He was something higher. And that difference mattered. Despite his overwhelming attributes, he was still only a rank 2 supernatural. That alone said more than any number ever could. The gap between races was not subtle. It was brutal. That also explained why Michael's attributes had not condensed or readjusted downward when he evolved into a true human. The answer was simple. High human was the peak of the human race. Michael only came to understand this later. True human was not a new race at all. It was a title. A recognition that he had pushed the limits of what a human could be and stepped beyond them. The title did not replace his race. It reinforced it. It strengthened it. It elevated everything he already possessed instead of compressing it into something smaller. However, Michael knew that his current attributes were not this high simply because he had evolved into a true human. That was only part of it. The greater reason lay elsewhere. It was because of the law he had comprehended. When one awakened a law seed, they did not immediately ascend to rank 3. Ascension was not instantaneous. But once a law seed formed, as long as it was compatible with the individual and nothing went wrong, ascension became almost inevitable. Even if one did nothing but slowly comprehend their law over time, the path forward was already set. Michael understood this well. His law seed was not only awakened, it had been formed through deep comprehension rather than shallow insight. Because of that, he was already far ahead on the path toward completing it. Halfway, at least. Normally, reaching this stage would take decades. For some, even longer. But Michael's comprehension had not been gradual. It had been forced under extreme circumstances, driven forward by a situation so abnormal that it defied common understanding. Whether that pace would continue remained unclear. The moment he comprehended his law had been unique. There was no guarantee that the same acceleration would ever happen again. Still, even without completing his law seed, without receiving the formal blessing of the universe that came with ascension, merely possessing it had already strengthened him. That was why his attributes were so high. A law seed was not passive. It refined the body. Stabilized the soul. Aligned existence itself toward a higher state. In any case, thanks to already having a law seed, Michael only needed time before he eventually ascended to rank 3. However, all of this was only the good news. After that, his attention shifted to the bad. The sections of his status panel that revealed the condition of his soul. His contract slots. Thanks to his evolution into a true human, Michael's contract slots had once reached 1,500. With the awakening and deepening of his law seed, approaching 2,000 would not have been strange. At the very least, there should have been some form of growth. Now, the current Michael was staring at a number far lower than expected. A mere 1,035 slots. And roughly 20% of them were already filled. Back at the Elven realm, Michael did not deny the old man. What the old man did not know was that Michael was already capable of remaining within the void thanks to his mortal god physique. He simply could not enter it directly yet. With his current level of law completeness, Michael could already begin learning how to step into the void and make use of certain spatial abilities. However, he had only just comprehended his law and had only recently awakened. He still needed time to properly understand and stabilize it before attempting anything reckless that could easily get him killed. Selim studied the sky for a moment longer before speaking again. "Do you know how many layers the void has?" he asked suddenly. Michael did not look away from the shifting colors overhead. "Yes," he replied calmly. 3. "The first layer is the surface level," Michael said. "It is separated from the material realm, but it still exists within it. A boundary layer. Close enough that actions there can still influence reality." He lifted his gaze slightly. "That is where my undead are fighting now." Selim's eyes narrowed with interest. "The second layer," Michael continued, "is where one truly steps outside the material realm but has not yet entered the void itself. It is a transitional space. You are no longer bound by physical laws, but you are not completely free of them either." The old woman spoke. "And the third?" Michael's voice lowered slightly. The true void, he said. Where one is completely outside the material realm. A place where distance loses meaning. Where one can travel across the universe itself. Selim gave a short nod. Good, he said. You are learned. Michael showed little reaction to the praise. The old woman's lips curved faintly in mild approval. It seems education in your realm is standard, she said calmly. At least when it comes to basic theory. Selim's head turned sharply toward her. Standard, he repeated, the word carrying a hint of offense. If the children of your realm can learn this as standard knowledge, then why can't my own? The old woman did not respond. She did not even glance at him. She merely adjusted the fall of her sleeve, as if the conversation had ended the moment it began. Selim clicked his tongue softly under his breath. Then, as if recalling something important, his gaze returned to the sky and the strange colors layered across it. Since you understand the 3 layers, he said, let me ask you this. Do you know that the first layer can be manipulated by others? Michael's head snapped toward him. What? He asked, genuinely startled. The idea struck him as wrong. The surface layer was close to the material realm, yes, but it was still the void. A place where laws were distorted, where ordinary influence should not reach so easily. How? Michael asked, brows drawing together. The surface layer is separated. It should not be that easy to interfere with. Selim watched him for a moment, as if weighing his reaction. Then he nodded slowly. Seeing as you had to ask me to confirm where your undead were fighting, Selim said, it means there is a problem with communication. Michael stiffened slightly. Selim continued calmly, as if stating something obvious. And that is understandable, he added. Because you are standing inside a place where the surface layer is controlled. Michael's eyes widened. Controlled, he repeated. His gaze swept across the academy again. It felt different now. Selim's lips curved faintly. Do not worry. It is simply advanced application. It can be used to prevent interference, to protect, or to provide additional space. Michael swallowed. The sky above no longer felt like a distant phenomenon. It felt like a ceiling. The old woman's expression did not change, but her eyes gleamed faintly, as if she was pleased that the information had been spoken aloud. She had wanted him to know. As for Selim making it sound simple, she believed the young man was intelligent enough to understand that nothing about this was truly simple. If he misunderstood it now, that was not a bad thing. When the truth was eventually revealed to him, he would come to admire her race even more. For a race who tried so hard to present themselves as benevolent and refined, elves could be remarkably vain. Michael looked at her, then back to Selim. So my undead, he said slowly. If they are fighting near this place, the signal could be distorted because it is not allowed. Selim nodded once. More accurately, he said, it is not permitted. I could explain it to you, he added. Then he shook his head. But it will be faster to show you. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Show me. Selim stepped closer. Before Michael could react, the old man placed a hand on his shoulder. Do not resist, Selim said, echoing the old woman's earlier words. Michael felt space twist. The academy, the terraces, the sky, all of it vanished in an instant. The next moment, Michael's feet touched solid ground again. For a brief instant, his vision blurred, then everything snapped into focus. The first thing he noticed was the sky. It was no longer filled with shifting colors. It was gray. Not the natural gray of clouds, but a flat, heavy gray, like ash spread endlessly across the world. It pressed down on everything, dulling the horizon and draining depth from the distance. Michael looked around. Trees rose nearby, but they were gray as well. Their trunks, branches, and leaves all looked washed out, as if color had been stripped away. The grass beneath his feet was no different, pale and lifeless, bending softly in a wind that carried no scent. Michael's brow furrowed. This is... He stopped. Because it was not only the landscape. Elves were everywhere. They stood in clusters across the grey field, some on the ground, others hovering above in the air, their robes and armor muted by the strange light. Their attention was fixed upward, faces tilted toward the sky as if watching a ceremony. Michael followed their gaze. And his eyes narrowed. Above them, two figures were fighting. Michael noticed that although he could see the elves clearly, they could not see him at all. At first, he felt a flicker of confusion, but it did not take long for him to piece things together. This had to be the work of one of the two rank 4 beings beside him. Whether it was a concealment technique, a passive field, or simply their presence suppressing perception, Michael could not tell. What mattered was that whoever was responsible clearly had no intention of being noticed. In any case, the situation worked perfectly in Michael's favor. He remained still, his presence quiet, while his gaze stayed fixed on the figures hovering in the air ahead. One of them was his undead, Spartan. The other was a male elf. Most elves Michael had seen or read about possessed either blonde or silver hair. Blonde was considered the most common, often associated with ordinary elven bloodlines. Silver hair, on the other hand, carried a deeper meaning. According to what Michael knew, elves with silver hair usually belonged to noble families or, at the very least, carried traces of noble blood within their lineage. If an elf did not come from a well-known family yet possessed silver hair, it meant that somewhere in their ancestry, there had been a connection to nobility. Elven bloodlines were persistent like that. Time could blur names and status, but certain traits remained. As for why hair color mattered so much to elves in the first place, Michael recalled reading about it in an historical record back at the Academy Library. Long ago, elves had all shared the same blonde hair. However, a group of influential elites had grown dissatisfied with being indistinguishable from the rest. Through rituals, bloodline refinement, and deliberate alteration, they changed their appearance to mark themselves as different. Silver hair was the result. It was not hard to understand why it caught on. The color carried an undeniable charm, enhancing the elves' natural beauty and elegance, traits they already valued deeply. That was why seeing an elf with blue hair immediately stood out. Hair colors outside of blonde and silver were extremely rare among elves. The elf in question appeared quite young at first glance, but Michael knew better. Given the lifespan of elves, their physical appearance often lagged far behind their actual age. In reality, this elf was likely far older than he seemed. Despite that, his presence was clear and sharp. Like Spartan, he was a rank 3 supernatural. Michael kept watching. After observing for a bit longer, Michael began to notice patterns. The blue-haired elf moved with a calm precision that immediately set him apart. Flames followed his every action, but they were not wild or uncontrolled. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This was fire, but it was not simple fire. He could feel the law at work even without actively focusing on it. The moment the elf's power flared red, the heat intensified sharply. The air itself warped. Even at this distance, Michael could sense how oppressive it was. That part, at least, was familiar. Most fire-related laws manifested overwhelming heat as their primary trait. But then the color shifted. The red flames dulled, fading into a deep orange, then briefly into something closer to gold. The heat vanished almost instantly, replaced by something else entirely. The flames did not burn. They weighed down the space instead, becoming heavy and slow, as if gravity itself had thickened around them. Michael inhaled quietly. Still fire, he realized. But not heat. A moment later, the flames shifted again. Blue fire erupted, cold enough that frost crept across the void around it. Where the blue flames passed, space stiffened, movement slowed, and even Spartan's momentum dulled slightly. Michael's focus sharpened. So that's how it works. It was one law. Yet it felt like many. Each color carried a different primary characteristic, yet all of them were undeniably fire at their core. Heat, weight, suppression, cold. Different expressions of the same origin. Michael found it fascinating. He did not know the exact concept behind the law, but he could sense that it was not a simple elemental path. It was closer to interpretation than raw power. The elf was not commanding fire to behave differently. He was redefining what fire meant within the bounds of his law. When the flames returned to red, the temperature spiked again. The void shimmered violently, pressure rippling outward as Spartan met the attack head-on. Unfortunately, though the elf law was strong, it still lost to Spartan more domineering black devouring flames. The outcome became clear soon after. The blue flames flared one last time, cycling rapidly through their hues as the elf pushed his law to its limit. The void trembled under the strain, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Spartan did not retreat. His black flames surged forward in a single, overwhelming tide. They did not change color. They did not shift form. They simply consumed. Where the two laws collided, there was no explosion. No violent backlash. The blue flames were swallowed whole, erased as if they had never existed. The space they occupied collapsed inward for a brief instant before stabilizing again. The elf froze. His eyes widened slightly as he felt the outcome through his law before his senses could fully register it. He pulled back immediately, flames retracting into his body as he created distance between them. Spartan did not pursue. He hovered in place, black fire rolling lazily around his form, his presence steady and absolute. There was no aggression in his posture now. The battle had already ended. A quiet spread through the gray field below. The watching elves exhaled almost in unison, tension draining from their bodies. Some lowered their heads. Others straightened, expressions filled with restraint or rather than fear. The blue-haired elf steadied himself in the air. He studied Spartan for a long moment, then slowly inclined his head in acknowledgement. There was no bitterness on his face, only clarity. The difference between them was obvious. Spartan responded in kind, dipping his head just enough to return the gesture. Then the black flames around him faded, retreating into his form until only faint embers remained. Michael shook his head. The fight had ended faster. Below them, movement resumed. "That's another one," an elf whispered, voice low but sharp with disbelief. "What is it now, the fifth?" "Sixth," another corrected quietly. 6 confirmed losses today alone. And this one wasn't weak. A third scoffed. Weak? He's one of the Academy's best law wielders. And still lost, someone muttered. Their gazes drifted back toward Spartan, who still hovered calmly in the air, unmoving, as if the fight had never required effort in the first place. "That undead keeps getting stronger," an elf said through clenched teeth. "With it seemingly having more battles, it seems to comprehend a way to gain more strength." A brief silence followed. Then someone leaned closer and whispered, "You're forgetting one." A few heads turned. The elf gestured subtly toward the far edge of the gray field. There, standing alone, was a bulky figure. He did not float. He did not radiate law fluctuations or elemental distortion. He simply stood there, feet planted, arms relaxed at his sides, as if he were waiting for someone to approach. Ghost. Unlike Spartan, Ghost drew no immediate attention. There were no flames. No pressure. No obvious presence. Yet the space around him felt oddly firm, as if something invisible resisted approach. "He's still there," one elf said quietly. "He's been standing there since the trial started," another replied. "Has anyone challenged him yet?" A short laugh followed. "Aside from those few who focus purely on physical strength, no one sane would." "His strength doesn't make sense," a different elf muttered. "And yet," the first elf said, lowering his voice further, "everyone who tried ended up broken." A ripple of unease passed through the group. A broader elf stepped forward slightly, his arms crossed over a frame packed with dense muscle. His presence was heavier than most. "I fought this one," he said bluntly. Several elves turned to look at him. "Well?" someone asked. The physical elf's jaw tightened. "I couldn't move him. Not once. Every strike landed, but it felt like hitting something that didn't care. No recoil. No damage. Just resistance." He shook his head slowly. "That undead isn't strong the way we understand strength," he continued. "And that's the problem. It doesn't make sense." A ripple of unease passed through the group. High above, Michael listened in silence. His gaze shifted briefly toward Ghost, standing alone in the distance, then back to Spartan, who remained calm and steady in the air. So that's how they see it, Michael thought. His undead truly weren't normal when he thought about it again. What Michael did not know was that the other teachers of the Elven Academy also shared the same thought. Some of those students were even more powerful than them. So if they went up against them they'd only fail more. And unlike the students they had access to more information. For one, they knew there was another undead that even the teachers and the academy higher-ups did not dare let the young elves challenge. It was said to be at the peak of rank 3, but its actual combat capabilities could be said to touch the higher realm, as long as those beings did not use their unique abilities. That alone was already impressive, and terrifying. The fact that all of this belonged under the belt of a youth who was not only younger than them by many years, but had also not yet ascended his rank, was difficult to accept. Elves were proud, but that did not mean they were completely blinded. A human youth like Michael was different from an elven youth. Here, age carried a meaning very different from what other races might understand. Among elves, maturity was not measured by height, physical build, or even appearance. It was measured by time lived. In that sense, it was similar to other races, except that the natural longevity of elves meant that even their commoners lived longer than many supernaturals. By elven standards, 50 years marked the threshold of young adulthood. Before that, an elf was considered a child, regardless of how capable or intelligent they might appear. That belief was not symbolic. It was ingrained. For an elf under 50, their judgment, restraint, and sense of consequence were believed to still be forming. And because elves aged slowly, their bodies reinforced that idea. At 50, most elves still looked little different from human teenagers or young adults. Because they looked young, they believed they were young. Because they were told they were young, they acted as if experience still lay far ahead of them. That mindset shaped everything. The fact that awakeners in this realm were only chosen at the age of 48 to 50 only reinforced that belief. True adulthood, in the eyes of elven society, did not truly begin until well past 100. And so, the elves gathered below, whispering and watching, all shared one thing in common. They were all at least 50 years old. Some were 60. Some 70. A few had already passed 100. Yet to one another, and to the academy itself, they were still considered young. That was why their reactions were so heavy. The elven worldview had always rested on one quiet certainty. Time favored them. Given enough decades, they would inevitably surpass shorter-lived races. So why were they being suppressed by a youth who, by elven standards, had barely begun his life? He was not even present, which only filled the prideful elves with further indignation. "These little elves are quite interesting," Selim said at last, his voice light. "Especially that one who just fought your undead. His law is still crude, but the interpretation is clever. Given time, he might become something worth remembering." The old woman's fingers twitched. Had anyone else spoken of the academy's students in that tone, she would have corrected them, silenced them, or reminded them exactly where they stood. But the words came from someone older than most of the elves present below, someone who stood on the same level as her rather than beneath it. She clicked her tongue instead, sharp and restrained. "Careful," she said coolly. Selim chuckled softly. A calm voice carried across the grey field. That's enough. The words were not loud, yet they cut through the space with unsettling clarity. The elves below startled. Conversations died mid-sentence. Several figures flinched, heads snapping up as instinctive caution rippled through the group. For a brief moment, confusion reigned. Then they saw them. 3 figures hovered above the field. The sanctuary supervisor stood at the center, her expression composed and unreadable. Beside her was an unfamiliar presence, tall and relaxed, his bearing refined in a way that made even seasoned elves tense instinctively. Slightly behind them stood a third figure. A half-elf. The sight made several elves hesitate. The sanctuary supervisor was well known for her dislike of half-elves, so seeing her so close to one came as a surprise. But every elf present reacted at once. They bowed to show respect. Greetings. The words echoed softly across the field. The sanctuary supervisor gave a small nod in response, acknowledging them. Since the human whose undead you have been fighting has already awakened, she said evenly, there is no need to continue this demonstration. Return to your training. Her gaze swept across the field, sharp and final. None of the elves argued. None dared to question her decision. As the group began to disperse, murmurs threatening to rise again, a new voice spoke. So this is the holy child everyone has been talking about. The tone was curious, almost amused. The elves froze. Only then did understanding fully sink in. The unfamiliar figure hovering beside the supervisor was not merely an observer. Several elves stiffened when they finally saw who had spoken. Then, without hesitation, they bowed again, deeper this time. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. A ripple passed through the air. At first, there was nothing. Then space folded in on itself, and a figure stepped out of what had been empty air only a moment before. She was an elf. Tall and slender, her presence was calm yet unmistakably heavy. Her hair flowed like pale moonlight down her back, silver so pure it bordered on white, adorned with a simple circlet etched with patterns. She wore layered robes of deep green and gold. Behind her, several guards emerged in silence, each one radiating restrained strength. The moment she appeared, every elf present stiffened. Greetings, Your Royal Highness, they said in unison. Michael glanced around instinctively. Even the rank 4 elf lowered her head, posture respectful and restrained. There was no reluctance in the motion, only acknowledgement of authority that could not be ignored. Michael hesitated. He had no issue bowing. Drawing attention was the last thing he wanted, especially in a place like this. He shifted slightly, preparing to follow suit. Then a voice sounded directly in his mind. Stay still. Michael froze. The voice was calm, steady, and unmistakably belonged to the old man beside him. Do not bow. Michael's brow tightened slightly, but he did not argue. The old man had not bowed either. Given his rank, that much made sense. More importantly, Michael trusted that the old man knew better than to put him in danger for no reason. So he stayed still. Below, the royal elf's gaze swept across the field, composed and observant. It lingered briefly on the sanctuary supervisor, then shifted toward the hovering figures near her. Her eyes paused for the faintest moment. There. Michael felt it. Even concealed, it was as if her gaze brushed past him without truly seeing him, yet still acknowledged that something was there. A faint smile curved her lips. Though the old man's expression remained relaxed, almost indifferent, there was nothing casual about the thoughts moving beneath it. At first, he had resisted the idea. But after days of observation, hesitation, and silent deliberation, he had finally come to accept a possibility he had once dismissed. Michael could pass as the holy child of their realm. If he grew far stronger than the other candidate, he could very well be recognized as the chosen one of the realm. That acceptance was the reason his attitude toward Michael had softened. It was why he had begun speaking more, guiding more, intervening when before he would have simply watched. Even so, he had not changed his mind about one thing. Michael would not be left under the academies. They had too much freedom. Too little restraint. Far too many agendas that shifted with political winds. Whatever interest they claimed to have in nurturing talent, it was never without strings. The Federation, on the other hand. That was where Michael would go. He was relieved that Michael had awakened earlier than expected. It meant he could begin moving him immediately, before too many eyes settled on him. The old man had already planned everything. A major event had occurred in Hell, something large enough that the Federation would absolutely be aware of it. And if the Federation knew, then the academies would not be far behind. Given what Michael had already shown, anyone with sense, especially his academy, would realize that letting him remain here unchecked was a mistake. They would come. He was certain of it. The only reason they had not already appeared was because the situation itself had been unusual. The elves had been willing to open their gates to bring Michael here. That courtesy had not been extended to anyone else. No other party had been allowed physical passage. Messages, however, were another matter. Over the past few days, he had acted as a middleman, relaying information selectively, filtering what passed through and what did not. He had believed that when the moment came, he would simply take Michael and leave. Then the royal family's interest appeared. His gaze flicked briefly toward the silver-haired figure who had just arrived. He could only hope it was harmless curiosity from a single individual and not that the elves had decided to become petty after losing so badly. Michael studied the silver-haired elf openly. Unfortunately, that same calm scrutiny stirred discomfort among some of the elves below. A few frowned. Others stiffened slightly, offended by what they interpreted as improper boldness. To them, a concealed figure daring to look directly at a royal bordered on disrespect. Yet Michael saw nothing wrong with it. He was not staring challengingly, nor was he judging. He was simply looking. The old man beside him did not react. Nor did several of the higher-ranked elves who noticed. To them, this was acceptable. A holy child was not bound by the same unspoken rules. Michael, unaware of the undercurrent and accustomed to noble circles in the land of origin, continued thinking. The elven royal system was flexible. Unlike human kingdoms, where a single bloodline ruled until overthrown, elven authority was shared. The ruling party could consist of 3 families, or 5, sometimes more. What mattered was not the number, but whether those families met the required foundation. Strength, legacy, influence, and stability. Those who possessed enough of these became pillars of the realm. Which families held actual control shifted over time. Whichever house held the greatest advantage in a given era, whether through power, alliances, or exceptional individuals, naturally took the lead. Since this elf was addressed as a royal princess, Michael wondered where she stood within that structure. Was she from the current ruling family? Or one of the major houses? The silver-haired elf inclined her head slightly. I am Eloria Lysandriel Feltherian of the Moonweave Court, daughter of the Verdant family, and bearer of the Silver Bough, she said calmly. The name flowed on far longer than Michael expected. It carried layered titles, ancestral acknowledgments, and symbolic roles woven together into a single introduction. Each segment seemed to carry weight, history, and obligation. Several of the elves below straightened subtly as she spoke, their expressions shifting with each added designation. By the time she finished, silence had settled across the field. Michael processed it quietly. It was long. Uncomfortably long, if he was being honest. He doubted he could repeat even half of it correctly. Still, he found the culture behind it interesting. Yet despite listening carefully, Michael gained no clear answer to his earlier question. The name alone did not tell him whether she belonged to the current ruling family or one of the major houses. Eloria's gaze lingered in his direction again, patient and curious, as if waiting. Michael hesitated only briefly. She had introduced herself. Anything less in response would be discourteous. I'm Michael Norman, he said simply. The contrast was stark. Just a name. Seeing the reaction of the elves to that name, for the first time in his life, Michael felt a flicker of embarrassment. He wondered if next time he should add some flowery words to it. However, just as his thoughts began to drift elsewhere, he heard something that made him stiffen. I cannot help but wonder if Sir Michael might be interested in doing something with me. I can't help but wonder if Sir Michael is interested in doing something with me. For a split second, the expression on Michael's face changed. The words from the royal princess felt a bit misleading. However, when he saw the plain expressions of those around him, he realized he was the only one who had interpreted it that way. I need to wash my mind clean. Since he could not make the royal princess wait, he answered immediately. If it is within my power, and it is something I can do without issue, I might be able to fulfill your request. Since he was in another realm and was currently conversing with one of the most important people in that realm, Michael remained cautious. Eloria smiled. There is no need to be cautious, she said gently. I believe this is something you can do. If anything, her words only made Michael more wary. He did not let it show. Instead, he inclined his head slightly and asked, May I know what it is you have in mind, Your Royal Highness? Her smile widened just a fraction. I would like us to have a battle. The reaction was immediate. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the field. Several young elves stiffened outright, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even a few instructors lost their composure for a moment, their expressions flickering between shock and confusion. Aside from ritual duels or formal royal exhibitions, royalty did not fight openly. Certainly not with outsiders, or at least very rarely. A murmur spread. Had the human offended her somehow? Michael himself was taken aback. He recovered quickly, but his response was honest. With all due respect, he said calmly, that would not be possible. Eloria tilted her head slightly, curious. You believe so? Yes, Michael replied. Your Royal Highness has already ascended. You have become one with the universe. Your rank is far above mine. I have only just taken a step toward that realm. To be honest, Michael himself also thought he might have offended the princess. He believed she was being petty, perhaps trying to save face. Eloria shook her head softly. That is not what I meant, she said. We need not battle one another, she continued evenly. Our summons will suffice. Understanding spread through the field almost immediately. Murmurs shifted in tone, surprise giving way to acceptance. Several instructors exchanged looks and nodded to themselves. I am a beast tamer, Eloria added. And you are still at a stage where testing yourself directly against those who have already ascended would offer little benefit, especially if I am not teaching you anything. That explained everything. No wonder she had spoken as though a direct clash was unnecessary. She commanded beasts. Michael commanded undead. A battle between summons was not only appropriate, it was expected. Both sides possessed rank 3 entities, and neither lacked for quality. Michael inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Outwardly, he remained calm. Inwardly, however, something sat wrong. It was not the idea of a summons battle. That was fine. What unsettled him was the way she spoke, as though a battle between them personally had never been a consideration to begin with. Michael was not a prideful person by nature, but he did have pride. He did not look down on rank 3 supernaturals. They were above him in rank, yes, but that was all. Rank alone did not define everything. He had already killed many beings at that level. Did she think his refusal earlier had been fear? Michael had originally planned to avoid any direct involvement with members of the royal family, especially someone like Eloria. But as the situation unfolded, he found that the idea no longer felt like a bad thing. More than that, this would be his first time encountering a true beast tamer of her caliber. That alone made it worthwhile. Only Michael knew the truth of his own thoughts. He lifted his gaze slightly and asked, how will the battle be conducted? Eloria looked at him for a moment, then replied evenly, you may decide. The words were polite. Reasonable. And yet, the tone carried something else. It was the tone of someone offering a junior the freedom to make a harmless decision. If age and rank were all that mattered, she was not wrong. Still, Michael did not like it. He showed none of that discomfort. In that case, he said calmly, 3 against 3 would be suitable. Each of us may field 2 summons. The reaction was immediate. A wave of surprise rippled through the elves below. The old man beside Michael turned his head slightly, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. He said nothing. After a brief moment of thought, he looked away again. Eloria's smile faded. Do you understand what you are proposing? She asked, her voice still calm, but sharper now. Michael nodded once. I do. She studied him for a few seconds longer, then said simply, very well. Around them, the younger elves made no effort to hide their disdain. To them, this was absurd. They knew of the other undead under Michael's control, one that even the instructors and academy higher-ups refused to allow the younger elves to face. It was said to be at the peak of rank 3, yet its true combat capability was believed to touch the higher realm, so long as it did not unleash its unique ability. That alone was terrifying. But did he think the princess was less capable than him? This was a royal princess of the elven realm. Did someone who possessed no personal power, aside from holding many undead and unique ones at that, truly believe the princess would be lacking? So that's the human, one elf muttered, eyes narrowing. The one hiding behind corpses. Hiding is the right word, another replied quietly. Without those undead, what is he exactly? A necromancer who forgets his place, someone scoffed. To suggest himself against her royal highness, who does he think he is? And yet he speaks as if he stands on equal ground, another voice added, sharper this time. A faint snort followed. Lower races always mistake borrowed strength for their own. The old man's gaze shifted. His eyes settled on the elf who had spoken last. Then the air changed. The elf stiffened. His breath caught before he could stop it. The color drained from his face as instinct screamed danger. His legs nearly locked, knees trembling as if they no longer remembered how to stand. For a heartbeat, true fear showed in his eyes. He swallowed hard. But then he noticed it. The instructors around him had not reacted. The sanctuary supervisor remained silent. No reprimand followed. No pressure descended from above. The fear hesitated. And hesitation gave way to something else. The elf straightened. He lifted his chin, forcing his spine upright, and slowly met the old man's gaze. His eyes were sharp now, challenging. Provocative. As if daring him. As if saying, go on. Do it. See who stops you. The pressure vanished. The old man did nothing. No threat. No warning. No retaliation. The elf smiled. Michael saw all of it. The exchange lasted only seconds, but it told him more than hours of observation ever could. So this was why the elves had such a reputation. A junior dared provoke a rank 4. And the elders did nothing. And suddenly, the old man's earlier instruction made perfect sense. Do not bow. Michael had thought, at first, that remaining upright would draw attention. That it might be interpreted as arrogance. He was wrong. If he had bowed, it would not have been seen as humility. It would have been seen as confirmation. Confirmation that, as a non-elf, he was expected to lower his head regardless. Expected to conform. Expected to know his place. Michael felt a faint sense of relief. He was glad now that he had not bowed. Eloria's gaze remained on Michael. Then tell me, she said calmly. Which undead will you be using? The field quieted. Michael did not answer immediately. The air behind him shifted. Two presences emerged without sound. Spartan stepped to Michael's right. On the other side, Ghost appeared. Several elves flinched without realizing why. A ripple ran through the field. The murmurs stopped. Some of the instructors stiffened. Others narrowed their eyes. A few younger elves took an involuntary step back. "So those are two of them," Eloria said, her tone even. Her eyes lingered briefly on Spartan, then on Ghost. "Interesting choices." Michael finally spoke. "These two will participate," he said simply. Eloria nodded slowly. "Very well," she said. "Then I will prepare my own." Her gaze flicked once more to Michael, thoughtful. "This should be instructive for you to learn something," she added smoothly. Michael did not respond to her words. He watched as Eloria lifted her hand to the small bag resting at her waist. The moment his eyes settled on it, recognition struck. A spatial container. Not the common type meant for objects, but one designed for living beings. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. He had seen similar items before. Rare. Expensive. Restricted. Containers capable of sustaining living creatures without harming their vitality, allowing beasts to remain dormant yet ready to be summoned at will. He had once seriously considered acquiring one himself. Not out of necessity, but for convenience. Even with Undead, such an item would have been invaluable for long-term storage and concealment. He had not been able to get one, first due to insufficient money, and later because he had obtained something better. Eloria's fingers brushed against the bag, and mana stirred. It was subtle and refined, with nothing wasted. The container responded instantly, runes along its surface flickering briefly before sinking back into silence. Eloria's voice cut through the tension. "I will summon two as well," she said calmly. "Both rank 3, like yours." She paused, then added almost casually, "Do not worry. They are obedient." Michael did not relax. If anything, his focus sharpened. He knew the beasts of the royal princess could not be ordinary. They might be as unique as his legion, but he refused to believe they would be anything less. They were either equal or superior. As Michael watched the royal princess prepare to release her summons, one thought settled firmly in his mind. Whatever emerged from that container would not be enough to make him regret standing upright. Eloria turned the bag slightly, angling its mouth toward the open field. The space inside warped. For a brief moment, it looked as though the opening held an entire world behind it. Then she moved her fingers in a simple motion and released the seal. The first beast came out like water slipping from a cup. It was small. Barely the size of a large dog, with a sleek body and a head shaped like a narrow, elegant spear. Its scales shimmered with a soft sheen, smooth and clean, like wet stone under moonlight. Along its back ran thin fins that rippled even though there was no wind, and the moment it landed, a cool mist spread across the gray grass. The air around it felt damp. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. A water-type beast? The creature lifted its head, and its pale eyes swept across the field without fear. Then it looked at Eloria and lowered itself slightly, respectful. Eloria did not pause. She reached into the container again. The second beast came out. The ground shifted as it stepped forward, and the gray grass flattened beneath its feet. It was huge. Not merely large, but built like a moving wall. A hulking beast with thick limbs and a broad chest, its hide layered in overlapping plates that looked like stone armor grown naturally from its body. Its head was lowered as it emerged, horns curving backward like carved pillars. Several elves below swallowed. The beast let out a low breath, and the sound rolled across the field like distant thunder. Michael stared. Eloria's summons were not ordinary. As expected. Michael studied the two beasts carefully, his expression unchanged. The smaller one moved smoothly, its body shifting like water. The fins along its spine moved constantly, and mist spread around it. Its scales darkened near the spine and lightened toward the underbelly. The mist it produced spread low across the ground. Its eyes were pale, almost colorless. The beast held itself alert. It watched everything, including him. Then there was the second beast. It was massive. Twice the height of a grown man at the shoulder, with limbs as thick as tree trunks. Stone-like plates covered its body, each piece interlocking with the next. The plates were rough and weathered. Its horns curved back from its skull, and its eyes were deep amber. They sat beneath a heavy brow. Eloria stood between them, calm, one hand resting at her side. "These two will suffice," she said evenly. Eloria's gaze moved briefly to each beast in turn. "The smaller one is of the Tidevale lineage," she said calmly. "A water aspect race known for control, adaptability, and endurance." As if in response, the mist around the creature thickened slightly, clinging to the ground like a shallow tide. The beast remained still, its fins wavering, its body relaxed but alert. "They mature slowly," Eloria continued, her tone even. "But their upper limits are high. Given time and proper guidance, a Tidevale can step beyond my realm without difficulty." Her eyes shifted to the towering beast behind her. "This one is a stone-bound colossus," she said. "A strength-oriented race. Their bodies grow denser as they advance, and their foundation is naturally stable. Once fully matured, few races can match them head-on." She looked back at Michael then, her expression composed. "Both races possess the capacity to reach higher than I have," she said simply. Michael did not respond. Is she trying to show off, or is this normal here? He was confused and did not know which it was. If it was the former, he would admit that the two creatures did not look ordinary, but he did not think they were more than that. Was ascending to rank 4 really so difficult? Of course it was. The fact that these two could still rely on their racial potential meant they were already at the peak of an extraordinary race, or perhaps even an epic-grade creature. Michael did not use detect since they would sense it. He could use his eye of truth, but he was not proficient enough to determine racial rank at a glance. In any case, he knew that ascending to rank 4 was not a small matter. He himself was not even at that level yet, so it was not something he could dismiss lightly. As for his undead, was ascending to that rank actually difficult for them? Maybe it would take them some time to reach the peak of rank 3 through accumulation from their law cultivation. But after reaching that point, he could simply merge other materials into them or evolve them directly, and they would ascend. Michael felt that the last thing one could use to show off to him was racial potential. And if this was simply normal here, a way of stating one's assets without deeper meaning, then he was not sure what response was expected of him. In the end, he chose to ignore it. Michael glanced around the field. "Are we doing this here?" he asked calmly. Eloria did not answer immediately. Her eyes swept across the surrounding elves, the instructors, and the open space beyond them. She did not give an order, nor did she raise her voice. She did not need to. One of the instructors reacted immediately. "Clear the area," he said sharply. The response was instant. Elves began moving without argument, stepping back in practiced coordination. Within moments, the space opened. Gray grass lay flattened where people had stood only seconds earlier. The ground was wide, unobstructed, and silent. Michael and Eloria remained at the center. Spartan and Ghost stood behind Michael, unmoving. The Tidevale rested low to the ground, mist drifting around its body. The stone-bound colossus planted its feet, its weight settling into the earth. When the last elf stepped clear, the field felt vast. Eloria returned her gaze to Michael. "This will suffice," she said evenly. Michael nodded. "I'm ready," he said. Eloria's expression did not change. She simply lifted her hand slightly, as if granting permission. "Then you should take the first move," she replied. Michael did not waste time. His eyes sharpened, and the moment his intent solidified, the space around him seemed to twitch. Then he vanished. For a heartbeat, the center of the field held only Spartan and Ghost, still as statues. The tide veil's mist drifted lazily. The stone-bound colossus did not even shift its weight. Eloria remained where she was, posture relaxed, gaze forward. And then Michael reappeared. Hundreds of meters behind her. He hit the gray grass hard, shoulder first, then rolled, then bounced, then rolled again. Each impact dug shallow grooves into the dull earth, sending up thin sprays of pale soil. It was a ragdoll, violent and ugly, his limbs pulled by momentum he could not stop. Michael tried to brace, but his body did not listen in time. He rolled again, scraping through the grass. Only after several rotations did the motion finally begin to die. He slid another few meters, spinning once more on his side, then dragged to a halt, leaving a messy trail behind him. For a brief second, he stayed where he was, palm pressed to the ground, chest rising and falling. Damn! What kind of law almost kills its owner? Since he considered himself the weaker party, and since the other side was clearly strong, at least no weaker than the peak of rank 3, Michael decided to go all out to even the field. The only way this was possible, while still maintaining an advantage, was to use his law of echoed existence. This law allowed him to copy almost anything his undead possessed, or anything connected to him, extending even to their laws. Since he was clear-headed now, unlike his first use of his law where he had no choice but to select beginning traits for survival, Michael wanted to experiment and see the true potential of his law and its efficiency. He chose to start with wisdom first. Currently, wisdom could be fully classified as a space-type beast. Its passive state, which Michael found particularly attractive, was the infinite energy granted by its connection to the void and the speed amplifier it possessed. When Michael echoed wisdom into his existence, the law would surely weaken and change slightly to match him, but the foundation would remain the same. Michael had already been fast before all this, but he did not expect the level of speed he could achieve. So even though Michael was in pain from ragdolling himself, his heart was still beating fast with excitement. For a moment, the field did not breathe. Elves who had been whispering earlier stood frozen, mouths half open, eyes widened as if their minds could not decide whether what they had seen was real. Even some of the instructors stiffened, their instincts flaring far too late. The distance was not small. He had vanished from the center and appeared far behind her in the time it took a thought to form. And the speed that followed was worse. A ripple of fear passed through the crowd before anyone could stop it. Eloria felt it too. For the briefest instant, something tightened in her chest. Then her pride crushed it. Fear was not something a royal should entertain, especially not in front of her court, her instructors, and the sanctuary supervisor. Her eyes remained calm. Her face remained composed. Only her gaze sharpened. She turned her head slowly, looking toward the trail of torn grass and pale soil where Michael had finally stopped. That movement. Someone whispered, voice strained. It was like. Silence, an instructor hissed, but it was too late. The shock had already settled into the field like frost. Eloria lifted her hand, fingers poised, and her voice cut cleanly through the stunned quiet. Tide Veil, she said, tone flat. Stone bound. Both beasts responded instantly. The mist around the tide veil tightened, drawing inward like a breath held. The stone-bound colossus shifted its weight, the ground compressing beneath its feet. Eloria's gaze did not leave Michael. Go, she ordered. The tide veil's fins trembled. The stone-bound's plates clicked faintly. Then Spartan moved. His voice was calm. 3 against 3, Spartan said. The tide veil hesitated. So did the stone-bound. Spartan's head tilted slightly, and his gaze settled on Eloria with a cold, steady certainty. You face our master, he continued. 1-on-1. His eyes shifted briefly, acknowledging the two beasts. We face your summons. They did not wait for the princess to react. Spartan and Ghost launched forward at the same time as the Tide Veil and the stonebound Colossus surged to meet them. The four collided midair, force slamming into force, leaving the ground beneath them untouched and empty. For an instant, the sky itself seemed split. And Eloria was left alone on the ground. Her attention snapped back when a warning screamed at the back of her mind. She moved on instinct. Eloria twisted sharply to the side, robes flaring as she abandoned her position without hesitation. A heartbeat later, Michael tore through the space she had just occupied. He came in sideways, body completely out of control, a blur of momentum and violence. The air cracked as he passed, grass exploding upward in a thin line where his shoulder skimmed the ground. He did not touch her. But he passed close enough that the wind of it ripped at her hair. Michael slammed into the ground several meters beyond her, bounced once, then rolled hard, carving another rough scar into the field before skidding to a stop. Eloria straightened slowly, eyes narrowed now. Her heart was beating faster than she liked. Damn it. I thought I got the speed right this time. Though his tone made it clear he was complaining, Michael wore a wide smile on his face. Eloria barely had time to settle her footing before the warning came again. Her pupils tightened. She moved. A sharp step, a half-turn, robes snapping as she slid away from the point her instincts screamed at. A breath later, Michael flashed past her like a misplaced comet. His body hit the ground wrong again, shoulder first, then hip, then back, tumbling so fast the gray grass blurred into streaks. The impact dug a fresh trench, and pale soil fanned outward in thin sprays. He rolled, bounced, rolled again. And this time, he did not stop to complain. He twisted mid-roll, forced his hands under him, and used the momentum to throw himself upright even as his feet failed to catch properly. He staggered once, then vanished again. The space he left behind twitched. Eloria's warning flared. She dodged. Michael crashed through her previous position, tearing up grass and air in the same ugly line, then slammed down and skidded, his body scraping the ground like a thrown weapon. He was up again. Too fast. Not clean. Not controlled. But relentless. Again. The warning. The dodge. The ragdoll blur ripping through where she had been. Again. Eloria's breathing stayed quiet, but her movements sharpened into pure efficiency. She stopped trying to track him with her eyes. She trusted the warning and moved on the first pulse of it, every step measured, every shift precise. And for several seconds, it became a strange pattern that made the watching elves forget to blink. A royal princess dodging desperately. A human launching himself like a broken arrow. Michael kept disappearing and reappearing, each burst ending with another violent tumble, each tumble ending with him forcing himself back into motion before his body could protest. He hit the ground, rolled, sprang up. Hit the ground, rolled, sprang up. His clothes were already smeared with dirt. His palms were raw. His shoulder screamed. And his grin only widened. Because every time he vanished, the distance he crossed was tighter. Every time he reappeared, the angle was closer. Every time he ragdolled, the recovery was faster. Eloria felt it too. Michael Norman was adjusting. Michael was getting closer. Michael vanished again. This time, he did not overshoot. He reappeared at Eloria's side, feet skimming the ground, body aligned instead of collapsing into momentum. His shoulder dipped, his hips turned, and his fist drove forward in a tight arc. Eloria dodged on instinct. The punch missed her torso by a narrow margin and slammed into empty air. The result was immediate. A violent gust erupted outward, ripping through the gray grass and flattening it in a wide fan. The air cracked, sharp and concussive, and Eloria's body shook as the pressure struck her side. Her robe snapped violently as she was forced to slide back a full step, boots carving shallow grooves into the soil. Her eyes sharpened. Michael was already gone. He reappeared behind her and threw another punch, this one lower, aimed where her ribs would have been if she had not moved. She twisted away, letting the strike pass, and the fist smashed into the ground instead. The earth sank. Soil burst upward, grass disintegrated, and a shallow crater spread outward as a wave of wind tore past her legs. The shock rattled through her frame, forcing her to brace and shift her stance to keep her balance. Michael vanished and appeared again at her front. Eloria raised her forearm and met the attack halfway. It struck her guard like a hammer, driving her backward several meters. Her arms trembled as she absorbed the force, and her boots skidded across the ground before she managed to stop herself. Her breathing remained controlled. Her posture remained upright. But her body shook. Michael did not slow. He vanished and reappeared in rapid succession. Eloria dodged left. A fist ripped past her shoulder, close enough that the wind peeled strands of hair free and sent them snapping away. She ducked. Another punch screamed overhead and slammed into the ground behind her, the impact tearing a clean line through the grass and sending dust rolling across the field. She slid back, pivoted, and moved again as Michael reappeared at her flank. This time, she did not fully evade. The punch passed just short of her ribs, but the compressed air struck her side directly. Her body jolted, and she was forced to stagger 2 steps before regaining balance. Her expression tightened. Michael reappeared again, feet planted, fist already moving. High above the field, Selim hovered with his hands clasped behind his back. As a rank 4, following what happened on the ground was effortless. But Michael's movement made even Selim narrow his eyes. If Eloria's body had not been what it was, if her foundation had not been forged through ascension, if her physique had not belonged to a race like the elves with multiple advantages, her dodges would have failed already. A human from his world would not have had that luxury. Even a rank 3 human, one who stood above Michael in realm, would have died by now. Their body would have shattered before their mind could catch up. Beside the field, the sanctuary supervisor stood without moving, her gaze fixed on the space where Michael kept appearing and disappearing. Her expression remained composed, but her focus tightened more and more as the seconds passed. There was no confusion in her eyes now. Only a hard, quiet shock. During his treatment, she had been unable to see through him, even at her level and with all her experience. She had known he was extraordinary, but this display went beyond that. Was this truly the performance of a freak of nature? From his earlier movements, it was obvious he could even go faster than this, but he did not seem used to operating at that level of speed yet. Below, the instructors were no longer whispering. Most of them had stopped breathing properly without realizing it. Their eyes tried to follow Michael directly, failed, then began tracking the aftermath instead. Even then, many could only guess. Some of the younger elves looked like statues, mouths slightly open, brows furrowed in frustration. Their pride refused to accept what their eyes could not capture. A few had started using their magic instead of sight. That helped, but only a little. It did not make it less humiliating. They had mocked him earlier, called him a summoner hiding behind corpses. Now they watched the royal princess of their realm being driven backward by a human's fists, and most of them could not even see the fists. They only saw her shaking. They only saw her boots sliding. They only saw the ground ripping apart whenever Michael missed by a breath. One instructor clenched his jaw so hard his cheek trembled. Michael appeared again. His fist moved. Eloria did not dodge and awakened her law. She lifted her hand, fingers slightly spread, and the air around her changed. It was subtle at first. A scent rose, clean and sharp, like crushed leaves after rain. Green light threaded across her skin and robes. Thin vines pushed up through the gray ground. Eloria's presence swelled. Michael's fist stopped mid-swing as his body shifted backward in a blur, space twitching as he forced distance between them. He reappeared dozens of meters away, feet skidding, shoulders rising and falling once. For the first time in the exchange, his grin faded. Eloria straightened slowly. Her eyes stayed on Michael. Her voice was calm. "Now," she said, "show me if that speed is all you have." Michael did not answer. His eyes narrowed as he reached deeper into the echo, past the speed amplifier, and touched something else that belonged to wisdom. Fold blink. The moment the skill settled into his body, the sensation was different from his earlier bursts. Michael vanished. Eloria's warning flared. She turned, palm raised, green threads already crawling over her fingers, and the air around her thickened with living intent. Michael appeared at her left. His fist moved. Eloria did not meet it. She folded away too. As a rank 3, just like any other supernatural at that level, she could use certain spatial abilities such as teleportation. Michael's use of space was more efficient, but thanks to her rank and how deeply she had gone into it, their teleportation was about equal in execution. Eloria's body blurred into a flash of green light. She reappeared several meters away, one knee bent, one hand already sweeping through the air. The ground answered. Vines snapped upward in a tight arc. Michael's fold blink triggered again. He was behind her. Eloria's intention shifted with him. The grass in that direction stiffened, blades rising like needles. A thin line of roots surged beneath the soil and burst out in a jagged curve, trying to catch his ankles as he arrived. Michael lifted his feet, barely clearing the grab, and struck. Eloria pivoted, forearm raised. The strike forced her to slide, but the vines around her legs tightened, anchoring her for an instant before snapping free. Michael disappeared again. Eloria followed and folded through space. She appeared near him and did not wait. Her hand snapped forward and the air thickened with pollen-fine motes of green. A heartbeat later, a thorned vine lashed out from the ground in a straight line, fast enough to leave a whistle behind it. Michael Fold blinked away. The vine struck empty air. Where it passed, the wind split, and the grass flattened in a clean groove as if something heavy had dragged across it. Michael appeared again. Eloria was already turning. A thin ring of vines erupted around her, low at first, then rising, spreading outward like a living net. Michael's fold blink triggered. He appeared at the edge of the ring and punched through the opening. Eloria slid back, one hand lifted. The vines tightened. The opening closed. Michael's fist passed through nothing but air, and the gust it produced tore a strip through the grass beyond her, dust rolling like a wave. He vanished again. Eloria folded again. They crossed the field in a series of silent flashes, leaving behind nothing but scars in the ground and brief blooms of green that withered as quickly as they formed. And as the exchanges piled up, Michael started to understand. Eloria's law was not just nature in a simple sense. It was territory. It was some sort of domain-type law. Michael adjusted and decided to be on the offensive in a different way and not rely on brute force again. Michael's eyes narrowed. Fold blink. He vanished and reappeared high above the grass, not near her body, but at the edge of her growing influence. His hands moved in quick, practiced motions, and mana poured out of him without hesitation. A sphere of fire formed first, dense and bright, then split into several smaller orbs that floated around his shoulders like miniature suns. Mana shield flared around him in a pale layer as he fell. Then he released the first spell. Acid Bomb. A green-black glob shot downward and burst the moment it touched the ground. The gray earth bubbled for an instant, and a sharp stench cut through the scent of leaves. Eloria did not move toward it. Vines surged up around the bubbling patch, thickening into a ring, and a layer of fresh growth spread over the damaged soil as if the land itself was trying to heal. Michael did not wait. Mana Arrow. A compressed bolt of pale mana screamed forward, aimed at the point where her vines were thickest. It struck and split the growth like a blade through wet rope, scattering shredded leaves and sap into the air. A second mana arrow followed immediately after, cutting along the same path with brutal precision, widening the opening and blasting apart what had begun to reform. Eloria lifted her hand. Green light flickered. The broken vines did not fall. They bent, twisted, and rejoined, knotting into a new shape that blocked the next mana arrow before it could reach her. Michael clicked his tongue silently. He hadn't really thought a lot of people with regenerative abilities, but it was certainly annoying. Fold blink. He appeared behind her. Iloria's warning flared again, and she folded away in a flash of green, reappearing with one knee bent and one palm already touching the ground. Roots burst outward in a short wave. Michael reappeared on the other side of the wave. His hands rose and the floating fire orbs shot forward at once, spiraling into the air and then slamming down around her in a pattern that forced her to move. The air heated. The grass blackened. Iloria's expression tightened for the first time since she awakened her lull. She swept her hand outward. A surge of green erupted, and a curtain of thick leaves and vines rose from the ground like a living wall. The fire orb struck it and burst, flames licking across the surface, but the wall did not burn the way wood should. It charred, then regrew, then charred again, the cycle repeating. Michael poured more mana into the assault. Mana arrow after mana arrow. Acid bombs thrown at angles, forcing the growth to split and heal in multiple places at once. Iloria folded again, appearing to the side of the barrier, then lifted her hand. The ground around Michael responded. Grass hardened into sharp, pale spikes that rose in a tight ring around his feet, aiming for his ankles and calves. Fold blink. Michael vanished before the spikes completed their rise. He appeared above her shoulder and cast again. Acid bomb. Iloria's eyes flicked. Her body folded away. The bomb struck the grass and hissed, eating a shallow trench into the field. Iloria reappeared and immediately countered, her hand carving through the air as if she were pulling a thread. A vine launched upward like a spear. Not toward Michael's current position. Toward the place he was about to fold blink into. Michael's pupils tightened. Enough. A loud voice echoed, and suddenly Michael found that he could not move. A chill rose up his spine as he was about to turn to Selim for help when he heard the princess say something that left him stunned. Father? After the princess spoke, suddenly Michael found out he was able to move again. Though the princess had spoken the word clearly, Michael did not see any new figure appear. The field remained exactly as it was. Then Iloria vanished. She was simply gone, her presence erased so completely that even the living territory she had woven into the field began to loosen and fade. The vines slowed, then sank back into the soil. The pressure that had weighed on the air lifted all at once, leaving the space strangely hollow. Michael's body unlocked in the same instant. The invisible restraint snapped away without warning, and he staggered half a step as control returned to him. His mana flared instinctively before he forced it down, eyes sweeping the field. Nothing. No new figure. Instead, a voice echoed. It did not come from any single direction. It was not loud, yet it carried across the entire field with effortless clarity. The guest has received treatment and has awakened, the voice said calmly. All exchanges and demonstrations are to cease with immediate effect. The instructors froze where they stood. Even the sanctuary supervisor straightened slightly, her gaze sharpening as she listened. The elven realm extends its courtesy, the voice continued. The guest is to be escorted back to his domain respectfully and without delay. Michael remained where he was, chest rising and falling once as he slowly lowered his hands. So that was it. The fight was over. Michael stood there for a moment, confused. The ending had come too fast. Just moments ago the exchange had finally shifted, pressure answering pressure, power clashing with power, and he had been adjusting in real time. It had been getting good. Too good to simply be cut off by a single sentence spoken from nowhere. His eyes swept the field again. The elves were already withdrawing. Some of the instructors turned away immediately, faces stiff. Others spared him quick, guarded glances as they left, looks that carried something between discomfort and reluctant acknowledgement. A few of the younger elves did not bother to hide it at all. Their gazes lingered on him with a mix of disbelief and unease, as if they were still trying to reconcile what they had just witnessed. Michael exhaled slowly. Before he could move, the space beside him distorted. Selim appeared first, stepping out of the air as if it had parted for him. The old man's posture was calm as ever, hands resting behind his back, but his eyes were sharp in a way Michael had not seen before. There was surprise there, unhidden and genuine. An instant later, the sanctuary supervisor appeared as well. Her expression was composed, but doubt lingered in her eyes, deep and thoughtful. They both looked at Michael at the same time. "Are you all right?" Selim asked immediately. The sanctuary supervisor spoke almost in the same breath. "Did you feel any instability? Pain in the soul, pressure, distortion?" Michael blinked, taken aback. He had expected words about the fight. About Eloria. About the voice. Instead, both of them were focused on him. "I'm fine," he said after a brief pause. The old woman's gaze sharpened as she studied him more closely. Selim nodded once. "You should not have been pushed into combat so soon after a soul injury," she said quietly. "Even if the treatment was successful." Michael let out a short breath, half a laugh. "I didn't feel like I was being pushed." An awkward silence followed. Selim was the first to break it. "Since he has spoken," he said calmly, "this is no longer a place for us to linger." His gaze shifted briefly toward the empty field, then back to Michael. "It would be best if we return to Aurora immediately." Michael nodded. He wanted to ask why the match had ended so abruptly. Who the man was that Eloria had called father? Why a single voice had been enough to freeze him in place? But he swallowed the questions. This was not the right place for them. Even with Selim beside him, Michael knew better than to pry openly. Those were questions meant for privacy, and even then, he was not certain it would be appropriate to ask all of them. The sanctuary supervisor inclined her head slightly. "Before you depart, you should return to the sanctuary. Your summons are still there." Michael nodded again. "All right." The old woman turned first, space bending faintly around her as she prepared to depart. Selim followed a moment later, pausing just long enough to glance at Michael once more. "Come," he said. "We will talk once we are alone." That was enough. Michael exhaled quietly and stepped forward as the space around them folded, the ruined field vanishing behind them as they returned to the sanctuary. Far from the ruined field, deep within the elven realm, a garden lay in perfect stillness. Pale stone paths curved gently between beds of glowing flowers that opened and closed with slow, breathing motions. Small creatures moved freely among the greenery. Feathered beasts no larger than cats perched on branches like ornaments, their eyes bright and curious. Translucent insects drifted through the air like living glass, leaving faint trails of light behind them. The atmosphere was calm, cultivated, and old. At the center of the garden stood a low pavilion of white wood and living vines. An elf sat there, relaxed, teacup resting lightly between long fingers. He was very handsome. Silver-green hair fell loosely over his shoulders, untouched by age. His face was refined but unadorned, calm to the point of seeming distant. He wore simple robes, free of insignia, yet the space around him felt settled, as if the garden itself acknowledged his presence. Across from him stood a young female elf, arms folded, expression tight. "Eloria." "This was unnecessary," she said, irritation slipping through her composed tone. "You ended it without even asking me." The elf took a slow sip of his tea, unhurried. "Given time," she continued, her brows knitting, "there was a real possibility I would have won." He lowered the cup and looked at her. Just quietly. For a moment, he said nothing. Then a helpless smile tugged at his lips. "Listen to yourself," he said. Eloria stiffened. "You said possibility," he went on gently. "Not certainty." His gaze stayed on her, steady and unyielding. And this was someone in a lower realm than you. She opened her mouth, then stopped. Even if you had won, he continued, would it have been a victory you were proud of? Silence fell between them. The garden creatures remained still, as if waiting. Eloria looked away. The elf leaned back slightly, tea resting untouched in his hand. And since it was only a possibility for you, he added, then it was also a possibility for him. Her fingers tightened. The human from Aurora, he said calmly, could have won as well. Eloria's lips pressed together. She wanted to deny it. But the memory surfaced unbidden. The pressure. The speed. She fell quiet. After a moment, she spoke again, slower now, confusion edging out frustration. How, she asked, could someone like that exist? The elf smiled faintly, lifting his tea once more. That, he said, is exactly why the fight had to end. No one would think of his uniqueness immediately and use it to attack your reputation. I do not want that. Eloria stood there in silence, the weight of his words settling slowly. She understood now. It had not only been about the fight itself. It had been about pride. About face. About the weight carried by the name of the royal family. Ending the match when he did had spared more than just spectators' whispers. It had spared her from standing at the center of a comparison that would never fade. And yet, the bitterness remained. Anyone who had eyes could see it. Even if she had won, even if she had forced Michael back in a spectacular clash, the truth would not change. She had stood in a higher realm, with a stronger foundation, a race blessed with countless advantages. And still, the outcome had never been certain. Which meant that, in some undeniable way, she had been inferior. The thought left an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Her father watched her quietly, tea forgotten in his hand. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, unhurried. Do not crush yourself over this. Eloria's eyes flickered toward him. You are the royal princess of the elven realm, he continued. Your position, your standing, your future are not shaken by a single encounter. His gaze softened slightly. That child may be special. A holy child, as his people would call it. Such a status grants him opportunities and recognition. He paused, then added, but he will never replace you. He will never stand where you stand. Eloria clenched her fists at her sides. What matters, her father went on, is not that someone like him exists. It is that you do not allow yourself to be overtaken. His eyes met hers directly. Use this as fuel. Grow stronger. Reach a point where such doubts do not even arise. If that youth doesn't die, you might find yourselves again on a grander stage in less than 2 years. Make your victory spectacular then. Only then, he finished silently, would their pride truly mean something. Eloria inhaled slowly. The bitterness did not vanish, but it settled, reshaped into something sharper. Resolve. She bowed her head once. Then her body blurred into a flash of green light, vanishing from the garden without another word. Her father remained seated, tea cooling in his hand, gaze resting on the space she had left behind. A few seconds later he sighed as he turned to stare at a particular spot. Parenting is really hard, isn't it, dear? No one would imagine even a queen like you would run from it, haha. However, he laughed was cut short as a punch landed in stomach as a female laughter echoed at his sign of pain and helplessness on his face. In his heart he decided that he would never let his sons marry someone more powerful than them. One could only imagine what could make a demigod think like this. Meanwhile, as Michael in the original world collected his undead in preparation for leaving the elven realm, Michael in the land of origin was facing something else. After checking his body condition a bit more, even inspecting his soul as well to see if there were truly hidden injuries, which took quite some time, Michael finally left the guest room. He was a little nervous because he wondered what he would say about his inactivity for 3 days that sounded justifiable. After finishing his inspection, Michael finally stepped out of the guest room. The door closed softly behind him. The hallway beyond was empty. The place felt too quiet, almost abandoned. He had already sensed it from inside the room. Still, that did not stop him from wondering. Was it that no one thought about him or anything? Didn't anyone come to check up on him or even keep eyes on him? Something about the silence felt deliberate. Michael began walking down the corridor, his footsteps light despite his size. His posture was relaxed, but his awareness remained spread outward, brushing gently against the space around him. There was nothing that stood out of the ordinary. Michael turned a corner. And almost collided with someone who did not seem to be paying attention. A soft gasp sounded as a small figure stumbled backward. Michael reacted instantly. His body twisted out of the way before the impact could fully happen, but the sudden movement caused the other person to lose balance. She tripped, arms flailing, heels slipping on the smooth floor. Before she could fall, Michael caught her. One arm wrapped around her back, the other steadying her at the shoulder. The motion was clean and controlled, stopping her inches from the ground. For a brief moment, everything froze. The maid stared up at him. Her thoughts scattered. Up close, he looked unreal. Green eyes, clear and sharp, like polished gemstones. Pale skin that caught the light softly. Long hair falling loosely past his shoulders. A slender frame that did not look imposing at first glance, yet carried an undeniable sense of strength beneath it. Her heart skipped. This was exactly how the old stories went. A clumsy maid. A sudden fall. A mysterious noble who caught her before she hit the ground. Prince Charming. The thought slipped in before she could stop it, vivid and embarrassing all at once. She could almost hear the voices from childhood tales. The whispers about fate and chance meetings, about heroes wandering palace halls. Then he spoke. "Are you okay?" The spell shattered. Her face flushed red as she realized how close she was and how long she had been staring. "Yes. No. I'm fine," she said quickly, straightening herself as Michael released her without hesitation. She bowed deeply, flustered. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going." Michael shook his head lightly. "It's fine. I wasn't paying attention either." She hesitated, then glanced around the empty hallway. She stole another glance at him, curiosity flickering through her embarrassment. "If you need anything, sir, I can help. Or I can find someone else for you." "I'm all right," he replied. Her shoulders relaxed slightly. "Then I wish you a safe journey." Michael gave a small nod in return and stepped past her, continuing down the hall. She watched him go for a moment longer than she should have. Only after he disappeared around the corner did she let out a quiet breath, placing a hand over her chest to calm her racing heart. So the stories were lies, she thought. Or maybe they were just rare. The maid straightened fully, smoothing the front of her uniform as she took a steady breath. Her heart was still beating faster than it should have, embarrassment lingering like heat on her cheeks. Then her expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly as the realization hit her. That guest. The one the masters explicitly warned not to disturb under any circumstance. Her breath caught. "No way," she whispered. She turned sharply, eyes darting down the corridor in the direction he had gone. "Sir," she called softly. No response. Her steps quickened as she moved forward, peering around the corner. The hallway beyond was empty. Completely empty. No retreating footsteps. No fading presence. No sign that anyone had passed through at all. It was as if he had never been there. A chill ran down her spine. "I should tell the steward." Michael did not hear the maid's hurried footsteps or her panicked whisper. By the time the realization fully took hold in her mind, he was already gone. The visitors' quarters sat slightly to the side and a little back from the main structure of the Evermoon domain, deliberately separated so guests would not wander too freely. Ahead of him rose the main mansion. That was his target. The front of the mansion faced the main entrance of the domain, but Michael approached it from the side, where open walkways and gardens connected the lesser halls to the central estate. He stepped into open air. A garden stretched between him and the mansion proper. Guards were stationed throughout the area, standing at intervals along the paths and near the entrances. Michael walked straight through. No one reacted. Their eyes did not track him. Their attention did not shift. Even as he passed within arm's reach of some of them, none showed the slightest sign of awareness. Michael was using his law. Or rather, he was using his law to copy the trait of his undead, Fade. This was something Michael had discovered during his fight with the princess. As long as he did not draw directly on the laws of his undead, his own law became remarkably sustainable. With his foundation and control, Michael realized he could maintain this state for as long as he wished, as long as he mainly remained stable. He crossed the garden at an even pace, and the mansion grew closer. Michael was not sneaking into the Duke's mansion because he had any special motive. He simply felt too lazy to deal with the guards and wanted to find Ariana directly. With her, he could easily understand what was going on or what had happened during the past few days while he was unconscious. Fortunately, it did not take long for Michael to find Ariana. He went straight to the place where she usually had her tea, the same place where she often entertained him or took him to rest after arriving at the mansion. Though Michael had only been here a few times, the place had left a bit of an impression on him. Michael stopped in front of a familiar door. The tea room. He raised his hand and knocked lightly. A brief pause followed. Then a female voice answered from within, clear and calm. "You may enter." Michael opened the door and stepped inside. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, falling across a low table neatly set with porcelain cups and a half-finished pot of tea. The scent of herbs lingered in the air, subtle and comforting. Seated at the table was a young lady in a simple dress, her posture relaxed as she reached for her cup. The moment her eyes landed on him, she froze. Then her expression lit up. "Sir Mike." The words slipped out instinctively, bright and unguarded. Almost immediately, she caught herself. Her shoulders stiffened, her gaze dipping as she cleared her throat and straightened in her seat, composure snapping back into place with practiced ease. Michael smiled. It was small and genuine. "Long time," he said lightly. She looked back up at him, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, but there was no hiding the relief in her eyes. She set the cup down carefully, her fingers lingering for just a moment before folding her hands in her lap. "You disappeared," she said more softly. "Everyone said you were experiencing something important. It was even the Great One who said we should not disturb you, but—" She hesitated, then shook her head. "I am just glad to see you standing." Michael stepped further into the room, closing the door behind him. The quiet settled again, comfortable rather than tense. "Sorry about that," he replied. "I will explain later." She studied him for a second, as if checking whether he was truly all right, then nodded once, accepting the answer without pressing further. "Would you like some tea?" she asked, rising to her feet. Michael glanced at the table, then back at her, the same easy smile still on his face. "That would be nice." As she moved to pour another cup, the room returned to its familiar rhythm, as if his absence had only been a brief interruption rather than days of uncertainty. For the first time since waking, Michael felt like he was exactly where he needed to be. Michael accepted the cup when she handed it to him and took a slow sip. He paused. Then he blinked and took another sip. "I knew it. I was never made to be this active. And why does tea taste so good here and not in the original world?" The taste spread across his tongue. It was light, clean, and layered. There was no bitterness, no sharp aftertaste, only a smooth warmth that settled gently in his chest. It felt balanced. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted. He remembered the herbal teas his aunt used to make back home. Teas she swore were rare, special, and prepared with care. They always smelled pleasant, but the taste never quite matched the expectation. No matter how much honey she added, they still tasted like boiled leaves mixed into a strange concoction. Drinkable, but never something he looked forward to. This was different. This tasted like it had been made to be enjoyed. Michael did not hide his reaction. His eyes softened slightly as he looked down at the cup, then he let out a quiet breath of satisfaction. Across from him, Ariana noticed immediately. When she saw the subtle curve of his lips and the way his shoulders eased, her own expression brightened. "Is it good?" she asked, trying to sound casual. Michael looked up at her and smiled. "It's incredible," he said honestly. "I don't think something like this should even exist." Ariana froze for half a second. Then she let out a small laugh, shaking her head. "You're exaggerating," she said, though the way her eyes lingered on him betrayed her words. "It's just tea." Michael took another sip, slower this time, as if proving a point. He set the cup down carefully and looked at her again. "If this is just tea," he replied, "then everything I've ever drunk before was a mistake." Her lips parted slightly. "That's unfair," she muttered, turning her face away, but the faint blush creeping up her cheeks made it clear she was pleased. "You always talk like that." "I'm serious," Michael added, his tone calm and sincere. "You have good taste. Really good taste." Ariana went still. For a brief moment, she forgot to hide it. The smile that spread across her face was soft, unguarded, and unmistakably happy. When she realized it, she cleared her throat and reached for her own cup, using the motion to compose herself. "If you really want to appreciate me," she said after a moment, her voice lighter now, "then you can bring me something next time." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Oh." She glanced at him again, her eyes bright. "Those chocolates from your hometown. The ones you brought before. Ever since I tasted them for the first time, I've wanted more." Michael laughed softly. Ariana coughed lightly, pretending to focus on her tea. "I'm just saying. If you happen to remember." "I'll remember," Michael replied without hesitation. "Soon." That seemed to satisfy her. The room settled into a comfortable quiet as they drank. Sunlight shifted slowly across the floor, and the scent of tea lingered warmly in the air. For a moment, there was no urgency, no questions, no expectations. After a while, Michael finally spoke. "Just now, Princess, you mentioned the Great One. Are you referring to the old king's sister?" After listening to Ariana recount everything, Michael could not help but wear an odd expression. From her words, he came to understand that the intense soul injuries and massive losses he had suffered in hell had not stayed isolated there. They had reflected directly onto his other body in the land of origin. That realization, while unsettling, made a certain kind of sense to him. If there was one thing his two bodies did not possess separately, it was his soul. The soul was not something that could be divided or duplicated. It was his true identity, unchanged no matter how many bodies he inhabited or how many worlds he existed in at once. Because of that, any damage to it would inevitably echo everywhere. This was also why the destruction of his undead in any world affected him across all his bodies, even if the effect was usually small. A thread was still there, no matter how thin. This time, however, the loss had been too great. The scale of destruction in hell had been massive enough to throw both of his bodies into shock at the same time. Returning to Ariana's explanation, she said they did not know exactly when it began. At some point during the night, strange energy fluctuations started leaking from Michael's room. When she and her father went to check after receiving no response from him, something she shyly apologized for, much to Michael's quiet amusement, they found him lying there without any visible injuries. On the surface, he looked fine. That was what made it frightening. His breathing was steady. His body showed no obvious wounds. Yet his energy was in complete disorder, spreading unevenly through the room as if it no longer obeyed any stable pattern. At that moment, it became obvious to them that something was seriously wrong. Ariana explained that her father had moved closer to inspect him, intending only to check his condition. The instant he crossed a certain distance, Michael's body reacted on its own. It entered a defensive state. If Duke Evermoon had not reacted quickly, retreating the moment he sensed danger, Michael might have left him gravely injured or worse. Of course, Ariana did not describe it so bluntly, but Michael understood what had happened. She then said the situation continued to worsen. The fluctuations around Michael grew so unstable that no one could approach him anymore. The pressure alone was enough to make most people retreat instinctively. And not everyone was Duke Evermoon. With no one else able to safely intervene, someone else was brought in to assess the situation. Or rather, someone arrived on her own after sensing the disturbance. As expected, it was the great princess, the old king's sister. Given Michael's power and the fact that this was the capital, it was not surprising. If his condition spiraled out of control, the consequences would not stay hidden for long. Either that, or the princess had already been keeping an eye on his location and immediately realized something was wrong. According to Ariana, the princess stated that Michael's soul was indeed damaged. Severely so. Yet at the same time, she noted something unusual. He was benefiting from it. She admitted that she did not fully understand what was happening to him or why his soul was suffering such extreme damage. However, she could clearly see that Michael was also growing stronger through it. Because of that, she instructed them not to disturb him. She said his outcome depended entirely on himself and on what the world had in store for him. Hearing this, Michael took a moment to imagine the scene. It seemed the princess had arrived at the exact point when he had begun comprehending his law, which explained why she could tell that he was becoming stronger despite the damage. After all, part of the reason he had managed to grasp his current law at all was because of that soul injury. It had forced him to perceive things he could never have understood otherwise. Pain had torn something open inside him. And through that opening, he had finally seen what lay beyond. For a while, neither of them spoke. The tea had gone lukewarm. Sunlight still filtered through the tall windows, but the warmth felt thinner now. Ariana was the first to break the silence. "Sir Mike," she said softly. Michael looked up. She hesitated, fingers tightening around the porcelain cup in her hands before relaxing again. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "May I ask you something?" "Of course," Michael replied. She took a small breath. "Are you advancing toward the next stage?" The question caught him off guard. Michael blinked once, then leaned back slightly, studying her expression. "Why do you think that?" he asked. Ariana lowered her gaze briefly, then looked back at him. "I might be naive about many things," she said slowly, "but even I can tell when someone no longer fully belongs to their current stage." Michael stayed quiet. "You were already at the peak," she continued. "That much was clear long ago. But now..." Her voice softened. "Now you are growing stronger without changing realms." She paused. "That only happens when someone already has a step into the next rank." Michael exhaled. "I do," he admitted. The words were calm, honest. Ariana stiffened for just a moment. Then she drew in a deep breath, steadying herself, and let it out slowly. When she smiled, it was restrained, careful, but not false. "I thought so," she said quietly. "I'm happy for you, Sir Mike, truly." Michael felt something tighten in his chest. Her smile did not quite reach her eyes. "I haven't fully reached it," he said after a moment. "That step is there, but crossing it completely won't be easy. It could take a long time." Ariana nodded. "But you're already standing at the door," she said. "And given your age, you will cross it eventually." She looked at him again, the strained smile returning, gentler this time. "That's enough for me." Michael did not argue. But as he watched her lift her cup again, pretending to focus on the tea, he knew something had shifted between them. He just did not yet understand what it meant. The silence lingered longer than Michael expected. It was not uncomfortable in the usual sense. There was no tension pressing down on the room, no hostility or unease. Yet something sat between them, quiet and heavy, like a thought neither of them was ready to voice. Michael was the one who broke it. "By the way," he said casually, lifting his cup again though he did not drink from it this time, "is there any news about the ruins?" Ariana looked up, surprised for a fraction of a second. "The ruins?" she echoed. "Yes," Michael continued. "The expedition the kingdom was organizing. I've been unconscious for a few days. There's no way I'd know if anything changed." Her shoulders relaxed slightly, as if grateful for the shift in topic. "Oh," she said, nodding. "That." She placed her cup down gently. "The team has already been finalized," Ariana said. "Just as planned before. Your name is still on the list, Sir Mike." Michael nodded. "That was expected. The only new development," she continued, "is that the departure has been confirmed. In about a week, maybe 2 at most, the expedition will move out. With other kingdoms," she added after a brief pause. Understanding settled in immediately. So it had reached that stage. The ruins were important enough that cooperation was unavoidable, or dangerous enough that no single kingdom wanted to shoulder the risk of greed. Either way, it meant complications, politics, and eyes watching from every direction. Michael opened his mouth to respond. Before he could speak, Ariana stood up abruptly. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "Please excuse me for a moment." Her movement was stiff, awkward in a way that did not match her usual composure. "My stomach feels a little unsettled," she added, offering a polite smile that appeared just a second too late. Michael paused. He knew immediately it was a lie. With her strength and constitution, a cup of tea was not enough to upset her body. Not even slightly. Even if it had been poisoned, she would have noticed long before now. But he did not call her out. Instead, he rose halfway from his seat, concern softening his voice. "Are you sure you're all right?" Ariana froze for a brief moment. Then she nodded quickly. "I'm fine," she said. "Really?" She did not meet his eyes as she turned away. "We'll talk later, Sir Mike," she added, already moving toward the door. Michael watched her back as she left the room, the door closing softly behind her. The tea room felt quieter after that. Not empty. Just hollow. Michael remained standing for a moment before slowly sitting back down. He stared at the cup in front of him, the surface of the tea barely rippling. Something was wrong. He could feel it. There were many things Michael could be ignorant about. That did not mean he was naive. As Ariana left, only then did he begin to think. At first, he considered the simplest explanation. Concern. Worry. The kind that came naturally when someone who was somewhat of a friend to you fell into trouble without warning. That much was reasonable. But the longer he sat with it, the more another conclusion formed. It was not only concern. Ariana was reacting to his growth. In the Awakener system, she was not even rank 2 yet, only just below it. That was not an insult. At her age and background, her progress was already considered impressive. In any other circumstance, the difference between them would have been negligible. It would have been fine if Michael himself were an ordinary rank 2. But he was not. Even before stepping into rank 3, he had already been dealing with matters that belonged to that stage. And now, with a law seed awakened, entering that realm was no longer a distant possibility. It was a matter of time. With his foundation, even if Ariana advanced to rank 2, the gap between them would not close. If anything, it would widen, especially when he ascended to rank 3. And rank 3 was already considered the peak of power within her kingdom. What would happen when he stood there fully? Michael understood then. It was not jealousy. It was not resentment. It was distance. Michael leaned back in his chair, eyes unfocused as his thoughts drifted further. The comparison came to him naturally. It felt like school. Not the early years, when everyone was still figuring things out, when grades rose and fell unpredictably and the future felt distant enough to ignore. It was like the final year of high school, that strange period when some people were still worrying about exams while others had already received admission letters, or in college, job offers, or clear paths forward. Ariana was still there. Still preparing. Still building. Rank 2 was her next step, just like graduation was the next step for most students. Important. Significant. A milestone worth celebrating. Michael, on the other hand, felt like someone who had already left campus. Not officially, perhaps. His name might still be on the roster. But his mind was already elsewhere, dealing with problems that no longer fit within the syllabus. While others worried about passing exams, he was thinking about rent, survival, responsibility, and consequences that could not be solved by studying harder. That was the difference. From the outside, both were still equal in class and status. But anyone paying attention could tell they were no longer walking the same road. Conversations had changed. Priorities had shifted. Time itself felt different. You could not blame someone for feeling left behind when the person beside them suddenly started moving faster. Michael realized that was what Ariana was facing. She was not weak. She was not slow. She was simply progressing at the speed the world and her talent had set for her. Meanwhile, though Michael was no different in that he was also moving at a certain pace, it was undeniably faster. One must not forget that Michael had reached his current state in 6 months. Even for some awakeners, this could take years. When two people start at the same place, they can walk together for a long time. But once one of them crosses a line the other has not even reached yet, walking side by side becomes impossible. At best, they walk parallel paths. At worst, one can only watch the other disappear into the distance. That distance was what Ariana had felt. Michael exhaled quietly. There was a cruelty to growth that no one talked about. People praised strength, praised advancement, praised rising higher and faster than others. But they rarely mentioned what was left behind in the process. The conversations that no longer fit. The silences that grew heavier. The relationships that changed without anyone ever meaning for them to. He looked down at the tea again. Michael did not regret it. He could not. Distance did not require ill intent to exist. Sometimes, it was simply the result of one person stepping into a future the other was not ready to face yet. Michael lifted the cup and took another sip, the warmth grounding him. Whatever this change meant, he would face it when the time came. The thought did not end there. As Michael sat in the quiet tea room, that sense of distance tugged at something deeper, something far older than his connection to Ariana. Aurora. His aunt's small kitchen in Woodstone City came to him first. The cramped space, always faintly smelling of spices and cleaning soap. His cousin sprawled on the couch, half listening to whatever nonsense was playing on the screen while pretending to study. Ordinary scenes. Mundane. Safe. And yet, when he thought about them now, there was distance there too. It was the same kind of gap. Michael had been moving forward at a pace none of them could see. Even when he was with them, even when he smiled and spoke normally, part of him was already elsewhere. Thinking about threats they could not perceive. Preparing for futures they would never have imagined. Carrying burdens he could not explain without sounding insane. Lily was still in school. Aunt Mia was still worrying about bills, schedules, small arguments, plans that stretched only a few years ahead. Meanwhile, Michael was already thinking in decades. In lifespans. That realization tightened something in his chest. He had told himself, more than once, that this was necessary. That this was simply how things had to be. That he could not stop or slow down just to remain familiar. But that did not mean he was willing to leave them behind. Michael straightened slowly, his earlier lethargy fading as something firmer took its place. Resolve. He had power now. Power that would only continue to grow. And with it came responsibility, not just to himself, but to the people he cared about. When he returned to Aurora, he would not allow that distance to widen further. He would evolve them. His aunt. His cousin. If they remained ordinary while he continued forward, time itself would become an enemy. One day he would look back and realize they had grown old while he had not. He would not accept that. With evolution, they would live longer. Far longer. They would gain the ability to cultivate, to at least stand on the same road, even if they walked it at a different pace. They would have the choice to stay with him, to see where this journey led, instead of being forced to stop at the edge. Michael knew the risks. Once someone stepped onto this path, there was no true return to ignorance. The world became larger, harsher, and far less forgiving. But he also knew this was a journey he could no longer abandon. If he was going to walk it, then he would love to not walk it alone. Michael closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, calm restored but sharper than before. He would handle Ariana's distance when the time came. For now, his advancement quest was what was most important. Michael's gaze sharpened. With a thought, the familiar translucent panel unfolded before his eyes, hovering quietly in the air as if it had always been there, waiting. Rank Advancement Mission, Rank 2 Rank 3. His eyes moved over the requirements without haste. The first condition was already clear. Comprehend the law. Progress, 62%. Michael exhaled slowly. That number alone would have stunned most awakeners. Law comprehension was not something measured in percentages for the majority. People either brushed against it by accident or spent decades circling its edges without ever grasping its core. 62% meant he had already crossed the most painful threshold. The law was no longer foreign to him. It was taking shape inside his soul, aligning itself with his existence. The remaining 38% was not trivial, but it was no longer uncertain. It was a matter of refinement, of depth, of time spent understanding until the universe fully acknowledged him and his understanding of its truth. The second condition followed. Possess 5 Rank 3 Undead. Michael's expression did not change. Even after the catastrophe in Hell, after losing more than 100 undead in a single stretch of devastation, this requirement was almost laughable. He still had enough resources and suitable foundations to fulfill it several times over if he wished. The losses had been heavy, yes, but he did not believe they had crippled him. 2 tasks standing like walls. Complete them and advance. But Michael was not satisfied with that. His eyes lingered on the panel, not on what it demanded, but on what it did not. Bare minimum advancement was safe. Predictable. Stable. And mediocre. Michael had already learned what happened when he exceeded the system's expectations. The last time he broke past the baseline, the rewards had not merely been better. They had been transformative. His foundation had thickened. His growth rate had accelerated. His future potential had widened in ways no standard advancement could compare to. That was what he wanted again. No. That was what he required. If I'm going to advance, Michael murmured quietly, then I'm not stopping at the line. 5 Rank 3 Undead was the requirement. That did not mean 5 was the limit. If he pushed further, and if he could force a limit break in the advancement mission itself. His thoughts quickened. A limit break Rank 3 advancement would not merely place him at the early stage of the rank. With the right preparation, with enough excess power and law integration, he could step directly into the advanced stages of Rank 3 the moment he ascended. That was the goal. Michael had no intention of stopping at its doorstep. He dismissed the panel with a flicker of intent, the light fading as his resolve settled into place. However, there was something else. Something that bothered him. Michael looked at the empty air in front of him and spoke calmly, without hesitation. Origin will, he said. Are you there? The tea room remained silent. No response. Not even the faint disturbance he sometimes felt when that presence acknowledged him indirectly. Michael did not frown. He had not truly expected an answer. In his mind, the decision had already been made. The title the Origin Will had granted him was not a blessing in the simple sense. It was also a restraint. A limiter placed deliberately on his growth. While others could surge forward rapidly through experience points, stacking gains recklessly, Michael could not. This made Michael believe that the order of his rank advancement tasks mattered. If Michael completed the law comprehension first and the Origin Will acknowledged it before his second task was finished, then the system would lock his advancement parameters around that state. Any attempt to exceed the baseline afterward would be restricted. That would be his loss. So he would not allow it. He would finish the second condition first. Far beyond what was required. Only then would he allow the law to reach completion. Michael spoke again, his voice quieter this time. I wish for my advancement to proceed smoothly. Again, there was no response. Yet this time, he felt it. Not sound. Not movement. A gaze. It brushed against him briefly, distant and vast, as if something immeasurable had turned its attention toward him for the span of a single breath. Michael searched for it out of instinct. And, like always, found nothing. The presence withdrew as silently as it had come. Michael let out a slow breath and did not pursue it further. That was enough. There were many things he did not know about the Origin Will. Many rules he had yet to fully understand. But ignorance did not mean helplessness. I want to, no, I need to get stronger. Back in the Elven realm, Michael was already done collecting all his undead into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Due to the sanctuary supervisor and Selim, the old rank 4 from Aurora, not leaving him alone, Michael had no choice but to reveal the coffin in the eyes of others. Fortunately, though this was an epic-grade treasure, its appearance and the feeling it gave did not do that rank justice. This was the only reason Michael dared to bring it out in the first place while being so close to two strong people who were probably more than 10 times his age. Fortunately, the situation turned out as expected. Aside from the large space the coffin contained, which the two rank 4s were able to observe from how Michael collected all his undead without issue, they did not pay more attention to it. After collecting his last undead, the sanctuary supervisor, who had been a bit quiet since Michael's battle with the Elven princess, finally spoke. The sanctuary supervisor turned her gaze from Michael to Selim, her expression composed but her eyes sharp with intent. I trust our agreement still stands, she said calmly. I hope you do not intend to turn away from it now. Selim's face darkened almost imperceptibly. To anyone else, he looked unchanged. Only those who had known him for a long time would have noticed the tension tightening beneath his stillness. In his mind, numbers flashed one after another. The down payment alone for stabilizing Michael's soul injury had already torn a visible hole through his personal reserves. If it were not for one thing, he would have already lost his temper. The Federation. Selim was certain they would compensate him fully. Not just for the treatment itself, but for everything he had done since Michael appeared in their sight. Including his involvement in Hell. Including the role he had played in helping bring down a demon lord. Those merits were not small. They were the kind that could not be ignored, no matter how bureaucratic the upper layers of the Federation pretended to be. If that reimbursement did not come, he would have truly crashed out. Outwardly, however, Selim's face remained expressionless. He gave the supervisor a slow, measured nod. You don't need to worry, he said evenly. We will get back to you on that matter. The sanctuary supervisor studied him for a moment longer, then inclined her head slightly, accepting the answer at face value. Nearby, Michael remained silent. He understood exactly what they were talking about. Not every detail, but enough. So he did the sensible thing. He pretended not to understand at all. It was a little shameless. But it was also necessary. Michael did not have finances to speak of. If this quiet act of ignorance saved his non-existent wallet from imploding, then he was more than willing to accept the shame. The sanctuary supervisor finally turned her attention back to him. Her gaze lingered for a brief moment, thoughtful, before she spoke again. About the garden you're undead. Give me 100 years. Michael did not even wait for her to finish speaking before he spoke, as he felt a slight headache coming on. Thanks to Lily's actions, Michael found himself in a huge debt upon waking up. It was such a massive debt that even after he spoke, Selim beside him acted as though he had not heard anything. The cost was that big, even to someone at rank 4. If it were not for the fact that he was partly sure Lily would wake up a step closer to rank 4 or enter rank 4 immediately, Michael would have crashed out the moment the sanctuary supervisor mentioned his debt. Thinking of how beginning also had to eat something before he could ascend, Michael could not help but believe that his undead titans were truly troublesome. One did not simply have them without falling into debt. The sanctuary supervisor shook her head slowly, an amused smile touching her lips as she looked at Michael. Are you even aware, she said lightly, of how much you would need to pay to cover the losses your undead caused? Her tone was calm, almost teasing, but the meaning behind it was anything but light. Even I, she continued, her gaze steady, at a rank higher than yours, would not dare say I could settle something like that in less than 100 years. Michael's expression darkened at once. 100 years was already an absurd figure. 200 was the number that surfaced in his mind almost immediately. He opened his mouth, reluctant, already preparing to say it. Before he could, the female elf let out a soft sigh. 100 years it is, she said, waving a hand as if finalizing a trivial matter. If I do not get it by then, I will personally come find you. We can discuss it again. Her eyes lingered on him as she spoke, sharper now, more curious than stern. For a brief moment, a strange thought crossed her mind. How strong would he be in 100 years? Surely he would have reached her stage by then. Or perhaps even surpassed it. The thought made her pause. She shook her head almost immediately, as if dismissing something inappropriate. It felt strange to look forward to the success of someone from another race. Stranger still to feel a faint sense of expectation about it. Michael said nothing. He simply nodded gratefully. 100 years. To Michael, it sounded vast. Part of it was instinct. Even now, even with the power he held, his lived experience was still short. Measured against the span of time he had actually spent breathing, struggling, and surviving, a century felt enormous. It was difficult not to see it that way. But he also knew that perspective was deceptive. To other supernaturals, 100 years was not a lifetime. It was a long stretch, yes, but not an unthinkable one. Many could spend half of it in seclusion, meditation, or sleep, emerging only slightly older. Time bent differently once one stepped beyond mortality. Michael could not blame himself for thinking otherwise. Even if his growth slowed from this point onward, he did not believe that in 100 years he would become ordinary. That thought had never once crossed his mind. Who could say what he would possess by then, what methods he would master, what compensation he could offer at that level? He was confident in that much. The sanctuary supervisor let out a quiet breath and straightened, the matter clearly settled in her mind. That will be all for today, she said. It is time for you to depart. Selim nodded once. He stepped closer and placed a firm hand on Michael's shoulder. Michael did not resist. This was an action he was already familiar with. Whenever someone far stronger than him wanted to relocate him instantly, this was usually how it began. A hand on the shoulder. A brief sense of spatial distortion. Then the world would blur and reform somewhere else. At least, that was how it was supposed to go. Almost immediately, Michael's eyes widened. He stared at Selim in pure shock, his pupils tightening as something far heavier than simple teleportation pressure washed through him. There was no time to react. The sensation slammed into him all at once. Then everything went dark. Michael's body went slack, consciousness severed cleanly. Even the sanctuary supervisor blinked in surprise. Her gaze flicked from Michael's unconscious form to Selim's impassive face, her brows lifting slightly. She studied him for a brief moment, clearly considering whether to ask. Selim did not look inclined to explain. In the end, she did not press him. After all, she did not believe that after spending such an absurd amount of resources on the boy, the old man would suddenly decide to harm him. That would make no sense. Not politically. Not personally. Not financially. Still, she spoke, her tone carrying quiet authority. "Nothing unnecessary is to be done to him," she said calmly. "He still owes me far too much." She paused, then added pointedly, "unless you intend to pay that debt yourself." For the first time, Selim's grip softened. "Only slightly." "I understand," Selim replied. That was all he said. He gave a short nod and turned his attention forward, his posture settling as if the matter were already concluded. "We are ready to leave." The sanctuary supervisor watched them for another moment, her expression unreadable. Then she stepped back, allowing the space around them to distort as Selim's power took hold. As the light twisted and folded inward, her gaze lingered on Michael's unconscious face. 100 years, she thought. She shook her head faintly. By then, what kind of existence would he be? The question remained unanswered as space collapsed, and the two figures vanished from her sight. Selim reappeared beside a familiar post. The transition completed in silence. A moment later, the oppressive atmosphere of hell pressed in from all sides within the elven forest territory of the 15th floor. Michael floated unconscious at his side, suspended by Selim's power, his expression slack and pale. Selim frowned. To be honest, he had not wanted to do it. This had never been part of the clean version of the plan. Not only that, he had fought the royal princess of the elven realm. That single act had dragged everything forward. Their exit had been forced far sooner than Selim preferred. At this point, the academy Michael came from was almost certainly waiting beyond the elven territory, positioned just outside the boundaries of the 15th floor. Selim could already imagine it. Then situation just got a bit more complex. Selim's jaw tightened. He had no intention of handing over a holy child to an organization like the academies. Not to one that even the Federation could not fully control. He would not allow that. Selim glanced at Michael again, studying the boy's unconscious form as he drifted beside him. "You really don't make things easy," he muttered quietly. The decision to knock him out had not been made lightly. But it had been necessary. Michael did not look easy to fool. If Selim had tried to move him while he was fully conscious, explanations would have been required. Delays would have followed. And delays, right now, were unacceptable. Better to deal with the consequences later. Selim did not linger. The moment he left the elven territory behind, he accelerated, his figure blurring as he pushed straight toward the exit of the 15th floor of hell. He was moving fast. He had just reached the final stretch when a voice spoke calmly behind him. "Now that's interesting." Selim froze. He stopped completely. The air around him seemed to tighten as he turned slowly, power coiling instinctively beneath his skin. His eyes locked onto the figure standing several dozen meters away as if he had always been there. The man was smiling. It was an easy smile, relaxed and almost amused, completely out of place in hell. If Michael had been awake, he would have recognized him instantly. Director Arvin. The strangest man in the academy. The kind of person no one could ever quite read, no matter how long they watched him. His clothes were unremarkable, his posture casual, his hands tucked loosely into his pockets as if he were taking a stroll. Right now, Arvin's gaze was fixed squarely on Selim. "Where?" Arvin asked lightly, tilting his head, "are you rushing off to with academy property?" Selim's eyes narrowed. The unconscious Michael floated beside him, suspended in midair, completely defenseless. Selim shifted subtly, placing himself half a step closer, his presence shielding the boy. I did not sense your arrival, Selim said evenly. Arvin chuckled softly. That's because I didn't arrive just now. He took a step forward, boots crunching lightly against scorched ground. I've been here for a while. Watching. Waiting. So, Arvin continued, his smile widening just a little, you wouldn't mind explaining why a student under academy protection is being carried unconscious? Selim's gaze hardened. Who are you? He asked. For a split second, Arvin looked genuinely stunned. Then he burst into laughter. It was loud and unrestrained, echoing strangely through the surrounding area. Arvin bent slightly at the waist, one hand resting on his knee as he laughed, shoulders shaking. Ah, that's on me, he said at last, straightening with a broad grin. That's entirely my fault. He gave a small apologetic nod, the gesture casual but oddly sincere. My manners slipped. I should have introduced myself earlier. Arvin placed a hand lightly over his chest. Director Arvin, he said. Advanced Counselor of Verant's Edge. One of the 10 Awakener academies in Aurora. Also the academy your student over there studies at. The moment the words left his mouth, Selim's body tensed. A man of his level, especially one who worked directly under the Federation, naturally knew of the 10 Awakener academies. Even if the details were fragmented, even if he had never dealt with them directly, the names alone carried weight. They were pillars. Independent forces that existed alongside the Federation rather than completely beneath it. Verant's Edge was one of them. And Arvin. Selim's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he had ever seen the man in person, but the name was no stranger to him. Far from it. Among high-level circles in Aurora, Director Arvin was spoken of rarely, and always with caution. One of the individuals closest to the demigod rank. Also, one of the few beings still alive from the era when Mana first descended upon Aurora, when the apocalypse tore the world apart. A survivor from the beginning. That realization settled heavily in Selim's chest. However, this was not what gave Selim the biggest headache. Everyone in hell was suppressed, and as long as they were above a certain stage, they were brought down to that level. Though Arvin was stronger than Selim under normal circumstances, it remained uncertain who would actually end up with the last laugh under such conditions. But even that was not the real problem. What gave Selim an almost splitting headache was Arvin's personality. Arvin was a madman. Not in the sense of reckless bravado, but an actual madman. Before the apocalypse, Arvin had been confined to a mental institution and diagnosed with several disorders, including split personality among others. Selim did not know the full story, but it seemed the root of Arvin's instability was tied to his profession as a teacher at the time. According to fragmented records and old reports, Arvin had survived a fire incident where he was forced to watch his students, including his own daughter who had been one of them, burned to death. What no one had expected was for a madman to survive for so long, let alone rise to become one of the most powerful individuals in Aurora 300 years later. Arvin, for his part, seemed delighted by the act of introducing himself. His smile softened into something almost playful as his gaze flicked briefly to the unconscious Michael floating nearby. Well now, he said lightly, this is awkward, isn't it? He looked back at Selim, eyes bright with interest. I assume you can see why I'd be curious, Arvin continued. A student under academy protection. Unconscious. Being hurried out of hell by a Federation powerhouse. His tone remained friendly, but the air around him felt subtly different now. Like a stage had been set. So, Arvin said, spreading his hands slightly, how about we talk this through? Selim did not answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on Arvin, mind moving quickly. Excuses were easy to give. Convincing this man was another matter entirely. Michael is required to give an account of the hell incident, Selim said at last, his voice even. There are matters related to the Demon Lord's fall, and several other details that fall under Federation jurisdiction. Some of them are not things I am permitted to disclose to external organizations. He paused briefly, then added, time is sensitive. That is why I am moving quickly. Arvin listened without interrupting, his smile never quite fading. When Selim finished, Arvin nodded slowly, as if genuinely considering the explanation. I see, he said. A debriefing. His eyes drifted once more to Michael's unconscious form, hovering quietly between them. Then I have a simple question, Arvin continued, tilting his head. Why is he unconscious? Selim's expression did not change. He exhausted himself, Selim replied calmly. I made the decision to stabilize him and prevent further damage after his treatment. Arvin hummed softly. Interesting, he said. Very considerate of you. Authority is a flexible thing, Arvin continued mildly. Whatever information the Federation seeks can be discussed through proper channels. Varant's Edge is not ignorant of what transpired in Hell, and Michael remains, first and foremost, a student under Academy jurisdiction. Selim's jaw tightened. He cannot remain with the Academy right now, Selim said. There are discussions that require privacy. Decisions that will affect more than one faction. This is not something I am at liberty to share. Arvin's smile did not fade, but something behind his eyes sharpened. And yet, he said, you are attempting to remove him without consultation. No notice. That does not really put me at ease. He took another step closer, stopping just outside the subtle pressure field Selim had unconsciously spread around Michael. His gaze sharpened, though his smile remained relaxed. Selim's tone cooled. You are overstepping. Arvin chuckled. Perhaps. He shrugged. But that is part of my job. His gaze flicked back to Michael, lingering for a moment longer than before. Michael is under Academy protection, Arvin said, his voice still mild. That protection does not vanish simply because the Federation wishes to ask questions. If he is to be questioned, it will be done with oversight. Selim felt pressure build subtly around them. Are you trying to take him from me? He asked. Arvin shook his head. No, he said. He smiled again, but this time there was something sharper beneath it. I am simply asking you to wake him. Silence stretched between them. The air of Hell seemed to grow heavier. Selim did not move. That will not be happening, he said flatly. Arvin's eyes gleamed. Oh, he said softly. Then I suppose we have reached the interesting part of this conversation. Selim moved first. There was no warning. The moment Arvin's words fell, the air itself collapsed inward. Invisible pressure surged forward like a tidal wave, space compressing and folding under Selim's will. Layers of compressed force stacked atop one another, converging on Arvin's position from every direction. To use his law, this openly meant only one thing. Selim was going all out. Arvin's smile did not vanish. Instead, his body split. The space he occupied fractured, and in the span of a heartbeat, 5 figures stood where one had been. One was the original Arvin, still smiling, though the madness in his eyes dulled slightly, replaced by an unsettling calm. The other 4 were wrong. Each carried the same face, the same presence, yet their auras were wildly different. One looked vacant, eyes unfocused, as if barely aware of the world. One radiated cold detachment. One trembled faintly, lips twitching. And the last. The last looked insane. That Arvin grinned wide, teeth bared, eyes burning with manic delight as chaos rippled around him. His aura surged violently, unstable and wild, clashing against the compressed air bearing down on them. Flames erupted. The fire Arvin raised was erratic and feral, twisting against Selim's air pressure, burning without pattern or restraint. Where the compressed atmosphere should have crushed everything flat, the flames tore through it instead, dispersing the attack in violent bursts of heat and distortion. The clash detonated outward. Selim's face tightened. He remembered now. More details surfaced from the fragments he had once dismissed as rumors. Director Arvin's law was said to be tied to the greater law of chaos. One that allowed his split personalities to manifest physically, each drawing upon a different aspect of his power. Each personality wielded something different. The one standing against him now, the Mad One, was the embodiment of destruction. Fire. Selim reinforced his stance, air condensing around Michael protectively as he absorbed the backlash. His gaze flicked across the remaining Arvans, noting how the others simply observed, unmoving, as if this battle did not concern them at all. The original Arvan watched with quiet interest. The Mad Arvan laughed. Selim exhaled slowly, eyes cold. The laughter had not even finished echoing when the others moved. The trembling Arvan stepped forward. His shoulders were hunched, arms drawn slightly inward as if bracing against something only he could feel. His eyes darted once toward Selim, then immediately away, filled with a raw, instinctive fear that felt almost contagious. The temperature dropped. Frost spread across the air. Pale mist rolled outward, carrying a biting chill that sank far deeper than the skin. Ice. But it was not the clean, cutting cold of simple elemental force. The moment the frost expanded, Selim felt it. A subtle tightening in his chest. A faint hesitation, uninvited and unwelcome, tugging at the edges of his thoughts. The fear radiating from that Arvan did not merely exist. It bled outward, seeping into the environment itself. Emotion given form. For a moment, Selim felt like killing himself. Selim's eyes sharpened instantly. His will flared, air roaring around him as he crushed the creeping sensation before it could take root. The pressure field around Michael thickened in response, shielding him not only from the cold, but from the emotional influence threaded through it. The trembling Arvan flinched as the resistance hit him, frost cracking beneath his feet. I don't like this, he muttered, voice barely audible. The ice wavered, but did not fade. At the same time, the vacant Arvan lifted his head. His expression remained blank, eyes dull and unfocused, as if nothing in front of him truly existed. He raised one hand slowly, fingers loose and careless. The space in front of him thinned. The air itself seemed to lose substance, becoming hollow and weak, as though reality had been scraped away and left fragile in its place. A narrow corridor of emptiness formed. Everything caught within it was pulled forward. And launched ahead in a silent surge. There was no explosion, no roar, only sudden acceleration as matter was dragged along the line of least resistance. Straight toward Selim. Selim twisted his wrist, air condensing into dense barriers that slammed shut across the corridor, but the precision of the attack still drew a thin line between his brows. The cold Arvan moved next. The surrounding air stilled. Motion itself seemed to still. The heat from the flames dulled. The drifting frost slowed. Even the chaotic Arvan's fire flickered. Selim felt his own air law resist instinctively, layers of pressure grinding against an opposing stillness that sought to flatten everything into quiet compliance. For manifestations. For expressions of the same fractured will. The original Arvan finally spoke, voice calm, almost gentle. "Careful now," he said mildly. "If all of you pull at once, you'll hurt the boy." The Mad Arvan ignored him, flames roaring higher as he lunged again, laughter spilling freely from his throat. Selim drew a slow breath. He was starting to regret coming to hell at all. At least if he wasn't around, there'd be no sense of responsibility and what was happening now would be another man's problem. Unfortunately, he just happened to be available. Selim thrust his hand forward, aiming at the space between them. The compressed pressure detonated outward in a wide, indiscriminate burst, a collapsing dome of force meant to disrupt everything. Before any of the Arvans could fully adjust, Selim moved. Space warped around him as he seized Michael more tightly, the pressure field locking into a single direction. Retreat. He vanished in a violent surge, air folding inward as his figure blurred toward the far edge of the floor. The battlefield fell silent. The original Arvin watched the empty space, smile slowly widening. Michael had a lot to say about his first kidnapping experience. However, it was so much that he could only express it in a few words. The first was that you really do not know how mad people can be up there when they look so normal up close. Another was why in the heavens was he being kidnapped? Yes. At some point during the confrontation between Arvin and Selim, where he was carried around like some form of goods, Michael had woken up from whatever technique Selim had cast on him. Selim would never have expected that Michael's sensitivity to danger and energy was so high that it could knock him out of unconsciousness. The issue now was that Michael could not let Selim become aware that he was awake, lest he be put back to sleep. But he also could not wait long enough for Selim to return to the real world. At least in hell, Michael had some sort of advantage. The moment they returned to Aurora, no matter what advantage the current Michael had, in terms of raw power, he would not be able to do anything if Selim wanted to act against him. All this meant only one thing. He needed to find an opportunity to escape. As for Arvin, Michael did not really trust the director. Even back at the academy, he only felt safe around him because they were within academy grounds. Outside the academy, Michael would rather have nothing to do with him. So yes. What Michael wanted was to escape. Not only escape, but escape from Arvin as well. But for now, he could only wait for an opportunity. Michael did not move. His body remained limp in Selim's grasp, breathing shallow and steady, presence dulled to the point of near absence. Whatever chaos unfolded around them, none of it touched him. The pressure field Selim maintained was absolute, layers of controlled force diverting every stray ripple of energy away from where Michael hung suspended. Blades of compressed air passed overhead. Fire and ice shattered against invisible barriers before they could even graze him. If not for Arvin's interference, Selim might have caught on that his unconscious victim was not so unconscious again. It helped that he was good at this too. As a necromancer who had spent most of his time around corpses since gaining his powers, Michael was quite good at playing dead. The fight resumed in full when Arvin caught up. And while the titans collided, Michael waited. The clash intensified. Air howled as Selim pressed harder. Arvin responded in kind. The exchange was violent enough to scar the sky, yet strangely restrained. It was obvious why. Arvin did not push all the way. No matter how wildly his manifestations moved, every attack curved subtly away from Michael's position. Selim noticed. His eyes narrowed, calculations snapping into place as he felt the limits Arvin imposed on himself. The director could escalate further. He simply chose not to. And that hesitation created openings. Selim took them. The pressure thickened around Michael. Selim shifted his stance, using Michael's position as a fixed point, forcing Arvin to divide his attention with every exchange. Each time Arvin adjusted to avoid collateral damage, Selim struck. The battlefield shook under the strain. And through it all, Michael remained untouched. The mad Arvin moved first. Fire tore through the air as a spiraling mass of flames condensed around his arm, then detonated forward in a brutal arc, the heat warping the sky itself. Selim reacted instantly. The air before him compressed into layered walls, each one collapsing just as the fire struck. The impact boomed, sending shockwaves rippling across the clouds below as both men were hurled backward, still airborne. Selim recovered faster. He pivoted in midair. His hand rose and twisted, fingers closing as if gripping the sky itself. The air between them compressed, then snapped forward in layered crescents that tore through space in staggered waves. The mad Arvin howled with laughter and charged straight through them. Flames wrapped around his body like living armor. Each crescent struck, collapsed, and detonated against the fire, shredding layers of heat but never fully dispersing it. Arvin punched through the last wave and swung, a burning fist trailing a vortex of fire that spiraled outward like a drill. Selim did not block. He vanished sideways, the blow passing where his head had been an instant earlier. The fire vortex continued on, ripping a glowing scar across the sky before dissipating. Selim reappeared higher, already moving again, palm thrust forward. The air detonated. A concentrated lance of pressure screamed downward, slamming into the mad Arven's shoulder and driving him off balance. Fire exploded outward as Arven spun, barely stabilizing himself with a violent burst that sent him rocketing upward again. They never stopped moving. Then the trembling Arven moved. Cold surged outward in a wide radius, frost blooming through the air itself. Selim felt the emotional weight hit again, a wave of dread riding the temperature drop. He adjusted instantly. The pressure around Michael thickened further, isolating him completely, while Selim angled his retreat upward to escape the worst of the influence. The cold followed as a creeping field that spread through space, slowing the air itself. The vacant Arven lifted his hand. The hollow corridor snapped open beneath Selim's feet, space thinning and pulling him downward in a sudden, silent drag. Selim twisted mid-fall, detonating pressure outward to rupture the corridor before it could fully form. The pull broke, but not cleanly. His trajectory shifted, dropping him closer than he wanted. The mad Arven was already there. Fire crashed into him like a meteor. Selim crossed his arms and released pressure in a violent burst, blasting the fire apart at point-blank range. The explosion sent both of them tumbling in opposite directions, spiraling through smoke and distortion. Selim stabilized first. He forced distance again. The cold Arven raised his hand. The air stilled. Selim felt resistance immediately. He compensated by increasing output of raw power. The stillness pressed harder, flattening the space between them into a dull, stubborn resistance. Selim shifted his angle again, refusing to let the distance collapse. And then it happened. At the edge of Selim's pressure field, Michael moved. Raw strength surged outward from him in a violent burst, and the pressure that had held him like a cradle cracked. For a heartbeat, Michael's body fought against the invisible force surrounding him, muscles tightening as if he were tearing through chains. Selim's head snapped toward him, shock flashing across his face for the first time. "Come back!" Selim shouted, rage ripping through the sky. Michael did not listen. He ripped himself free completely. The moment his feet found air, he exploded forward, speed turning into a sonic boom that cracked the sky open. A ring of compressed sound expanded behind him as he shot away, a streak of motion vanishing into the distance. Even Arven froze. All five of him paused at once. Then everyone reacted. Selim moved first, pressure snapping beneath his feet as he launched after Michael like a storm. Arven followed an instant later, the four manifestations scattering into the sky. Far ahead, Michael kept running. Michael felt it before he saw it. The air screamed as Selim closed the gap in a single violent surge, distance collapsing faster than Michael had expected. Too close. Michael's eyes sharpened. His instincts did not hesitate. Just as Selim's fingers stretched forward, Michael activated his law. There was no light. No sound. No dramatic surge of energy. For a single heartbeat, it felt as if something mysterious had opened its eyes inside him. Wisdom. Michael's perception sharpened beyond clarity. The world slowed. Then he moved. There was no sonic boom this time. No explosion of sound or pressure. Michael simply vanished. Selim's hand closed on nothing. His eyes widened. What? Selim muttered in shock. Michael was already far ahead. Selim reacted instantly. Pressure thundered outward beneath his feet as he surged forward again, output spiking sharply. The sky screamed in protest as he forced distance to collapse by sheer power alone. Boy, running away now is a nation crime. Come back if you don't want to implicate yourself. Michael ignored Selim's words and just focused on increasing the distance. For a while, 3 groups of individuals made a circle around the world on the 15th floor of hell. A few seconds later, Michael felt it. A presence. It slid into existence beside him with impossible smoothness, as if it had always been there. Arven. The original. He matched Michael's speed effortlessly, walking through the sky as if velocity itself meant nothing. His hands were in his pockets. His coat did not flutter. His eyes were calm, sharp, and very awake. Michael's heart slammed. Too close. Way too close. Arven's hand came out of his pocket and stretched toward his shoulder. It was obvious what his intentions were. Michael did not hesitate. Space. The world folded and Michael disappeared. Hell was a unique realm with many laws that differed from the material realm outside it. One of them was how the void functioned here. For one, the third layer of the void was inaccessible here. This was the layer strong supernaturals used to travel the universe. In Hell, one could only have access to the second layer, which was the realm between the surface world and the universal void. However, thanks to the uniqueness of Hell in that it contained dozens of worlds within it, the second layer of the void, though it could not be said to be extremely dangerous, could still turn pretty bad if one made a mistake. Even so, the chances of this happening were very low, since supernaturals who could use the void were quite experienced already, and using it for simple travel instead of battle was usually not an issue. Normally, there would be no issue. However, Michael had a slight problem. He had no experience with matters of the void and space, and any or all of the abilities he used that were related to it were copied from wisdom, something he did not really need to understand before he could use. The void welcomed Michael with hostility. Energy pressed in from every direction. It was suffocating. It scraped against his skin and tugged at his bones. Michael's heart spiked, then steadied as he realized that nothing dangerous was actually happening to him. Something invisible settled over him, an effect of the trait his law was copying from wisdom, his tamed space beast. Michael tried to move. But aside from the void being filled with nothing but darkness that had lost all meaning of direction, Michael noticed that when he wanted to move one way, his body actually went another way. Michael tried again. The same result. Another attempt sent him spinning into yet another location. Michael stopped moving. This situation was bad, but it was not immediate death. This clarity gave Michael the ability to remain calm and think. The void here was unstable, but not completely hostile. It was reacting to him, not consuming him outright. Without wisdom's traits right now, Michael was certain the situation would be different from how it was, even if he did not die from the special energy thanks to his physique. Michael focused. Second layer of the void. The buffer. The realm that sat between structured reality and the true void beyond it. Michael grimaced. Hell. Michael believed this layer was not behaving like it should because it was not isolated. Hell was influencing it. The countless worlds embedded within this realm distorted the void structure, pulling at it unevenly, creating currents and instabilities that did not exist outside. The second layer here was turbulent, but seeing how others were able to teleport within it, his current situation should have been a matter of skill issue. In fact, it was a skill issue, given how a simple teleportation had brought him into the second layer of the void. He could blame it on the two rank 4 individuals outside, but he could not deny that he was part of the problem. After all, he had infused a lot of energy into the skill before he teleported and found himself here. Michael tried to move again after some thought. Every attempt to move triggered a correction, tossing him elsewhere. Michael hovered in the endless dark, thoughts racing even as his body remained unnervingly still. Teleport again. The idea surfaced almost immediately. Instinct screamed at him to try, to force another displacement and pray it carried him farther away from Selim and Arven. Michael frowned. Teleporting again, blindly, inside this state of the void was a terrible decision. The first jump had already torn him loose from structured space and dropped him into this unstable layer. Another reckless attempt, especially without control, could push him deeper or scatter him across layers he had no business touching. So Michael stopped. He floated in the infinite darkness, senses stretched thin, mind unusually clear. That was when he noticed it. At first, it was barely perceptible. A faint shimmer far away. Then another. And another. Small points of color began to bloom within the void, distant but unmistakable. Michael's eyes narrowed. Surely this was abnormal. These lights were vivid. Blues, reds, golds, pale whites, deep purples. Michael's body was drifting toward them. Not by choice. The darkness thinned as the colors grew larger, resolving into shapes that made his breath hitch. Scenes. Worlds. He saw ice stretching endlessly beneath a pale sky, frozen storms locked in perpetual motion. Another shimmer revealed endless dunes under a burning sun, heat rippling so fiercely it distorted the horizon. The scene around him was that of several shapes like mirrors, each showing a certain image of a world. More appeared as he drifted closer. Forests of blackened stone. Seas of crimson mist. Skies split by constant lightning. Michael did not need anyone to explain it to him. He was looking at hell itself. More precisely, he was looking at reflections of its floors, suspended within the void like mirrored windows. Each colorful distortion corresponded to a different layer. Michael swallowed. Something like this exists. Aside from the mirrored scenes, the energy here was different. More violent. It scraped harder against his skin, vibrating through his bones. Wisdom's traits compensated instantly, but even so, Michael could feel the strain now, a subtle ache spreading through his chest and limbs. He turned his focus back to the mirrors. These mirrors probably also functioned as gates. Michael had never heard of such a thing existing in hell before, but the truth was undeniable as it unfolded in front of him. And he was drifting straight toward them. Michael tried to stop. Nothing happened. He attempted to push against the void, to assert direction, but his effort dissolved uselessly. His body refused to respond. For the first time since entering the void, unease crept into his calm. He watched as one of the mirrored gates loomed closer than the others. Michael tried to veer away. The void did not answer him. Michael tried again. The same result. No, he muttered. His heart rate climbed despite himself. He was no longer drifting randomly. The instability of the void was funneling him, guiding him whether he wanted it or not. The mirrored gate expanded until it filled his vision. For a brief moment, Michael saw everything reflected within it. Then the void folded. Michael felt himself pass through the surface of the mirror without resistance, as if slipping through water. The pressure spiked sharply, the energy roaring as it tried to tear him apart all at once. The strain peaked. And then the darkness shattered. Michael fell into a new world, swallowed whole by one of hell's many floors. Michael hit the ground without impact. One moment there was pressure and tearing force, the next he could feel his weight again. Michael's body sank a few inches before stopping, boots half submerged in soft, yielding terrain that squelched faintly beneath him. He straightened slowly. Purple. That was the first thing that registered. The world was drenched in it. The sky above was a deep, oppressive violet, layered with slow-moving clouds. They churned lazily. There was no sun. No moon. Just a dim, omnipresent glow that cast everything below in shades of dark lilac and indigo. The ground was worse. Michael stood in a vast swamp that stretched as far as he could see, broken only by clusters of twisted growth and shallow pools of thick, viscous water. The mud beneath his feet was almost black, threaded with faint veins of glowing purple that pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat buried beneath the earth. Each step he took released a soft, wet sound, followed by ripples that traveled unnaturally far across the surface. The water reflected the sky imperfectly, its surface constantly disturbed by bubbles rising from below. Some burst silently. Others released faint wisps of violet mist that drifted upward before dissolving into the air. The smell hit him next. Rot. Michael exhaled slowly. Where am I? He trailed off. At this point, Michael had two questions. Was he still in hell? And if yes, what floor was this? What he did know was that it was surely not among the first 15 floors of hell. Michael continued observing. Massive shapes loomed in the distance. Trees, if they could be called that, rose from the swamp on gnarled, crooked trunks. Their bark was dark and slick, almost wet, and their branches sagged under the weight of broad, drooping leaves tinted deep violet and black. From those branches hung long strands of glowing spores that drifted down like slow, luminous rain. Michael took a careful step forward, testing the ground again, letting his senses spread outward. The swamp was alive. Something beneath the surface shifted slowly, deliberately, as if reacting to his presence. Michael frowned. He was just about to move farther in and explore when the ground in front of him exploded upward. Mud and dark water sprayed into the air as a massive shape burst out of the swamp with terrifying speed. A segmented limb the size of a tree trunk shot forward, its surface layered with jagged chitin that shimmered between black and violet. Michael reacted on instinct. He twisted his body and brought his arm up. The impact landed a fraction of a second later. The force slammed into him like a battering ram, driving him backwards several meters. His boots carved deep grooves through the mud before he managed to stabilize, his feet sinking again as he absorbed the momentum. Michael straightened slowly. His brows knit together. That punch alone told him enough. Rank 3, he muttered. The creature pulled itself fully from the swamp. It was an insectoid monstrosity, towering over him on multiple jointed legs. Its body was long and armored, each segment plated in thick chitin. A massive thorax supported two scythe-like forelimbs, their edges serrated and stained with dark residue. Its head was low and angular, dominated by clusters of faceted eyes that glowed a dull violet, all fixed on him. Its presence pressed down on the swamp. This was not a mindless beast. Michael could feel the density of its power, the weight of its existence anchoring it firmly at rank 3. Before he could finish processing that, the swamp behind it began to stir. Once. Then again. More shapes rose from the mud, one after another, each eruption accompanied by the same wet, tearing sound as chitin broke free from the earth. Similar insectoid forms emerged in a loose arc, their eyes lighting up as they locked onto him. 5. Then 7. Then more. They were not identical, but close enough to make it clear they were the same species. Some were bulkier, others leaner, their limbs shaped slightly differently, but every single one radiated the same oppressive rank 3 pressure. Michael's lips pressed into a thin line. Did my spawn point just place me in an enemy zone? He said quietly. The first creature let out a low, grinding sound, something between a hiss and a rumble. The others answered, the noise echoing across the swamp as ripples spread through the water in every direction. Michael exhaled slowly. Then he moved. One moment he was standing still, surrounded on all sides, and the next the swamp detonated beneath his feet. Michael vanished. The first insect barely had time to register the shift in air pressure before something slammed into its head. Raw force crashed through its chitin-like paper. The creature's skull imploded inward, its massive body snapping back as if struck by a siege weapon. It never hit the ground intact. The upper half burst apart in a spray of dark ichor and shattered armor. Michael was already gone. He reappeared behind another creature, body twisted mid-motion, fist driving forward with brutal precision. The punch did not slow. It tore straight through the thorax, pulverizing internal structure and erupting out the other side. The insect let out a shrill, broken screech before collapsing into the mud, lifeless. Michael was everywhere at once, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. The swamp churned violently as shockwaves rippled outward from each step. Mud exploded upward. Water flattened under pressure. The insects reacted too late. One lunged, scythe-like limbs snapping shut where Michael had been a heartbeat earlier. Its attack met nothing but empty air. Before it could recover, Michael's hand clamped onto its forelimb and twisted. There was a wet crack. The limb tore free. Michael stepped in and drove his elbow down. The creature's head caved in, chitin collapsing as the body dropped straight into the swamp. Another charged from the side. Michael ducked beneath its strike and surged forward, shoulder first. The impact folded the insect in half, snapping its segmented body at the center. It slammed into a nearby tree with bone-shaking force, the trunk shattering as the creature slid down in pieces. The fight did not last long. Though each of the creatures stood firmly at rank 3, they were never a serious threat to Michael. Their numbers meant nothing against the gap in raw strength and speed between them. One by one, their movements slowed, their attacks grew desperate, and their coordination broke apart entirely. Within moments, the swamp fell quiet again. Broken bodies lay scattered across the mud, chitin shattered, limbs torn free, dark ichor seeping into the water and staining the ground an even deeper shade of purple. The ripples slowly faded. Michael stood among the wreckage. He glanced around at the destruction and paused. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should have been more careful. A few of the bodies could have been usable. Michael frowned, then shook his head. There was no point forcing it. He did need more rank 3 undead, that much was true, but he was not desperate enough to raise just anything to fill numbers. Undead without potential were little more than liabilities once battles escalated. Quantity mattered, but quality mattered more. These creatures, at best, would serve another purpose. Materials. Their bodies still held value. Through his talent, they could be broken down into evolution points, points he could later invest into undead with far better growth prospects. In that sense, their deaths were not wasted at all. Still, before storing anything away, there was something he needed to do first. Michael crouched beside the nearest corpse and extended his perception inward. His will pressed gently into the remains, searching for something familiar. A law seed. Normally, extracting one was straightforward. Unlike intelligent races that condensed their law seed in their soul, most rank 3 monsters carried them physically in clearly condensed fragments of law formed into translucent, seed-like objects, each containing faint internal colors that reflected the nature of the creature's power. However, Michael frowned. There was nothing there. Or rather, there was something, but it was wrong. Instead of a complete seed, he found only a broken fragment. An incomplete structure, hazy and unstable, barely holding together before dissolving entirely under scrutiny. Michael straightened slowly and moved to another body. The result was the same. No complete law seed. Only incomplete remnants that could not be extracted or stored in any meaningful way. That's strange, he muttered. He paused, thinking. Was it because they were creatures of hell? Or was it something else? Michael's gaze drifted over the bodies again, then settled as understanding slowly took shape. This was not the first time he had seen something like this. His undead aunts came to mind. Individually, they did not possess complete law seeds either. Their law was shared, distributed across the entire species rather than condensed within a single individual. Each one carried only a fragment, meaningless on its own. Michael exhaled quietly. So it's a species thing, he said to himself. That explanation made far more sense than hell itself being the cause. These creatures were likely part of a collective existence, their laws spread thin across many bodies instead of crystallizing within one. In that case, reviving them would have been pointless anyway. Michael glanced once more at the swamp, then began gathering the remains. After storing the remains, Michael finally had enough space to breathe. The swamp was quiet again, broken only by distant bubbling and the slow fall of violet spores. Michael wiped the dark fluid from his hand with a grimace, then reached into his storage and pulled out the map he had acquired at the Federation settlement on the first floor. This map contained details on the first 30 floors of Hell. Michael's eyes sharpened. He started from what he knew. Floor 1, the frozen land. Floor 2, the desert. He moved steadily through the map's records. He did not rush. Soon, he reached the 15th floor. That was where he had been last. Michael frowned and continued. 16. 17. 20. 25. 30. None of them matched. Not even slightly. The swamp he stood in now was not on the map. The violet sky, the pulsing veins in the mud, the strange flora, the rank 3 swarm insects, none of it appeared in any description, any sketch, any recorded warning. Only one conclusion remained. He had been thrown beyond the first 30 floors. The realization hit like cold water. Michael's shoulders tensed, his senses stretching outward instinctively. His breathing stayed controlled, but his mind began to work faster. It was not that being on a higher floor terrified him. This was something else. Wariness. A higher floor meant higher rules. Different suppression. Different thresholds of power. It meant that beings who could not exist freely in the early floors might walk openly here. And Michael had been unlucky since the moment he entered this realm. Rank 4 supernaturals had appeared around him again and again. If he had landed in a floor where rank 4 were not suppressed like they were in the earlier floors, and one of them took interest in him, then it would not matter how many tricks he had, how fast he could move, or how many undead he carried. Michael knew he would be done for. He slowly slid the map back into his storage space. Michael's eyes narrowed as he forced himself to stay calm. First priority. Confirm the floor. Second priority. Find a safe route back down, or at least a safe place to camp at. And third. If Selim and Arvin could still trace him, then he needed to move before the swamp became a trap with no exit. Michael had only just settled on a direction when a low, continuous hum rolled through the air. It was faint at first, almost easy to miss against the bubbling swamp, but it grew rapidly, layering over itself until it became impossible to ignore. The sound came from multiple sources, moving fast. Michael's head snapped up. The violet clouds parted slightly, and shapes emerged from the sky. Hundreds of flying insects poured through the air in a dark wave. Their wings beat in violent unison, distorting the space around them. Each one radiated clear rank 3 pressure, dense and aggressive, their numbers turning that pressure into something suffocating. They were chasing something. No. Someone. A lone figure streaked across the sky ahead of the swarm, moving low and fast, skimming just above the swamp. Bursts of energy flared intermittently around them as she adjusted her trajectory, narrowly avoiding being swallowed by the mass behind her. Michael froze. He recognized her instantly. Rin, he said under his breath. It was his year mate from the academy. The same Rin who had always hovered near the top, second only to him. She was wearing armor. Not the sleek, sci-fi styled combat suit she had used during their fight, but something with a unique appearance. However, that detail barely registered. Michael's instincts screamed. The moment his mind connected the dots, he rose off the ground without thinking, lifting straight into the air and angling away from both the swarm and Rin's path. He did not want any sort of involvement with matters like this. He was halfway through accelerating when a familiar voice cut through the air. Do not go that way. The shout was sharp, strained, but unmistakably hers. There are multiple rank 4 stationed there. Michael halted mid-air. It was an abrupt stop, forced through sheer control, the space around him warping slightly as his momentum died. For a fraction of a second, everything clicked. First, Rin was on the same floor as him. Second, she knew this floor. That alone was valuable information. Unfortunately, she was also in deep trouble, and whatever situation she had dragged behind her was something Michael had no intention of stepping into blindly. Still. The warning was real. Michael did not doubt it. Rank 4. Plural. That direction was death. All of this passed through his mind in less than a second. Follow me. Do not worry, I know somewhere safe. It felt like a lot was happening, but in truth not even a second had passed. Michael gritted his teeth and made a decision. Michael clicked his tongue. TCH. The word was barely audible, but it carried irritation more than hesitation. He vanished. One moment, Rin was pushing her armor past its limits, lungs burning as the swarm closed in from every direction. The next, the air beside her warped violently and a familiar presence slammed into existence. Michael appeared at her side mid-flight. Rin's eyes widened. She was not wearing a helmet, so Michael could clearly see her expression. She had not expected the person who entered her senses, the one she had just reached out to be someone familiar. But what was he doing here? What? Focus, Michael snapped, already matching her speed with ease. If you slow down, I abandon you at the first chance. The words hit harder than the swarm behind them. Rin bit back whatever she was about to say. Shock flickered across her face, then vanished, replaced by sharp concentration. She adjusted her posture instantly, tightening her trajectory and stabilizing her flight. Several of the flying insects broke formation and lunged toward Michael, sensing a new target. Their wings shrieked as they closed the distance, chitin gleaming under the violet light. Michael did not slow. He flicked his hand backward. A concussive burst tore through the air, raw force detonating between them and the pursuing insects. 3 of the creatures were crushed mid-flight, their bodies folding inward before exploding into fragments that rained down into the swamp below. Michael glanced sideways at her while maintaining speed, his expression calm despite the chaos behind them. "Is this the fastest you can go?" he asked flatly. Rin did not answer immediately. Instead, she twisted slightly in the air, narrowly avoiding a streaking insect that lunged from above. Only after stabilizing did she speak. "No," she said. "This is just enough to keep them interested." Michael's eyes sharpened. "What do you mean?" "They are following because I want them to," Rin replied. Her voice was steady now, controlled. "If I really pushed, most of them would lose track of me. I was luring them away from something." Michael absorbed that. So the swarm was being led. Before he could respond, Rin's expression hardened. "Do not lose ground," she said sharply. Then she accelerated. There was no warning. No gradual increase. The world lurched. The air screamed as Rin's speed jumped violently, her armor flaring with layered light as she tore forward like a streak of violet lightning. The sudden acceleration shattered the swarm's formation behind them, dozens of insects colliding with one another as they struggled to adjust. Michael followed without hesitation. Space compressed beneath his feet as he matched her pace effortlessly, the swamp blurring into indistinct streaks of purple and black below them. The gap between them never widened, not even by a fraction. Rin noticed. Her eyes flicked sideways, surprise flashing across her face before she forced her attention forward again. They cut through the sky for several more seconds before the terrain ahead began to change. The swamp thinned. The twisted trees gave way to broken stone. Ruins rose from the mire. Massive, half-submerged structures emerged from the swamp like the bones of something long dead. Cracked pillars leaned at unnatural angles. Wide stone platforms lay fractured and sunken, their surfaces etched with eroded symbols. Michael's gaze swept over the scene. Rin dove sharply. Michael followed. Michael did not look back. He did not need to. The swarm was long gone at this point. "What's going on?" Michael asked. "Those insects are guardians," Rin replied. Michael's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Guardians of this ruin." She gestured subtly around them. The broken pillars. The sunken platforms. The symbols carved so deeply into the stone that even erosion had not fully erased them. "It's faster to lead them away," she said simply. "And safer. Luring them away buys time. Killing them all in a short span is almost impossible without sufficient strength, and you could risk drawing attention from things you really do not want noticing you. Anyways, putting that aside, what are you doing here? Anyways, putting that aside, what are you doing here? The question triggered the avoidance side of Michael. Just the thought of saying that the reason he appeared here was because he was being chased by two rank 4 beings made him feel a chill down his spine. When he remembered Rin's words that rank 4 beings existed here, it only made him even more unsettled. Aside from the fact that this was where he realized his law, hell in general gave Michael an unpleasant feeling. However, after a second of contemplation, Michael decided to answer with a bit of truth. It's a bit complicated to explain, but let's just say the void brought me here, he said. That doesn't quite explain anything. I tried my best. Rin's mouth was left stunned by the absolute lack of effort on Michael's part. In the end, she just sighed as she wondered why this person was even above her in rank, and judging from the little he had shown, he seemed to have grown stronger again. How was he so strong and getting so strong so fast? Rin couldn't help but ask about a suspicion that had been on her mind since seeing him. Have you ascended? No. Though surprised at the question and wondering why the women around him suddenly seemed so interested in his rank status, Michael answered truthfully. However, compared to the slightly relieved look on Ariana's face, Rin had a much more complex expression. He wondered why that was the case and was about to ask if everything was fine when Rin spoke again. Anyway, so what are we going to do now? In the end, Rin found that though for the first time in her life someone made her feel suffocated, she was not actually put down by it. The path to power was long, and based on her class advantage, as long as she had the right materials, she would be the strongest for a long time eventually and even till the end. In this universe, more strength usually meant more opportunities to gain even greater strength compared to weaker counterparts. In any case, it was not like she was not getting stronger herself. At the moment, she had a fully realized law seed, and the only thing stopping her from breaking through into rank 3 was a class rank-up mission, which was also the reason why she was currently in this ruin. She needed a material here that would matter a lot to her now and for a very long time to come. As for why she needed to come to Hell for something like this, it was quite simple. Hell was a unique place. Though it was separated from the material realm and existed outside the normal universe, it had likely existed for as long as the universe itself. During that immeasurable span, countless powerful beings had entered Hell. Some came seeking strength. Others came to conquer. Many never left. Things had been built here. Fortresses, academies, laboratories, altars, cities, and so on. And just as many had been destroyed, reduced to ruins. Hell was not just the home of demons. It was a graveyard of ambition. And because of that, it was also a treasure trove. Every civilization with sufficient strength coveted access to Hell, not only for its natural resources, but for what had been left behind. If one was not told beforehand or lacked any knowledge of ruins in Hell, it was only until they reached the lower floors that ruins began to appear more commonly. This was unlike the higher floors, which were easily accessible to many civilizations, meaning everything of value there had been scrapped ages ago. Michael knew a bit about ruins existing in Hell, but since this was his first time seeing one, he was quite taken aback. And it also proved something to him. He was probably far deeper into Hell now. This meant two things. His life was probably in more danger, but on the bright side, no one was kidnapping him again. It was a bright side, right? Michael stayed silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on the broken structures ahead. After some thought, he spoke. "I'll leave now," Michael said calmly. Rin turned to him, clearly surprised. "This is a ruin," Michael continued. "People only come to places like this for one reason. Treasures. If I follow you inside and what you want happens to be something we both need." He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Rin understood immediately. For a brief moment, she studied him in silence. Her eyes flicked back to the ruin, then to Michael again. There was caution there, but also calculation. After a few seconds, she sighed softly. It doesn't matter, she said. Michael raised an eyebrow slightly. As long as you swear you won't fight me for the one thing I came here for, Rin continued, you can have first pick of whatever we find after that. Michael considered the offer. It was appealing. Very appealing. But if he was being honest with himself, the ruin was not his immediate concern. Not even close. What mattered far more was how to leave this unknown floor alive. He did not respond right away, and Rin noticed. She misread his hesitation. You don't need to worry too much, she said, her tone steady. Michael looked at her. I was planning to do this myself, Rin added. You showing up is just extra insurance. It makes things much safer. Once I get what I need, I'll take us back. Michael's head tilted slightly. Take us back, he repeated. Yes, Rin said, confused by his reaction. I'll teleport us to the first floor. From there, we can return to Aurora. Michael froze. Teleport, he asked. Rin blinked. Yes. Teleport, Michael repeated quietly. Rin stared at him for a second, then frowned. How else do you think I ended up on floor 56 after only 4 days in hell? Floor 56. The number echoed in Michael's mind. Rin continued casually, unaware of the impact her words had just caused. I have other means. Moving between floors isn't that difficult if you know how. Michael did not respond immediately. Inside, a strange mix of emotions surfaced. Surprise. Relief. And, if he was being honest, a hint of jealousy. He had not even known this level of travel was possible in hell. It really was good to have a background. Whether that background came from Rin's teacher or her family, he could not tell. But it was clear she had access to things he did not. Now he knew 2 critical facts. He was on floor 56. And he had a way out of hell. Michael let out a slow breath. Fine, he said. I'll go with you. Rin relaxed slightly, though she hid it well. She turned back toward the ruins, already shifting her focus. Michael followed her gaze. So, he asked, what is this place exactly? Rin hesitated for a moment, then began walking toward the nearest broken platform. Michael moved beside her, his senses still spread wide. This used to be an alchemy ground, she said. A major one. Michael glanced at the surrounding structures again. From up close, the scale became even clearer. A very powerful civilization built this place, Rin continued. About 2,000 years ago. This deep in hell? Michael asked. She nodded. Yes. Which already tells you how confident they were. Or how strong. She gestured ahead, toward a collapsed hall whose interior was still lined with fractured channels and embedded arrays. Even eroded, the design screamed refinement. They specialized in alchemy, Rin said. Not the crude kind. Large-scale synthesis. Law-infused materials. Artificial environments. Entire production chains. Michael listened carefully. What happened to them? Michael asked. Rin's tone darkened slightly. They were destroyed in a war. A race war, actually. It started outside hell, spilled into it, and eventually reached this place. Michael frowned. A race war strong enough to wipe out a civilization like that? Yes, Rin replied. And that wasn't the end of it. She slowed her steps. There's no concrete proof, she said, but it's widely believed that the demon kings from the lower floors were involved. Michael's gaze sharpened. The lower floors, he repeated. Rin nodded. Think about it. A civilization bold enough to build something this grand on floor 56 was a threat. Not just to other races, but to demons as well. She looked around again. If you were a demon king and you saw a powerful enemy establishing roots this deep in your territory, would you wait? Michael did not answer. It was an opportunity, Rin continued. A distracted enemy. A war already raging. It was the perfect moment to strike. She stopped near the edge of a sunken platform, looking down into a dark chamber below. My class makes this place relevant to me, Rin said. Michael turned his attention fully to her. My class requires me to build, Rin continued. Not just assemble or modify, but truly build. Most of what I create is weapon-related, but it doesn't stop there. Structures. Components. Systems. Anything that can be refined, reinforced, or improved. She tapped the side of her armor lightly. Because of that, I've had to study a lot. Materials. Where they come from. How different realms refine them. What methods work, which ones fail, and which ones are outright forbidden. Rin gestured toward the ruin again. That's how I knew about this place. Not just that it exists, but what it was used for. Even after thousands of years, even after scavengers and explorers picked it clean, I know something important will still be here. There might still be materials. Artifacts. Tools. Those always exist in ruins like this. But that's not what I came for. She slowed, her gaze growing sharp. The true value of this civilization wasn't what they stored, she said. It was what they created before they were destroyed. Michael felt a faint chill crawl up his spine. Their legacy, he said quietly. Yes. Rin stopped completely now, turning to face him. They were alchemists on a level most civilizations never reach. They didn't just refine materials. They refined concepts. Processes. Ways to interact with laws. The true treasure of this civilization, Rin said, her voice low, is still here. Michael let out a slow breath. And that, she finished, is what I'm after. Michael wanted to ask what, exactly, that treasure was. The words almost left his mouth. But he stopped himself. This was a line that should not be crossed lightly. So he held his silence, eyes lingering on the broken alchemy channels carved into the stone beneath their feet. Rin noticed. She glanced at him, then looked back toward the ruin's depths. I might as well say it myself, she said quietly. Michael shifted his attention back to her. The treasure I'm here for, Rin continued, is called the breathing metal. Michael's brow furrowed slightly. Breathing metal? She nodded. It's not a metaphor, she said. And it's not some poetic name someone slapped onto an ordinary material. According to the records I studied, the breathing metal was one of their greatest creations. Not mined. Not forged in the usual sense. It was grown. Michael's eyes sharpened. Grown how? It devours, Rin said. Other metals. Alloys. Rare materials. Even law-infused substances. It consumes them and absorbs their traits. She looked up at him. Strength. Density. Conductivity. Affinity. Stability. Whatever the consumed material has, the breathing metal learns it. Michael felt a quiet ripple of shock pass through him. There's no fixed limit, she continued. As long as it has something to feed on, it can continue to upgrade itself. Become larger. Stronger. More complex. It could be anything you want it to be. It was truly a priceless legacy. This was Rin's confidence in surpassing Michael in the future. If she could build her foundation with this metal, her power would grow into something unimaginable. The first thought that came to Michael when he heard the traits of the breathing metal was simple. Damn. This would make an excellent material to evolve his undead, or even merge directly with them. Almost immediately, his mind went to Lily. The similarities were impossible to ignore. The way the breathing metal could grow and strengthen itself reminded him strongly of her. If such a material were used in her next evolution, the results would likely be terrifying. The breathing metal was like something that had been made for her from the start. That realization made his thoughts drift in a dangerous direction. Michael caught himself before they went too far, but not before a few questionable ideas surfaced. If the metal could grow, then why not divide it? If it could devour and consume other materials to strengthen itself, as Rin had said, then perhaps it could be cultivated in part rather than by a single person. Maybe it was even possible to feed it resources and let multiple portions develop independently. The thought lingered for a brief moment. In the end, he did not ask. Michael still had a sense of pride, and more importantly, he did not want Ray to glimpse the calculations running behind his eyes. Some thoughts were better left unspoken, especially ones that bordered on exploitation rather than cooperation. He forced himself to stop dwelling on the breathing metal and redirected his focus. Besides, none of it mattered yet. They had not even found the metal. It was far too early to speculate on outcomes that might never come to pass. There was no reason to complicate the situation or disturb the atmosphere with the only person present who could potentially pull him out of his current predicament. For now, restraint was the wiser choice. Michael shifted his attention back to the present and looked at her. So, he asked, what do we need to do now? For now, she said simply, you only need to stand still. Michael did exactly that, watching as she stepped away from him. She crouched and placed one hand on the ground. A faint glow spread beneath her palm, and lines of light began to form, careful and deliberate. Symbols followed, then circles, layered one after another in a complex pattern that spread across the stone floor. As she worked, she spoke without pausing. The reason the treasure of this civilization could have survived until now is because of how they treated what they valued most, she said. They had a habit of keeping their closest treasures in places governed by strict rules. Michael listened quietly. They believed that anything truly precious should not be easy to reclaim, she continued. To them, value had to be proven. Her fingers moved faster as she spoke, symbols interlocking, circles tightening into a larger formation. That belief came from their understanding of alchemy, Rin said. True alchemists never saw materials as dead things. Everything had weight, memory, and intent. Metal, stone, even liquid substances. They all responded differently depending on how they were treated. Michael's gaze followed the forming array. In their philosophy, she went on, a treasure that could be taken without cost was not a treasure. It was excess. Something unworthy of protection. If you wanted something back, you had to show that your will, your understanding, and your resolve were still equal to the moment you sealed it away. She glanced up briefly, then went back to drawing. For example, they had a tradition involving something like a treasure box. When they wanted to store something important, they would seal it inside. But when the owner later tried to retrieve it, the box would ask a question. A question, Michael repeated. She nodded. If the owner answered correctly, within the rules set when the box was created, it would open. If they failed, the treasure inside would be destroyed. Michael frowned slightly. To them, she said calmly, that destruction meant the person did not care about the item deeply enough. If you could not remember why you sealed it, or what mattered about it, then you had no right to reclaim it. She straightened slowly. It was a tradition among them. Not something tied to their race, but something personal. Cultural. Only someone familiar with their history would recognize it for what it was. Michael absorbed her words in silence. Michael was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. For you to be explaining all this to me, he said slowly, that means whatever we are about to do follows the same logic. Rin glanced back at him and nodded. Yes, she said. It does. She hesitated for a brief moment, her expression tightening slightly. I just hope it's a technical task, she added. Something mechanical. And if it isn't? Michael asked. Rin exhaled quietly. Then it's a question. She did not sound afraid when she said it, but there was caution there. If it's a question I don't know, she continued, I'll have to risk something. As she finished speaking, the last symbol clicked into place. The magic circle hummed softly, light flowing through the carved lines like liquid. Then the glow surged upward, condensing into a floating sphere of pale light above the formation. A projection. Inside the sphere, faint shapes began to appear. Fragmented at first, then clearer. Symbols. Layers. A structure forming piece by piece. The floating sphere pulsed once. Then twice. Light condensed within it, the shifting symbols inside snapping into alignment. A clear, emotionless voice echoed outward, neither male nor female. Authentication protocol initialized. Michael's posture stiffened slightly. For questions will be presented, the voice continued. Answer a minimum of 3 correctly to proceed. The sphere brightened. Failure to meet the threshold will result in termination of access. Rin's fingers twitched at her side, but she remained still. The sphere rotated slowly, symbols rearranging themselves into a new configuration. Question 1. If all paths lead forward, but one path erases the memory of why you began, which path preserves the journey? Silence fell. Michael's eyes narrowed instantly. Rin frowned. A journey isn't measured by distance, she said. It's measured by continuity. If you forget why you started, you didn't preserve anything. For a brief moment, the symbols trembled. Then they realigned. Answer accepted. A soft tone echoed. 1 of 4 confirmed. Question 2. The voice paused. What is heavier? Michael blinked. Rin stiffened. The question continued. A mountain. Or a name you can no longer call. There was no mention of materials. No rules. No hidden mechanisms. Just words. Michael felt something shift in his chest before his mind even finished processing it. He did not answer immediately. Neither did Rin. Because the answer was obvious. And because obvious answers were often the most dangerous. Rin was the one who spoke this time. The name, she said softly. The sphere remained silent. Michael followed without hesitation. A mountain can be moved, he added. Eroded. Broken. Forgotten. But a name you can no longer call doesn't get lighter with time. It only sinks deeper. In the supernatural world, even realms could be moved. But when something insignificant was placed beside them, it oddly stood out. This was Michael's logic, supported by whatever reasoning had come to mind at first glance. Answer accepted. 2 of 4 confirmed. Question 3. What is the easiest thing to lose? Michael blinked. Rin frowned almost immediately. That was it. Just a plain, almost childish question. Michael's mind moved fast. Trust, he said after a second. It takes years to build and a moment to destroy. Rin shook her head at once. No. That's too heavy. The question says easiest, not most painful. Pain doesn't disqualify it, Michael replied. Trust disappears the moment doubt enters. Rin crossed her arms. Then it wouldn't be the easiest. If it mattered enough to hurt, it wasn't easy to lose in the first place. Michael looked at her. You're overcorrecting. And you're romanticizing it, Rin shot back. The sphere remained silent, waiting. Michael exhaled slowly, then tried again. Time, he said. You don't notice it leaving until it's gone. Rin hesitated, then shook her head again. No. You always notice time. That's why people regret it. Michael's brows knit together. Then what do you think it is? Rin was quiet for a moment, visibly torn. She glanced at the sphere, then back at Michael. I don't know, she admitted. But none of yours feel right. Michael clenched his jaw. After a moment, he lifted a hand slightly. Fine. Answer it your way. Rin inhaled, then let it out slowly. The easiest thing to lose, Rin said, is attention. Michael looked at her in utter confusion. That was it? That was her best answer. Attention. Silence. A low tone echoed. Answer rejected. Rin's shoulders stiffened. Correct answer. The light sharpened. Something small. Michael froze. Rin stared. The voice continued, unbothered. The easiest thing to lose is something small, because it is dismissed, overlooked, and forgotten. The sphere pulsed again. 2 of 3 answers confirmed. Michael let out a short, incredulous breath. That's it, he muttered. Rin stared at the projection, then laughed once under her breath, sharp and disbelieving. All that, she said, and the answer was something small. Michael shook his head slowly. It was not close to his answers. Not even adjacent. And yet, it fit perfectly. The sphere began to rotate again. Proceeding to final question. Final question. What do you bring with you when you come empty-handed? Silence fell heavier than before. Michael stared at the words. Rin did the same. There was no trick wording. It was painfully simple, almost insulting in its simplicity. And that was what made it terrifying. Michael's first instinct was to answer immediately. Too many thoughts surfaced at once. Every answer felt correct. Yet every answer also felt wrong. He forced himself to stay quiet. They could not afford another mistake. Rin's jaw tightened. She shifted her weight slightly, then stopped herself. Her eyes flicked once to Michael, then back to the sphere. This question was different from the others. Michael inhaled slowly. What do you bring with you when you come empty-handed? Nothing, his mind answered reflexively. But that was too literal. And literal answers had already proven to be traps. Rin pressed her lips together. Michael almost spoke. He stopped himself. The question was not asking what you needed. It was asking what you brought. The distinction mattered. He glanced at Rin again. Neither of them dared to gamble now. 2 answers confirmed. 1 rejection already hanging over them like a blade. Michael's thoughts slowed. Rin finally broke the silence, her voice low. This one feels dangerous, she said. Because it sounds obvious. Michael nodded faintly. They stood there for several more seconds. The sphere did not rush them. It waited patiently. Michael closed his eyes briefly. What do you bring when you come empty-handed? A few seconds later, he opened them. I think I know, he said quietly. Rin turned to him immediately. Are you sure? No, Michael replied. She hesitated, then nodded once. Say it. Michael looked at the sphere. When you come empty-handed, he said slowly, choosing each word with care, you bring yourself. The sphere did not react. Rin's breath caught. Michael continued. Everything else is something you add. But yourself is what arrives first. The silence stretched. For a moment, Michael wondered if he had failed. Then the sphere pulsed. Answer accepted. Rin's shoulders sagged slightly, the tension finally releasing. 3 of 4 confirmed, the voice said. Threshold met. The symbols inside the sphere unraveled, transforming into flowing lines that sank into the ground, merging with the magic circle beneath their feet. Access granted. Michael let out a slow breath he had not realized he was holding. Rin looked at him, a strange expression on her face. That was risky, she said quietly. Michael gave a faint smile. So was everything else, he replied. Ahead of them, a portal slowly emerged from the void. Michael stared at the forming portal, mild surprise flickering across his face. So the treasure isn't even here, he said. It's in a secret realm. Rin nodded once, her gaze fixed on the shifting light ahead. It had to be, she replied. There was no other way something like this could survive for so long. The portal continued to stabilize, its edges smoothing out as the void around it grew quiet. If they'd kept it in a vault before this place became ruins, she said, someone would have cracked it eventually. No matter how strong the seals were. But a secret realm barely anybody knows about. She shook her head. That's much harder to brute force. After all, you don't even know it exists. If not for our fortune, this secret could very well go on for another 1,000 years. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the portal ripple. Let's find out whether we're actually the first ones through, he said. Rin stepped closer to the portal, stopping just short of its surface. The light reflected faintly in her eyes, illuminating the careful tension in her expression. That's the part one couldn't confirm with confidence, she admitted. After all, it's been thousands of years. Anything can happen. Michael frowned. If they truly were the first, that would be great. But if they were not, this would just be a risky way to waste time. Rin took a slow breath. Even if someone managed to access it by accident, they wouldn't necessarily know what they were looking at. Without the context, without understanding what the breathing metal is, they might mistake it for something else. Or leave it alone. The portal pulsed once, brighter now. The air around it shifted, carrying a faint pressure that pressed gently against Michael's senses. It's stable, Rin said. We can go through. Michael moved first. He stepped into the light without hesitation, and for a brief moment, the world dissolved. No pain. No sound. Just a strange, weightless stillness that lasted less than a heartbeat before the ground caught him on the other side. Rin followed a second later. Neither of them moved for a while after that. The sky was red. It simply sat there, heavy and still, pressing down on everything beneath it. Michael tilted his head back and stared. The light it cast was strange. Everything was bathed in a dull warmth, shadows falling at odd angles, colors muted and shifted in ways that made it difficult to judge distance at first glance. Then he lowered his gaze to the land itself. It was vast. Far more than he had expected. The ground stretched out in every direction, broken into uneven terrain. There was no visible edge, no wall, no boundary. Just open space, wide and quiet. And the buildings. Clusters of them sat scattered across the landscape like villages dropped at random. Some were close together. Others stood farther apart, isolated structures with wide roofs and thick walls. Michael counted at least a dozen clusters from where he stood. Possibly more, hidden by the gentle rises in the terrain. Rin stood beside him, eyes moving slowly across the landscape. Her expression was controlled, but Michael could see the way her armor pulsed silently. This is as far as my knowledge goes, she said. Michael glanced at her. Everything I found in the records described how to reach this place, she continued, her gaze still moving. That was the extent of it. She turned her head slightly toward him. I don't know what lives here. I don't know what those buildings are. I don't know if this realm has rules we aren't aware of yet. She paused. So from this point forward, I advise we move with caution. Michael nodded once. With everything he had seen so far, and with something as important as the breathing metal possibly existing here, he did not believe this place was truly safe. Michael's senses sharpened instinctively. He felt nothing hostile. No pressure. No presence actively reaching toward them. But the stillness of this place was unsettling all the same. Let's move, he said. Rin did not argue. They walked forward together, neither of them speaking. The crunch of stone beneath their boots echoed faintly across the empty space, the sound swallowed quickly by the vastness of the realm. None of the buildings showed signs of life. There was no movement or light that stood out anywhere. No sound beyond their own steps. As they moved deeper into the cluster, the structures grew larger and more deliberate in their layout. The smaller buildings formed loose rings, all subtly angled inward, as though oriented around a central point. Michael noticed it first. "These aren't random," he said quietly. Rin slowed, her gaze lifting as she followed the lines of the architecture. After a moment, she nodded. "No," she agreed. "They're organized." At the heart of the cluster stood the largest structure by far. It dwarfed the surrounding buildings, its wide base anchored deep into the ground. Tall walls of dark stone rose several stories high, marked with faded etchings and worn metal inlays that had long since dulled. Whatever materials once reinforced it had either decayed or been stripped away by time. Michael stopped at the edge of the open plaza before it. "That one," he said. Rin did not argue. They approached cautiously. Up close, the building felt different. Heavy. The stone carried a sense of age that pressed subtly against Michael's perception. This place had probably mattered a lot once. The main entrance stood open. The doors were gone, reduced to twisted remnants half fused into the frame. Inside, darkness stretched outward, broken only by the red light filtering in from the sky above. They stepped in. The interior was vast. Wide corridors branched outward from a central hall, their floors layered with dust and fragments of collapsed fixtures. Metal rails lined the walls in places, bent and corroded. Broken glass crunched softly underfoot. Strange tables and platforms lay overturned, their surfaces scarred by time and neglect. Michael exhaled slowly. "This looks like a research center," he said. Rin crouched beside one of the platforms, brushing away dust with her fingers. Beneath it, faint markings glimmered briefly, then faded. "Yes," she said. "Or something very close to it." The place felt abandoned in a way that went beyond emptiness. Years of neglect layered on top of one another. Michael straightened and looked around. Though his eyesight allowed him to see in the dark, Michael still created a ball of fire above his palm. They moved deeper into the building, the firelight flickering against walls that had not seen warmth in a very long time. Most of what they found was useless. Containers that had once held liquids or materials had long since dried out, their contents reduced to brittle residue that crumbled at the lightest touch. Shelves along the walls still held the outlines of where things had once been stored, but the items themselves were gone, either decayed beyond recognition or turned to dust so fine it had settled into the stone floor like part of it. Michael opened one container after another. The same result each time. Whatever this place had been built to preserve, time had not been kind to it. Rin checked the platforms and tables with more care, running her fingers along edges and seams, looking for anything that might still hold value. She found fragments. Pieces of metal that had not fully corroded. Small shards of glass that still carried faint traces of color. But nothing whole. Nothing useful. 2,000 years, she said quietly, almost to herself. It's been too long for most materials. Michael nodded, unsurprised. They moved from room to room, corridor to corridor, the pattern repeating. Dust. Decay. Silence. The building was large, and most of it was dead. Then Rin stopped. She had paused at a doorway Michael had almost walked past. The entrance was narrower than the others, set into a recessed section of wall that could easily be overlooked if you were not looking for it. "This way," she said. Michael followed. The room beyond was smaller. More contained. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with shelves, and the shelves were full. Books. Dozens of them. Perhaps more than 100, packed tightly together, their spines facing outward in uneven rows. Most were coated in a thick layer of dust, some so heavy that the covers beneath were invisible. A few had collapsed entirely, their bindings rotted through, pages fused into brittle masses that fell apart at the slightest pressure. But not all of them. Rin moved to the nearest shelf and carefully, almost reverently, drew one volume free. She held it close to the firelight Michael was still carrying above his palm. The cover was worn but intact. The pages, when she opened them gently, did not crumble. They were brittle, yes. Yellowed. But they were readable. Rin let out a breath. It was not a large sound, but Michael noticed the way her shoulders shifted, the way her grip on the book softened into something closer to care than examination. "This is remarkable," she said. Michael raised an eyebrow. "A book?" "Not just a book," Rin corrected, turning a page with the edge of her fingertip. "A book that survived 2,000 years in a realm no one has visited. Do you understand how rare that is?" Michael considered it. Rarity, in his experience, correlated directly with value. He did not argue the point. Rin set that volume down carefully and began scanning the rest of the shelf, her eyes moving quickly, fingers hovering over spines without touching them. She pulled a second book free. Examined it. Nodded to herself. Set it aside. Then a third. Michael watched her work for a moment, then looked down at the nearest open volume on the shelf. The pages were covered in symbols he did not recognize. Dense, angular script filled each line from edge to edge, some sections broken up by diagrams or markings that might have been illustrations or annotations. "I can't read this," he said. Rin glanced up, unsurprised. "No," she said. "You wouldn't be able to." She closed the book in her hands and held it against her side, turning to face him properly. "This is the language of the civilization that built this place," she said. "I've been studying it. It's how I pieced together the method to reach this realm in the first place." Michael tilted his head slightly. "How well do you understand it?" Rin hesitated, choosing her words. "Enough," she said. "Not perfectly. There are gaps. Some of the older phrasing is difficult, and I'm certain there are nuances I'm missing. But the core structure is familiar to me." She looked back at the shelves. "These books could contain anything, but I need time to translate them properly. Rushing it would be worse than not reading them at all." Michael considered this. He had no use for books he could not read. The information mattered, but the format did not to him. "Then take them," he said. "Translate what you can. When you're done, give me a copy of anything relevant." Rin nodded, clearly satisfied with the arrangement. She turned back to the shelves and began selecting volumes with deliberate care, testing each one for stability before adding it to the small stack she was building. Michael leaned against the doorframe and watched the firelight dance across the rows of old books. They left the library not long after. Rin stored the selected books carefully. Though she did not say anything, to build trust, Rin had Michael choose half of their findings to keep. When she finished translating the ones she had taken, she would give him a copy and the original version, while she kept the ones he selected. It was a simple action, but it did make Michael view Rin in a better light. Once the books were secured, Michael and Rin resumed their search. They moved through the rest of the structure first, then out into the surrounding cluster, checking adjacent buildings one by one. The pattern repeated itself over and over. Large halls that once bustled with activity now stood hollow. Smaller rooms filled with broken tools and useless remnants. Storage chambers stripped clean long ago or reduced to dust by time. Nothing of real value remained. It was not disappointing so much as expected. If anything valuable had been easy to take, it would not have survived until now. Eventually, they turned back toward the open space leading out of the cluster, their footsteps slower, their attention already shifting elsewhere. They were just about to leave the area entirely when Michael stopped. It was abrupt enough that Rin halted a step later and turned to look at him. "What is it?" she asked. Michael did not answer right away. His gaze was fixed on nothing in particular, eyes unfocused as his senses extended outward again. He frowned slightly. "Rin," he said, his tone casual but his posture anything but casual, "is there any kind of rock or stone that can block someone's senses?" She blinked at the question, then relaxed a little. There are plenty, she replied, shrugging lightly. But as long as the person's sensing is strong enough, none of them can fully block perception. They just make it harder. Michael's eyes narrowed. That's not what I asked. I should phrase myself better. Rin paused. Michael turned to face her properly. Are there materials strong enough to block the senses of people at our level? He asked. Not weaken. Block. Rin did not answer immediately. Her expression shifted, the casual confidence fading into something more guarded. She followed Michael's gaze without him needing to gesture. You're sensing something, she said slowly. Yes, Michael replied. Or rather, I'm not sensing something where I should be, and strangely everything else looks normal. That made Rin inhale sharply. Michael's description was a bit confusing, but she got the gist of it. Rin straightened and scanned the area again, this time with far more intent. Her armor pulsed faintly, runes along its surface reacting as her own perception expanded outward. For several seconds, she said nothing. Then she spoke. There are materials that can do that, she admitted. Very rare ones. Usually space-infused. Not only can they distort your senses into thinking something is something else, you could also be looking directly at something and see nothing at all. Rin's words trailed off. Space-infused, she finished quietly. Michael's eyes flicked to her. Can you sense anything? She shook her head slowly. No. Whatever you're reacting to, I don't feel it at all. That was not reassuring. Michael frowned and raised a hand, pointing ahead. There, he said. That construct. Rin followed his gesture. Several dozen meters away stood two stone pillars, tall and narrow, set a short distance apart. They were symmetrical, their surfaces smooth compared to the weathered ruins around them. Faded markings ran vertically along their length, too eroded to make out clearly. They looked like part of a gate, or perhaps the frame for a door. But there was no door. Just empty space between them. Rin studied the pillars for a moment, then glanced back at Michael. What's wrong with it? She asked. Michael hesitated. You don't feel anything strange there. She narrowed her eyes and focused again, extending her senses deliberately. Her armor pulsed once, then settled. No, she said. It's just stone. Old, but nothing special. No pressure. No concealment. No distortion. Michael's confusion deepened. Nothing. Are you sure? You just said space-infused materials could distort one's senses, he pressed. Nothing, Rin repeated. Though it is a bit weird for a structure to last this long, it's made from the same material as the buildings around us. And when I say stone, I do not mean the ordinary kind back in Aurora. They exchanged a look, then moved toward the structure together. As they approached, Michael's unease grew. The closer they got, the more pronounced the absence felt. Rin slowed first. If this is some kind of trap, she said, it's extremely well hidden. She stepped forward before Michael could stop her. Straight between the pillars. Nothing happened. No flash of light. No reaction. No resistance. She passed through the space where a door should have been and turned around on the other side, perfectly fine. Michael stared. Rin frowned at his expression. What exactly are you sensing? Michael stepped closer, stopping just short of the space between the pillars. That's the problem, he said slowly. I'm not sensing anything. Rin raised an eyebrow. Between the pillars, I can't sense anything, Michael continued. I mean literally nothing. Not even air or emptiness. Just absence. It's like something is there and not there at the same time, but only around this area. She glanced down at the ground, then back up. I walked through the middle. There's nothing there. Michael lifted his hand slightly, hovering it near the invisible threshold. Rin was silent for a moment. Then she asked carefully, "Could this be something tied to you?" Michael froze. He had not considered that. He frowned and pulled his senses inward, checking himself instead of the surroundings. For a few seconds, his expression remained puzzled. Then his eyes widened slightly. "Wait." Rin watched him closely. "What is it?" Michael did not answer immediately. He stood there, hands still hovering near the empty space between the pillars, but his attention had already turned inward. It was only now that he noticed it. It was subtle. So subtle that under normal circumstances, he would have missed it entirely. He was still using his law. Michael's law of echoed existence did not behave like most laws. There was no surge of power when it activated. No ripple in the world. No signature that others could perceive. Unless he deliberately pushed it outward or triggered a skill that visibly consumed energy, there was no clear indication it was even active. It simply persisted. If Michael copied the traits of a cheetah, his muscles would reshape, his bone density would adjust, his stride would lengthen. But once the change settled, that was it. No aura. No lingering fluctuation. Nothing that announced his law at work. He could even turn off traits he did not want. And if he chose not to expend extra energy, the law sustained itself. For a very long time. Michael exhaled quietly. He was still copying wisdom. His tamed space beast. Michael ran a quick internal check, confirming it. The law was active, stable, and quietly echoing the traits of something that did not perceive the world the same way mortals did. That explained everything. Michael was not actually sensing anything between the pillars. Just like Rin. The difference was that his perception had been altered. He was sensing something only a creature like wisdom could pick up.